overbalanced by the long, heavy spear shafts, tilted up. In open-mouthed astonishment, Ayla watched the overwrought horse race furiously ahead. The contents of the carrying baskets were dumped on the ground, except for the securely fastened spears. Still attached to the baskets cinched around the mare, the two long shafts were dragging along behind her, points down, without hindering her speed at all. Ayla saw the possibilities immediately. She'd been racking her brain, trying to think of a way to get the deer carcass and the lion cub back to the cave. Waiting for Winnie to settle down took a little more time. Ayla worried that the horse might harm herself, whistled, and called. She wanted to go after her, but was afraid to leave either deer or lion cub to the tender mercies of hyenas. The whistling did have an effect. It was a sound Winnie associated with affection, security, and response. Making a large circle, she veered back toward the woman. When the exhausted and lathered young mare finally drew near, Ayla could only hug her with relief. She untied the harness and cinch and examined her carefully to make sure she was unhurt. Winnie leaned against the woman, making soft nickers of distress, her forelegs spraddled, breathing hard and quivering. "You rest, Winnie," Ayla said, when the horse stopped shaking and seemed to calm down. "I need to work on this anyway." It didn't occur to the woman to be angry because the horse had bucked, run away, and dumped her things. She didn't think of the animal as belonging to her or under her command. Rather, Winnie was a friend, a companion. If the horse panicked, she had good reason. Too much had been asked of her. Ayla felt she would have to learn the horse's limits, not attempt to teach her better behavior. To Ayla, Winnie helped of her own free will, and she took care of the horse out of love. The young woman picked up what she could find of the basket's contents, then reworked the cinch basket harness arrangement, fastening the two spears the way they had fallen, points down. She attached the grass mat, which had been wrapped around the deer, to both poles, thus creating a carrier platform between them, behind the horse, but off the ground. She lashed the deer to it, then carefully tied down the unconscious cave lion cub. After she relaxed, Winnie seemed more accepting of the cinches and harnesses, and she stood quietly while Ayla made adjustments. Once the baskets were in place, Ayla checked the cub again and got on Winnie's back. As they headed toward the valley, she was astounded at the efficiency of the new means of transporting. With just the ends of the spears dragging on the ground, not a dead weight snagged by every obstacle, the horse was able to haul the load with much greater ease. But Ayla did not draw an easy breath until she reached the valley and her cave. She stopped to give Winnie a rest and a drink, and she checked on the baby cave lion. He still breathed, but she wasn't sure he would live. Why was he put in my path, she wondered. She had thought of her totem the moment she saw the cub. Did the spirit of the cave lion want her to take care of him? Then another thought occurred to her. If she hadn't decided to take the cub with her, she would never have thought of the travois. Had her totem chosen that way to show her? Was it a gift? Whatever it was, Ayla was sure the cub had been put in her path for a reason, and she would do everything in her power to save his life. Chapter 11. Jondolar, you don't have to stay here just because I am. What makes you think I'm staying just for you? The older brother said, with more irritation than he meant to show. He hadn't wanted to seem so touchy about it, but there was more truth to Thonalin's comment than he wanted to admit. He'd been expecting it, he realized. He just didn't want to let himself believe his brother would actually stay and mate Jatamio. Yet he surprised himself with his immediate decision to stay with the Sharamudoi too. He didn't want to go back alone. It would be a long way to travel without Thonalin, and there was something deeper. It had prompted an immediate response before, when he had decided to make a journey with his brother in the first place. You shouldn't have come with me. For an instant, Jondolar wondered how his brother could know his thoughts. I had a feeling I'd never go back home. Not that I expected to find the only woman I could ever love, but I had a feeling I'd just keep going until I found a reason to stop. The Sharamudoi are good people. I guess most people are once you get to know them, but I don't mind settling here and becoming one of them. You're a Zelendanyi, Jondolar. No matter where you are, you will always be a Zelendanyi. You'll never feel quite at home any other place. Go back, brother. Make one of those women who have been after you happy. Settle down and raise a big family, and tell the children of your hearth all about your long journey and the brother who stayed. Who knows? Maybe one of yours or one of mine will decide to make a long journey to find his kin someday. Why am I more Zelendanyi than you? What makes you think I couldn't be just as happy here as you? You're not in love, for one thing. Even if you were, you'd be making plans to take her back with you, not to stay here with her. Why don't you bring Jatamio back with us? She's capable, strong-minded, knows how to take care of herself. She'd make a good Zelendanyi woman. She even hunts with the best of them. She'd get along fine. I don't want to take the time, waste a year traveling all the way back. I've found the woman I want to live with. I want to settle down, get established, give her a chance to start a family. What happened to my brother who was going to travel all the way to the end of the Great Mother River? I'll get there someday. There's no hurry. You know, it's not that far. Maybe I'll go with Dolando the next time he trades for salt. I could take Jatamio with me. I think she'd like that. But she wouldn't be happy away from home for long. It means more to her. She never knew her own mother, came close to dying herself with the paralysis. Her people are important to her. I understand that, Jondolar. I've got a brother, a lot like her. What makes you so sure? Jondolar looked down, avoiding his brother's gaze. Or of my not being in love. Serenio is a beautiful woman, and Darvo, the tall blond man, smiled, and the worry lines on his forehead relaxed. Needs a man around. You know, he may turn out to be a good flint napper one day. Big brother, I've known you a long time. Living with a woman doesn't mean you love her. I know you're fond of the boy, but that's not reason enough to stay here and make a commitment to his mother. It's not such a bad reason to mate, but not to stay here. Go home and find an older woman with a few children if you want. Then you can be sure of having a hearth full of young ones to turn into flint nappers. But go back. Before Jondolar could reply, a boy not yet into his second 10 years ran up to them, out of breath. He was tall for his age, but slender, with a thin face and features too fine and delicate for a boy. His light brown hair was straight and limp, but his hazel eyes gleamed with lively intelligence. "Jondolar," he exhaled, "I've been looking all over for you. Dolando is ready, and the rivermen are waiting." "Tell them we come, Darvo," the tall blond man said in the language of the Sharamudoi. The youngster sprinted ahead. The two men turned to follow. Then Jondolar paused. "Good wishes are in order, little brother," he said, and the smile on his face made it plain he was sincere. "I can't say I haven't been expecting you to make it formal, and you can forget about trying to get rid of me. It's not every day a man's brother finds the woman of his dreams. I wouldn't miss your mating for the love of a Danyi." Thanalin's grin lit up his whole face. "You know, Jondolar, that's what I thought she was the first time I saw her. A beautiful young spirit of the mother who had come to make my journey to the next world a pleasure. I would have gone with her, too, without a struggle. I still would." As Jondolar fell in behind Thanalin, his brow furrowed. It bothered him to think his brother would follow any woman to her death. The path zigzagged its way down a steep slope in switchbacks, which made the descent more gradual, through a deeply shaded forest. The way ahead opened up as they approached a stone wall that brought them to the edge of a steep cliff. A path around the stone wall had been laboriously hewn out of the face, wide enough to accommodate 2 people abreast, but not with comfort. Jondolar stayed behind his brother as they passed around the wall. He still felt an aching sensation deep in his groin when he looked over the edge at the deep, wide Great Mother River below, though they had wintered with the Shamudoi of Dolando's cave. Still, walking the exposed path was better than the other access. Not all caves of people lived in caves. Shelters constructed on open sites were common. But the natural shelters of rock were sought and prized, especially during the winter's bitter cold. A cave or rock overhang could make desirable a location that would otherwise have been spurned. Seemingly insurmountable difficulties would be casually overcome for the sake of such permanent shelters. Jondolar had lived in caves in steep cliffs with precipitous ledges. but nothing quite like the home of this cave of Shamudoi. In a far earlier age, the Earth's crust of sedimentary sandstone, limestone, and shale had been uplifted into ice-capped peaks. But harder crystalline rock spewed from erupting volcanoes caused by the same upheavals was intermixed with the softer stone. The entire plain through which the two brothers had traveled the previous summer, that had once been the basin of a vast inland sea, was hemmed in by the mountains. Over long eons, the outlet of the sea eroded a path through a ridge which had once joined the Great Range on the north with an extension of it to the south and drained the basin. But the mountain gave way only grudgingly through the more yielding material, allowing just a narrow gap bounded by obdurate rock. The Great Mother River, gathering unto herself her sister and all her channels and tributaries into one voluminous whole, passed through the same gap. Over a distance of nearly 100 miles, the series of 4 great gorges was the gate to her lower course, and ultimately her destination. In places along the way, she spread out for a mile. In others, less than 200 yards separated walls of sheer, bare stone. In the slow process of cutting through 100 miles of mountain ridge, the waters of the receding sea formed themselves into streams, waterfalls, pools, and lakes, many of which would leave their mark. High on the left wall, close to the beginning of the first narrow passage, was a spacious embayment, a deep, broad shelf with a surprisingly even floor. It had once been a small bay, a protected cove of a lake, hollowed out by the unwavering edge of water and time. The lake had long since disappeared, leaving the indented U-shaped terrace high above the existing water line, so high that not even spring floods, which could change the river level dramatically, came close to the ledge. A large, grass-covered field edged to the sheer drop-off of the shelf, though the soil layer, evidenced by a couple of shallow cooking pits that went down to rock, was not deep. About halfway back, brush and small trees began to appear, hugging and climbing the rugged walls. The trees grew to a respectable size near the rear wall, and the brush thickened and clambered up the steep back incline. Close to the back on a side wall was the prize of the high terrace, a sandstone overhang with a deep undercut. Beneath it were several shelters, constructed of wood, partitioning the area into dwelling units and a roughly circular open space with a main hearth and a few smaller ones, that was both an entrance and a gathering place. In the opposite corner was another valuable asset, a long, thin waterfall dropping from a high lip played through jagged rocks for a distance before spilling over a smaller sandstone overhang into a lively pool. It ran off along the far wall to the end of the terrace, where Delando and several men were waiting for Thonolin and Jondolar. Delando hailed them when they appeared around the jutting wall, then began descending over the edge. Jondolar jogged behind his brother and reached the far wall just as Thonolin started down a precarious path alongside the small stream that dropped down a series of ledges to the river below. The trail would have been impossible to negotiate in places except for narrow steps tediously chiseled out of the rock and sturdy rope handrails. As it was, the cascading water and constant spray made it treacherously slick, even in summer. In winter, it was an impassable mass of frozen icicles. In the spring, though it was inundated with heavier runoff and icy patches which threatened footing, the Sharamudoi, both the chamois-hunting Shamudoi and the river-dwelling Ramudoi who formed their opposite half, scampered up and down like the agile goat-like antelope that inhabited the steep terrain. As Jondolar watched his brother descend with the reckless disregard of one born to it, he thought Thonolin was certainly right about one thing. If he lived here all his life, he would never get used to this access to the high shelf. He glanced at the turbulent water of the huge river far below and felt the familiar ache in his groin, then took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and stepped over the edge. More than once he was grateful for the rope as he felt his foot slip on unseen ice, and he expelled a deep sigh when he reached the river. A floating dock of logs lashed together, swaying with the shifting current, was welcome stability by comparison. On a raised platform that covered more than half the dock were a series of wood structures similar to the ones under the sandstone overhang on the ledge above. Jondolar exchanged greetings with several inhabitants of the houseboats as he strode along the lashed logs toward the end of the dock, where Thonolin was just getting into one of the boats tied there. As soon as he got in, they shoved off and began pulling upstream with long-handled oars. Conversation was kept to a minimum. The deep, strong current was urged on by spring melt, and while the rivermen rowed, Dolando's men kept an eye out for floating debris. Jondolar settled back and found himself musing on the unique interrelationship of the Sharamudoi. People he had met specialized in different ways, and he often wondered what had led them along their particular path. With some, all the men customarily performed one function, and all the women another, until each function became so associated with a certain gender that no woman would do what she considered man's work, and no man could bring himself to perform a woman's task. With others, tasks and chores tended to fall more along lines of age, younger people performing the more strenuous tasks and older ones the sedentary chores. In some groups, women might be in full charge of children. In others, much of the responsibility of tending and teaching young children belonged to the elders, both male and female. With the Sharamudoi, specialization had followed different lines, and two distinct but related groups had developed. The Shamudoi hunted chamois and other animals in the high crags and tors of the mountains and cliffs, while the Ramudoi specialized in hunting, for the process was more like hunting than fishing, the enormous sturgeon, up to 30 feet long, of the river. They also fished for perch, pike, and large carp. The division of labor might have caused them to split into two distinct tribes, except for mutual needs they had of each other, which kept them together. The Shamudoi had developed a process for making beautiful, velvety, soft leather from chamois hides. It was so unique that distant tribes in the region would trade for them. It was a closely guarded secret, but Jondolar had learned that oils from certain fish were involved in the process. It gave the Shamudoi a strong reason to maintain a close tie with the Ramudoi. On the other hand, boats were made from oak, with some beech and pine used for fittings, and the long planks of the sides were clenched with yew and willow. The river people had need of the mountain dwellers' knowledge of the forests to find the proper wood. Within the Sharamudoi tribe, each Shamudoi family had a counterpart Ramudoi family related to it by complex kinship lines that might or might not have anything to do with blood relationship. Jondolar still hadn't sorted them all out, but after his brother mated Jatamio, he would suddenly be endowed with a score of cousins among both groups, related through Thonolin's mate, although she had no living blood relatives. Certain mutual obligations would be expected to be met, though for him this would involve little more than using certain titles of respect when addressing acquaintances among his new kin. As an unmated male, he would still be free to go if he wished, though he would be even more welcome to stay. But the ties that bound the two groups were so strong that if living quarters became congested and a family or two of the Shamudoi decided to move away and start a new cave, their counterpart family of Ramudoi had to move with them. There were special rights to exchange ties if the counterpart family did not want to move and another family did. In principle, however, the Shamudoi could insist, and the Ramudoi would be obligated to follow, because in matters concerning the land, the Shamudoi had the right to decide. The Ramudoi were not without some leverage, however. They could refuse to transport their Shamudoi kin, or to help them look for a suitable location, since decisions dealing with the water fell to them. In practice, any decision as major as moving away was usually worked out together. Additional ties had developed, both practical and ritual, to strengthen the relationship, many of them centering on the boats. Though decisions regarding boats on the water were the prerogative of the Ramudoi, the boats themselves also belonged to the Shamudoi, who consequently benefited from the products of their use in proportion to benefits given in return. Again, the principle which had evolved to resolve disputes was much more complicated than the practice. Mutual sharing with unspoken understanding of and respect for each other's rights, territories, and expertise made disputes rare. The making of boats was a joint effort, for the very practical reason that it required both the products of the land and the knowledge of the water. and this gave the Shamudoi a valid claim to the craft used by the Ramudoi. Ritual reinforced the tie, since no woman of either moiety could mate a man who did not have such a claim. Thonelin would have to assist in the building or rebuilding of a boat before he could mate the woman he loved. Jondolar was looking forward to the boat building, too. He was intrigued with the unusual craft. He wondered how they were made and how to propel and navigate them. He would have preferred some other reason than his brother's decision to stay and mate a Shamudoi woman as a means of finding out. But from the beginning, these people had interested him. The ease with which they traveled on the great river and hunted the huge sturgeon surpassed the abilities of any people he had ever heard of. They knew the river in all her moods. He'd had difficulty comprehending her sheer volume until he had seen all her waters together, and she wasn't full yet. But it wasn't from the boat that her size was so apparent. During the winter, when the waterfall trail was icing over and unusable, but before the Ramudoi moved in with their Shamudoi kin above, commerce between the two was accomplished by means of ropes and large woven platforms suspended over the ledge of the Shamudoi terrace and down to the Ramudoi dock. The falls hadn't yet frozen when he and Thonelin first arrived, but his brother was in no shape to make the precarious ascent. They were both lifted up in a basket. When he saw her from that perspective for the first time, Jondolar began to understand the full extent of the great Mother River. The blood had drained from his face. His heart pounded with the shock of comprehension as he looked down at the water and the rounded mountains across the river. He was awed and overcome with a deep reverence for the mother whose birth waters had formed the river in her wondrous act of creation. He had since learned there was a longer, easier, if less spectacular ascent to the high embayment. It was part of a trail that extended from west to east over the mountain passes and dropped down to the broad river plain on the eastern end of the gate. The western part of the trail, in the highlands and foothills leading to the start of the series of gorges, was more rugged, but parts of it dipped to the river's edge. They were heading to one such place. The boat was already pulling out of mid-channel toward an excitedly waving group of people lining a beach of gray sand when a gasp caused the older brother to look around. "Jondolar, look!" Thonelin was pointing upstream. Bearing down on them in ominous splendor, following the deep mid-channel, was a large, jagged, glittering iceberg. Reflecting crystal facets of the translucent edges haloed the monolith with insubstantial shimmer. But the blue-green shadowy depths held its unmelted heart. With practiced skill, the men rowing the boat changed pace and direction. Then, feathering the stroke, they paused to watch a wall of glistening cold glide by with deadly indifference. "Never turn your back on the mother," Jondolar heard the man in front of him say. "I'd say the sister brought that one, Marquino," the man beside him commented. "How did Big Ice come here, Carlono?" Jondolar asked him. "Iceberg," Carlono said, first supplying him with the word. "It could have come from a glacier on the move in one of those mountains," he went on, moving his chin in the direction of the white peaks over his shoulder, since he had resumed rowing. "Or it could have come from farther north, probably by way of the sister. She's deeper, doesn't have as many channels, this time of year especially. There's more to that berg than the part you see. Most of it is underwater." "It is hard to believe iceberg so big come so far," Jondolar said. "We get ice every spring, not always that big. It won't last much longer, though. The ice is rotten. One good bump and she'll break up, and there is a mid-channel rock downstream just below the surface. I don't think that iceberg will make it through the gate," Carlono added. "One good bump from that, and we would be the ones to break up," Marquino said. "That's why you never turn your back on the mother." "Marquino is right," Carlono said. "Never take her for granted. This river can find some unpleasant ways to remind you to pay attention to her." "I know some women like that, don't you, Jondolar?" Jondolar suddenly thought of Morona. The knowing smile on his brother's face made him realize that was who Thonelin had in mind. He hadn't thought of the woman who had expected him to mate her at the summer meeting matrimonial for some time. With a pang of longing, he wondered if he would ever see her again. She was a beautiful woman. But then, Serenio is, too, he thought. Maybe you ought to ask her. She's better than Morona in some ways. Serenio was older than he, but he'd often found himself attracted to older women. Why not mate when Thonolin did, and just stay? How long have we been gone? More than a year. We left Dalinar's cave last spring. And Thonolin won't be going back. Everyone's excited about him and Jatamio. Maybe you should wait, Jondolar, he said to himself. You don't want to take the attention from their day. And Serenio might think it was just an afterthought. Later. "What took you so long?" a voice called from the shore. "We've been waiting for you, and we came the long way, by trail." "We had to find these two. I think they were trying to hide," Marcano replied, laughing. "It's too late to hide now, Thonolin. This one has hooked you," said a man from the shore, wading in behind Jatamio to grab the boat and help beach it. He made motions of throwing out a harpoon and jerking it back to engage the hook. Jatamio blushed, then smiled. "Well, you must admit, Barono, he's a good catch." "You good fisher," Jondolar returned. "He always before get away." Everyone laughed. Though his command of the language wasn't perfect, they were pleased he had joined in the banter, and he did understand better than he spoke. "What would it take to catch a big one like you, Jondolar?" Barono asked. "The right bait," Thonolin quipped, with a smile at Jatamio. The boat was pulled onto the narrow beach of gravelly sand, and after the occupants climbed out, it was lifted and carried up a slope to a large cleared area in the midst of a dense forest of Durmast oak. The place had obviously been used for years. Logs, chunks, and scraps of wood littered the ground. The fireplace in front of a large lean-to on one side had no dearth of fuel. Yet some wood had been there so long it was rotting. Activity was focused in several areas, each of them containing a boat in some stage of completion. The boat they had come in was lowered to the ground, and the new arrivals hurried toward the beckoning warmth of the fire. Several others stopped work to join them. An aromatic herb tea was steaming from a wooden trough that had been hollowed out of a log. It was quickly emptied as cups were dipped out. Round heating stones from the river's edge were heaped in a pile nearby, and a soggy lump of wet leaves, indistinguishable as to variety, sat in the middle of a muddy runnel behind the log. The trough was well used and about to be refilled again. Two people rolled over the large log to dump the dregs of the previous batch of tea, while a third put the heating rocks in the fire. Tea was kept in the trough, available whenever anyone wanted a cup, and cooking stones were kept in the fire to warm a cup when it cooled. After more pleasantries and jibes aimed at the about-to-be-mated couple, the assemblage put down their cups of wood or tightly woven fibers and drifted back to their various tasks. Thonolin was led off to begin his initiation in the building of boats with some hard work that took less skill, the felling of a tree. Jondolar had been having a conversation with Carlono about the Ramudoi leader's favorite topic, boats, and had encouraged him with questions. "What wood makes good boats?" Jondolar had asked. Carlono, enjoying himself and the interest of the obviously intelligent young man, launched into an animated explanation. "Green oak is best. It's tough but supple, strong but not too heavy. It loses flexibility if it dries out, but you can cut it in winter and store logs in a pool or bog for a year, even two. More than that, it becomes waterlogged and hard to work, and the boat has trouble finding the right balance in the water. But more important is selecting the right tree." Carlono was heading into the woods as he talked. "A big one?" Jondolar asked. "Not only size. For the base and the planks, you want tall trees with straight trunks." Carlono led the tall Zelendani to a grove of close-packed trees. "In dense woods, trees grow up, looking for the sun." "Jondolar!" The older brother looked up with surprise at Thonolin's voice. He was standing with several others around a huge oak, surrounded by other tall, straight trees whose branches started far up the stem. "Am I glad to see you? Your little brother could use your help. Do you know I can't get mated until a new boat is built? And this," he nodded expressively at the tall tree, "has to be cut down for the strakes, whatever they are. Look at the size of that mammoth. I didn't know trees grew that big. It will take forever to cut it down. Big brother, I'll be an old man before I'm a mated one." Jondolar smiled and shook his head. "Strakes are the planks that make the sides of the bigger boats. If you're going to be a Sharamudoi, you ought to know about them." "I'm going to be a Shamudoi. I'll leave the boats to the Ramudoi. Hunting chamois is something I understand. I've hunted ibex and mouflon in high meadows before. Are you going to help? We need all the muscle we can get. If I don't want poor Jatamio to wait until you're an old man, I guess I'll have to. And besides, it will be interesting to see how it's done, Jondolar said, then turned to Carlono and added in the Sharamudoi language, Help, Jondolar chop tree. Talk more later. Carlono smiled in agreement, then stood back to watch the first chips of bark cut away. But he didn't stay long. It would take most of the day before the forest giant fell, and before it did, everyone would gather around. Starting high up and working down at a steep angle that was met by lower horizontal cuts, small chips were detached. The stone axes did not bite deep. The blade end needed a certain thickness for strength and couldn't penetrate very far into the wood. As they worked their way toward the center of the huge tree, it appeared more gnawed than cut, but each chip that fell away dug deeper into the heart of the ancient giant. The day was drawing to a close when Thonolin was given an axe. With everyone who had been working gathered nearby, he made a few final swings, then jumped back when he heard a crack and saw the massive trunk sway. Toppling slowly at first, the tall oak gained momentum as it fell. Tearing limbs off neighboring giants and taking smaller ones with it, the mammoth old tree, snapping and cracking its resistance, thundered to the ground. It bounced, then shivered, and lay still. Silence pervaded the forest, as though in profound reverence even the birds were still. The majestic old oak had been struck down, sundered from its living roots, its stump a raw scar in the muted earth shades of the woods. Then, with quiet dignity, Dolendo knelt beside the ragged stump and dug a small hole with his bare hand. He dropped an acorn in it. May the blessed Mudo accept our offering and bring to life another tree, he said, then covered the seed and poured a cup of water over it. The sun was settling into a hazy horizon and making golden streamers of the clouds when they started up the long trail to the high shelf. Before they reached the ancient embayment, the colors shifted through the spectrum of golds and bronzes, then reds, to a deep mauve. When they rounded the jutting wall, Jondolar was stopped by the untouchable beauty of the panorama spread out before him. He took a few steps along the edge, too preoccupied with the view to notice the precipitous drop for once. The great Mother River, calm and full, mirrored the vibrant sky and darkened shadows of the rounded mountains across, her oily, smooth surface alive with the movement of her deep current. It's beautiful, isn't it? Jondolar turned at the voice and smiled at a woman who had moved up beside him. Yes, beautiful, Serenio. Big feast tonight to celebrate, for Jatamio and Thonolin. They're waiting. You should come. She turned to go, but he took her hand, held her there, and watched the last glimmers of the sunset reflected in her eyes. There was a yielding gentleness about her, an ageless acceptance that had nothing to do with age. She was only a few years older than he. Neither was it giving in. Rather that she made no demands, had no expectations. The death of her first mate, of a second love before there was time to mate, and the miscarriage of a second child that would have blessed the mating had tempered her with grief. In learning to live with hers, she had developed an ability to absorb the pain of others. Whatever their sorrow or disappointment, people turned to her and always came away relieved because she imposed no burden of obligation on them for her compassion. Because of her calming effect on distraught loved ones or fearful patients, she often assisted the Shamud and had learned some medical skills from the association. That was how Jondolar had come to know her first, when she was helping the healer nurse Thonolin back to health. When his brother was up and recovered enough to move to the hearth of Dolendo and Rosario, and most especially Jatamio, Jondolar had moved in with Serenio and her son Darvo. He hadn't asked. She hadn't expected him to. Her eyes always seemed to reflect, he thought, as he leaned over to kiss her lightly in greeting before they started toward the glowing fire. He never saw into their depths. He pushed away an unbidden thought that he was grateful for it. It was as though she knew him better than he knew himself, knew of his inability to give of himself completely, to fall in love as Thonolin had done. She even seemed to know that his way of making up for the lack of emotional depth was to make love to her with such consummate skill that it left her gasping. She accepted it, as she accepted his occasional black moods, without inflicting guilt on him for it. She wasn't reserved exactly. She smiled and talked with easy comfort, just composed and not quite reachable. The only time he caught a glimpse of something more was when she looked at her son. "What took you so long?" the boy said with relief when he saw them coming. "We're ready to eat, but everyone's been waiting for you." Darvo had seen Jondolar and his mother together at the far edge, but didn't want to interrupt them. Initially, he had been resentful of having to share his mother's undivided attention at the hearth. But he found that rather than having to share his mother's time, there was now someone else who paid attention to him. Jondolar talked to him, told him of his adventures on his journey, discussed hunting and the ways of his people, and listened to him with unfeigned interest. Even more exciting, Jondolar had begun to show him some techniques of tool-making, which the lad picked up with an aptitude that surprised them both. The youngster had been overjoyed when Jondolar's brother had decided to mate Jatamio and stay, because he fervently hoped it might mean Jondolar would decide to stay and mate his mother. He had become very conscious of staying out of the way when they were together, trying in his own way not to impede their relationship. He didn't realize that, if anything, he encouraged it. In fact, the idea had been on Jondolar's mind all day. He found himself appraising Serenio. Her hair was lighter than her son's, more a dark blonde than brown. She wasn't thin, but so tall she gave that impression. She was one of the few women he'd met who reached his chin, and he found that a comfortable height. There was a strong resemblance between mother and son, even to the hazel of their eyes, though his lacked her impassiveness. And on her, the fine features were beautiful. "I could be happy with her," he thought. "Why don't I just ask her?" And at that moment, he truly wanted her, wanted to live with her. "Serenio." She looked at him and was held by the magnetism of his unbelievably blue eyes. His need, his desire focused on her. The force of his charisma, unconscious and all the more powerful for it, caught her unaware and broke through the defenses she had so carefully erected to avoid pain. She was open, vulnerable, drawn almost against her will. "Jondolar." Her acceptance was implicit in the texture of her voice. "I think much today." He struggled with the language. He could express most concepts, but he was having trouble finding a way to speak his thoughts. "Thonlin, my brother, traveled far together. Now he loved Jatamio. He wants stay. If you... I want... Come on, you two. Everyone's hungry and the food is..." Thonlin broke off as soon as he saw them standing close, lost in the depths of each other's eyes. Sorry, brother. I think I just interrupted something." They backed off. The moment had passed. "It's all right, Thonlin. We shouldn't make everyone wait. We can talk later," Jondolar said. When he looked at Serenio, she seemed surprised and confused, as though she didn't know what had come over her, and she was struggling to repair her shield of composure. They walked into the area under the sandstone overhang and felt the warmth of the large fire in the central hearth. At their appearance, everyone found places around Thonlin and Jatamio, who stood in a central clear space behind the fire. The Feast of Promise marked the festive beginning of a ritual period that would culminate in the matrimonial celebration. During the interval, communication and contact between the young couple would be severely curtailed. The warm space formed by the people permeated with a sense of community, encircled the couple. They joined hands, and seeing only perfection in each other's eyes, wanted to announce their joy to the world and affirm their commitment to each other. The Shamood stepped forward. Jatamio and Thonlin kneeled to allow the healer and spiritual guide to place a crown of fresh budding hawthorn on each of their heads. They were led, still hand in hand, around the fire and the assembled group 3 times, and then back to their place, closing a circle that embraced the cave of Sharamudoi with their love. The Shamood turned to face them, and with upraised arms spoke. "A circle begins and ends in the same place. Life is as a circle that begins and ends with the Great Mother. the first mother who in her loneliness created all life." The vibrant voice carried easily over the hushed gathering and the crackling flames. "Blessed Mudo is our beginning and our end. From her we come, to her we return. In all ways she provides for us. We are her children, all life springs from her. She gives freely of her abundance. From her body we take sustenance, food, water, and shelter. From her spirit come gifts of wisdom and warmth, talents and skills, fire and friendship. But the greater gifts come from her all-encompassing love. The great Earth Mother takes joy in her children's happiness. She delights in our enjoyments, and therefore she has given us her wondrous gift of pleasure. We honor her, show her reverence when we share her gift. But to the blessed among us, she has given her greatest gift, endowed them with her own miraculous power to create life." The Shamud looked at the young woman. "Jatamio, you are among the blessed. If you honor Mudo in all ways, you may be endowed with the mother's gift of life and give birth. Yet the spirit of the life you bring forth comes only from the Great Mother. Thonolin, when you make a commitment to provide for another, you become as she who provides for us all. By so honoring her, she may endow you with creative power as well, so that a child brought forth by the woman you care for, or another of Mudo's blessed, may be of your spirit." The Shamud looked up at the group. "Each of us, when we care for and provide for each other, honors the mother and are blessed with her fruitfulness." Thonolin and Jatamio smiled at each other, and when the Shamud stepped back, sat down on woven mats. That was the signal for the feast to begin. The young couple were first brought a mildly alcoholic drink made of dandelion blossoms and honey that had fermented since the last new moon. Then more of the beverage was passed around to everyone. Tantalizing odors made everyone realize how hard they had worked that day. Even those who had stayed back at the high terrace had been busy, as was obvious when the first wonderfully aromatic dish was brought forth. Planked whitefish, caught in fish traps that morning and baked near the open fire, was presented to Thonolin and Jatamio by Marquino and Tholi, their counterpart family of Ramudoi. Tangy wood sorrel that had been boiled and beaten to a pulp was served as a sauce. The taste, new to Jondolar, was one he immediately enjoyed and found a wonderful complement to the fish. Baskets of small edibles were passed around to accompany the dish. When Tholi sat down, he asked her what they were. "Beech nuts collected last fall," she said, and went on to explain in detail how they were stripped of their leathery outer skins with sharp little flint blades, then carefully roasted by shaking them with hot coals in flat, platter-shaped baskets kept moving to prevent scorching, and finally rolled in sea salt. "Tholi brought the salt," Jatamio said. "It was part of her bride gift." "Many Mamutoi live near sea, Tholi?" Jondolar asked. "No, our camp was one of the closest to Barren Sea. Most Mamutoi live farther north. The Mamutoi are mammoth hunters," she said with pride. "We traveled north every year for the hunts." "How you mate Mamutoi woman?" the blonde Zelendanyi asked Marquino. "I kidnapped her," he replied, with a wink at the plump young woman. Tholi smiled. "It's true," she said. "Of course, it was all arranged. We met when I went along on a trading expedition to the east. We traveled all the way to the delta of the Mother River. It was my first trip. I didn't care if she was Sharamudoi or Mamutoi. I wouldn't come back without her." Marquino and Tholi told about the difficulties their desire to mate had caused. It had taken long negotiations to work out the arrangements, and then he'd had to kidnap her to get around certain customs. She was more than willing. The mating could not have taken place without her consent. But there were precedents. Though not common, similar matings had occurred before. Populations of humans were sparse and so widely spaced that they seldom infringed on each other's territories, which tended to make the infrequent contact with the occasional stranger a novelty. If a little wary at first, people were usually not hostile, and it wasn't uncommon to be welcomed. Most hunting peoples were accustomed to traveling long distances, often following migratory herds with seasonal regularity, and many had long traditions of individual journeys. Frictions developed more often from familiarity. Hostilities tended to be intramural, confined within the community, if they existed at all. Hot tempers were kept in check by codes of behavior and most often settled by ritualized customs, although these customs were not calcified. The Sharamudoi and the Mamutoi were on good trading terms, and there were similarities in customs and languages. To the former, the Great Earth Mother was Mudo. To the latter, she was Mut, but she was still the Godhead, original ancestor, and first mother. The Mamutoi were a people with a strong self-image, which came through as open and friendly. As a group, they feared no one. They were, after all, the mammoth hunters. They were brash, confident, a bit ingenuous, and convinced that everyone saw them on their own terms. Though the discussions had seemed interminable to Marquino, it had not been an insurmountable problem to arrange the mating. Tholi herself was typical of her people, open, friendly, confident that everyone liked her. In truth, few people could resist her forthright ebullience. No one even took offense when she asked the most personal questions, since it was obvious there was no malicious intent. She was just interested and saw no reason to curb her curiosity. A girl approached them carrying an infant. "Shemio woke up, Tholi. I think she's hungry." The mother nodded her thanks and put the baby to her breast, with hardly a break in the conversation or feasting. Other small edibles were passed, pickled ash keys that had been soaking in brine, and fresh pig nuts. The small tuber resembled wild carrot, a sweet groundnut Jondolar was familiar with, and the first taste was nutty, but the hot aftertaste of radish was a surprise. Its zesty flavor was a favorite of the cave, but he wasn't sure if he liked it or not. Dolando and Rosario brought the next offerings to the young couple, a rich chamois stew and a deep red bilberry wine. "I thought the fish was delicious," Jondolar said to his brother, "but this stew is superb." Chatamio says it's traditional. It's flavored with the dried leaves of bog myrtle. The bark is used in tanning the chamois skins. That's what gives them the yellow color. It grows in marshes, particularly where the sister joins the mother. It was lucky for me they were out collecting it last fall, or they never would have found us. Jondolar's forehead creased as he recalled the time. "You're right. We were lucky. I still wish there was some way I could repay these people." His frown deepened when he remembered his brother was becoming one of them. "This wine is Chatamio's bride gift," Serenio said. Jondolar reached for his cup, took a sip, and nodded. "Is good. Is much good." "Very good," Tholi corrected. "It is very good." She had no compunctions about correcting his speech. She still had a few problems with the language herself, and she assumed he would rather speak properly. "Very good," he repeated, smiling at the short, stocky young woman with the baby at her ample breast. He liked her outspoken honesty and her outgoing nature that so easily overcame the shyness and reserve of others. He turned to his brother. "She is right, Thonolin. This wine is very good. Even Mother would agree, and no one makes finer wine than Marthona. I think she would approve of Chatamio." Jondolar suddenly wished he hadn't said that. Thonolin would never take his mate to meet his mother. It was likely he would never see Marthona again. "Jondolar, you should speak Sharamudoi. No one else can understand when you speak in Zelendanyi, and you'll learn much faster if you make yourself speak it all the time," Tholi said, leaning forward with concern. She felt she spoke from experience. Jondolar was embarrassed, but he couldn't be angry. Tholi was so sincere, and it had been impolite of him to speak in a language no one else could understand. He reddened, but smiled. Tholi noted Jondolar's discomfiture, and, though outspoken, she wasn't insensitive. "Why don't we learn each other's language? We may forget our own if we don't have someone else to talk to once in a while. Zelendanyi has such a musical sound. I would love to learn it." She smiled at Jondolar and Thonolin. "We'll spend a little time at it every day," she stated, as though everyone obviously agreed. "Tholi, you may want to learn Zelendanyi, but they may not want to learn Mamutoi," Marquino said. "Did you think of that?" It was her turn to blush. "No, I didn't," she said, with both surprise and chagrin, realizing her presumption. "Well, I want to learn Mamutoi and Zelendanyi. I think it's a good idea," Chatamio said firmly. "I, too, think good idea, Tholi," Jondolar said. "What a mixture we're bringing together. The Ramudoi half is part Mamutoi, and the Shamudoi half is going to be part Zelendanyi," Marquino said, smiling tenderly at his mate. The affection between the two was evident. They make a good match, Jondolar thought, though he couldn't help but smile. Marquino was as tall as he, though not as muscular, and when they were together, the sharp contrast emphasized each other's physical traits. Tholi seemed shorter and rounder. Marquino, taller and thinner. "Can someone else join you?" Serenio asked. "I would find it interesting to learn Zelendanyi, and I think Darvo might find Mamutoi useful if he wants to go on trading journeys sometime." "Why not?" Thonolin laughed. "East or west, if you make a journey, knowing the language helps." He looked at his brother. "But if you don't know it, it doesn't stop you from understanding a beautiful woman, does it, Jondolar? Especially if you have big blue eyes," he said in Zelendanyi, grinning. Jondolar smiled at his brother's jibe. "Should speak Sharamudoi, Thonolin," he said with a wink at Tholi. He speared a vegetable out of his wooden bowl with his eating knife, still finding it not quite natural to use his left hand for the purpose, though that was the custom of the Sharamudoi. "What is name this?" he asked her. "In Zelendanyi is called mushroom." Tholi told him the word for the shaggy cap mushroom in her language and in Sharamudoi. Then he speared a green stalk and held it up questioningly. "That's the stem of a young burdock," Chatamio said, and then realized the word itself would mean little to him. She got up and went to the refuse pile near the cooking area and brought back some wilted but still recognizable leaves. "Burdock," she said, showing him the large, downy, gray-green leaf parts that had been torn from the stem. He nodded his head with understanding. Then she held out a long, broad green leaf with an unmistakable odor. "That's it. I knew it was some familiar flavor," he said to his brother. "I didn't know garlic grew in leaf like that." Then back to Chatamio. "What is name?" "Ransoms," she said. Tholi had no Mamutoi name for it, but she did for the piece of dried leaf Chatamio next held out. "Seaweed," she said. "I brought that with me. It grows in the sea, and it thickens the stew." She tried to explain, but wasn't sure if she was understood. The ingredient had been added to the traditional dish because of her close relationship to the new couple, and because it imparted an interesting taste and texture. "There is not much left. It was part of my bride gift." Tholi braced the baby over her shoulder and patted her back. "Have you made your gift to the blessing tree yet, Tamio?" Chatamia lowered her head, smiling demurely. It was a question not usually asked outright, but only mildly meddlesome. "I'm hoping the mother will bless my mating with a baby as healthy and happy as yours, Tholi." "Is Shamio through nursing?" "She just likes to suck for comfort. She'd hang on all day if I let her. Would you like to hold her? I need to go outside." When Tholi returned, the focus of conversation had shifted. Food had been cleared out of the way, more wine served, and someone was practicing rhythms on a single-skin drum and improvising words to a song. When she took her infant back, Thonolin and Chatamio stood up and tried to edge their way out. Suddenly, several people with broad grins ringed them. It was usual for the couple about to be mated to leave the feast early to find some last moments alone together before their pre-matrimonial separation. But since they were the guests of honor, they could not politely take their leave as long as anyone was talking to them. They must try to sneak away in the moment when no one would notice. But of course, everyone knew it. It became a game, and they were expected to play their parts, making dashes to get away while everyone pretended to look aside, and then making polite excuses when they were caught. After some teasing and joking, they would be allowed to go. "You're not in a hurry to leave, are you?" Thonolin was asked. "It get late," Thonolin evaded, grinning. "It's early yet. Have another helping, Tommy-o." "I couldn't eat another bite." "A cup of wine, then. Thonolin, you wouldn't turn down a cup of Tommy-o's wonderful bilberry wine, would you?" "Well, little." "Little more for you, Tommy-o." She edged closer to Thonolin and made a conspiratorial glance over her shoulder. "Just a sip, but someone will have to get our cups. They're over there." "Of course, you'll wait right here, won't you?" One person went to get the cups, while the rest made a pretense of watching him. Thonolin and Jatamio made a break for the darkness beyond the fire. "Thonolin, Jatamio, I thought you were going to share a drink of wine with us." "Oh, we are. Just need to make a trip outside. You know how it is after a large meal," Jatamio explained. Jondolar, standing close to Serenio, was feeling a strong desire to continue their earlier conversation. They were enjoying the sham. He leaned closer to speak privately, to ask her to leave too, as soon as everyone tired of the sport and let the young couple go. If he was going to make a commitment to her, it had to be now, before the reluctance that was already asserting itself put him off again. Spirits were high. The blue bilberries had been especially sweet last fall, and the wine was stronger than usual. People were milling around, teasing Thonolin and Jatamio, laughing. Some were starting a question-and-response song. Someone wanted the stew reheated. Someone else put water on for tea after pouring out the last in someone's cup. Children, not tired enough for sleep, were chasing one another. Confusion marked the shifting of activities. Then a yelling child ran into a man who was none too steady on his feet. He stumbled and bumped into a woman who was carrying a cup of hot tea, just as an uproar of shouts accompanied the couple's dash for the outside. No one heard the first scream, but the loud, insistent wails of a baby in pain quickly stopped everything. My baby, she's burned," Tholi cried. "Great Donnie," Jondolar gasped, as he rushed with Serenio toward the sobbing mother and her screaming infant. Everyone wanted to help, all at the same time. The confusion was worse than before. "Let the shamood through. Move aside." Serenio's presence was a calming influence. The shamood quickly removed the baby's coverings. "Cool water, Serenio, quickly. No, wait, Darvo, you get water. Serenio, the linden bark. You know where it is?" "Yes," she said, and hurried off. "Rosario, is there hot water? If not, get some on. We need a tisane of the linden bark and a lighter infusion for a sedative. They're both scalded." Darvo ran back with a container of water from the pool, slopping over the sides. "Good, son. That was quick," the shamood said, with an appreciative smile, then splashed the cool water on the angry red burns. The burns were beginning to blister. "We need a dressing, something soothing until the tisane is ready." The healer saw a burdock leaf on the ground and remembered the meal. "Jatamio, what is this?" "Burdock," she said. "It was in the stew." "Is there some left? The leaf?" "We only used the stem. There's a pile over there." "Get it." Jatamio ran to the refuse pile and returned with 2 handfuls of the torn leaves. The shamood dipped them in the water and laid them on the burns of both mother and child. The baby's demanding screams abated to hiccuping sobs, with occasional new spasms as the soothing effect of the leaves began to be felt. "It helps," Tholi said. She didn't know she was burned until the shamood mentioned it. She had been sitting and talking, letting the baby suckle to keep her quiet and contented. When the scalding hot tea spilled on them, she had only realized her baby's pain. "Will Shamio be all right?" "The burns will blister, but I don't think she'll scar." "Oh, Tholi, I feel so bad," Jatamio said. "It's just terrible. Poor Shamio, and you too." Tholi was trying to get the infant to nurse again, but the association with pain was making her fight it. Finally, the remembered comfort outweighed the fear, and Shamio's cries stopped as she took hold, which calmed Tholi. "Why are you and Thonolin still here, Tomio?" she asked. "This is the last night you can be together." "I can't go off with you and Shamio hurt. I want to help." The baby was fussing again. The burdock helped, but the burn was still painful. "Serenio, is the tisane ready?" the healer inquired, replacing the leaves with fresh ones soaking in the cool water. "The linden bark has steeped long enough, but it will take a while to cool. Maybe if I take it outside, it will cool faster." "Cool, cool," Thonolin cried, and suddenly dashed out of the sheltering overhang. "Where's he going?" Chitamio asked Jondolar. The tall man shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. The answer was clear when Thonlin ran back, out of breath, but holding dripping wet icicles from the steep stone stairway that led down to the river. "Will this help?" he asked, holding them out. The Shamud looked at Jondolar. "The boy is brilliant." There was a hint of irony in the statement, as though such genius wasn't expected. The same qualities in the linden bark that numbed the pain made it effective as a sedative as well. Both Tholi and the baby were asleep. Thonlin and Chitamio had finally been convinced to go off by themselves for a while, but all the light-hearted fun of the promise feast was gone. No one wanted to say it, but the accident had cast a shadow of misfortune on their mating. Jondolar, Serenio, Marquino, and the Shamud were sitting near the large hearth, drawing the last warmth from the dying embers and sipping wine while they talked in quiet tones. Everyone else was asleep, and Serenio was urging Marquino to turn in for the night, too. "There's nothing more you can do, Marquino. There's no reason for you to stay up. I'll stay with them. You go to sleep."
"She's right, Marquino," the Shamud said. "They'll be all right. You should rest too, Serenio."
She got up to go, as much to encourage Marquino as for herself. The others stood up too. Serenio put her cup down, briefly touched her cheek to Jondolar's, and headed toward the structures with Marquino. "If there's any reason, I'll wake you," she said as they left. When they were gone, Jondolar scooped the last dregs of the fermented bilberry juice into 2 cups and gave one to the enigmatic figure waiting in the quiet dark. The Shamud took it, tacitly understanding they had more to say to each other. The young man scraped the last few coals together near the edge of the blackened circle and added wood until a small fire was glowing. They sat for a while, silently sipping wine, huddled over the flickering warmth. When Jondolar looked up, the eyes, whose indefinable color was merely dark in the firelight, were scrutinizing him. He felt power in them and intelligence, but he appraised with equal intensity. The crackling, hissing flames cast moving shadows across the old face, blurring the features. But even in daylight, Jondolar had been unable to define any specific characteristics other than age. Even that was a mystery. There was strength in the wrinkled face, which lent it youthfulness, though the long mane of hair was shocking white. And while the figure beneath the loose clothing was spare and frail, the step had spring. The hands alone spoke unequivocally of great age. But for all their arthritic knobs and blue-veined parchment skin, no palsied flutter shook the cup that was lifted to the mouth. The movement broke eye contact. Jondolar wondered if the Shamud had done it deliberately to relieve a tension that was growing. He took a sip.
"The Shamud, good healer."
"Has skill," he said.
"It is a gift of Mudo."
Jondolar strained to hear some quality of timbre or tone that would shade the androgynous healer in one direction or the other, only to satisfy his nagging curiosity. He had not yet discerned whether the Shamud was female or male, but he did have an impression that in spite of the neutrality of gender, the healer had not led a celibate life. The satirical quips were too often accompanied by knowing looks. He wanted to ask, but he didn't know how to phrase his question tactfully.
"Shamud, life not easy. Must give up much," Jondolar tried. "Did healer ever want mate?"
For an instant, the inscrutable eyes widened. Then the Shamud broke into sardonic laughter. Jondolar felt a hot flash of embarrassment.
"Whom would you have had me mate, Jondolar? Now, if you had come along in my younger years, I might have been tempted. Ah, but would you have succumbed to my charms? If I had given the blessing tree a string of beads, could I have wished you to my bed?"
the Shamud said with a slight, demure bend of the head. For a moment, Jondolar was convinced it was a young woman who spoke.
"Or would I have needed to be more circumspect? Your appetites are well developed. Could I have aroused your curiosity to a new pleasure?"
Jondolar flushed, sure he had been mistaken, yet strangely drawn to the look of sensuous lechery and the cat-like sinuous grace the Shamud projected with a body shift. Of course, the healer was a man, but with a woman's tastes in his pleasures. Many healers drew from both the male and female principle. It gave them stronger powers. Again he heard the sardonic laugh.
But if the life of a healer is difficult, it's worse for the mate of one. A mate should be a man's first consideration. It would be hard to leave someone like Serenio, for instance, in the middle of the night to take care of someone who was sick, and there are long periods of abstinence required.
The Shamood was leaning forward, talking to him man to man, with a gleam in his eye at the thought of a woman as lovely as Serenio. Jondolar shook his head with puzzlement. Then, with a movement of the shoulders, the masculinity had a different character, one that excluded him.
And I'm not sure I'd want to leave her alone with a lot of rapacious men around.
The Shamood was a woman, but not one that would ever be attracted to him or he to her as anything more than a friend. It was true, the healer's power came from the principle of both sexes, but was that of a woman with a man's tastes. The Shamood laughed again, and the voice had no shading of gender. With a level look of person to person that asked human understanding, the old healer continued.
Tell me, which one am I, Jondolar? Which one would you mate? Some try to find a relationship one way or another, but it seldom lasts long. Gifts are not an unmixed blessing. A healer has no identity except in the larger sense. One's personal name is given back. The Shamood effaces self to take on the essence of all. There are benefits, but mating is not usually among them. When one is young, being born to a destiny is not necessarily desirable. It is not easy to be different. You may not want to lose your identity. But it doesn't matter. The destiny is yours. There is no other place for one who carries the essence of both man and woman in one body.
In the fire's dying light, the Shamood looked as ancient as the earth herself, staring at the coals with unfocused eyes as though seeing another time and place. Jondolar got up to get a few more sticks of wood, then nursed the fire back to life. As the flames took hold, the healer straightened, and the look of irony returned.
That was long ago, and there have been compensations. Not the least is discovering one's talent and gaining knowledge. When the mother calls one to her service, it isn't all sacrifice.
With Zelendanyi, not all who serve mother know when young, not all like Shamood. I once thought to serve Dani. Not all are called, Jondolar said, and the Shamood wondered at the tightening of his lips and the creasing of his brow that bespoke a bitterness that still galled. There were hurts buried deep within the tall young man who seemed so well-favored.
It is true, not all who might wish are called, and not all who are called have the same talents or proclivities. If one is not sure, there are ways to discover, to test one's faith and will. Before one is initiated, a period of time must be spent alone. It can be enlightening, but you may learn more about yourself than you wish. I often advise those considering entering the mother's service to live alone for a while. If you cannot, you would never be able to endure the more severe tests.
What kind of tests? The Shamood had never been so candid with him before, and Jondolar was fascinated.
Periods of abstinence, when we must forego all pleasures. Periods of silence, when we may not speak to anyone. Periods of fasting, times when we forego sleep as long as possible. There are others. We learn to use these methods to seek answers, revelations from the mother, particularly for those in training. After a time, one learns to induce the proper state at will, but it is beneficial to continue their use now and then.
There was a long silence. The Shamood had managed to ease the conversation around to the real issue, the answers Jondolar wanted. He had but to ask. You know what is need. Will Shamood tell what means all this? Jondolar spread his arm in a vague, all-encompassing gesture.
Yes, I know what you want. You are concerned about your brother after what happened tonight, and, in a larger sense, about him and Jatamio, and you.
Jondolar nodded.
Nothing is certain. You know that.
Jondolar nodded again. The Shamood studied him, trying to decide how much to reveal. Then the old face turned toward the fire, and an unfocused look gathered in the eyes. The young man felt a distancing, as though a great space had been put between them, though neither had moved.
Your love for your brother is strong.
There was an eerie, hollow echo to the voice, an otherworldly resonance.
You worry that it is too strong, and fear that you lead his life and not your own. You are wrong. He leads you where you must go, but would not go alone. You are following your own destiny, not his. You only walk in tandem for a pace. Your strengths are of a different nature. You have great power when your need is great. I felt your need of me for your brother even before we found his bloody shirt on the log that was sent for me.
I did not send log. It was chance, luck.
It was not chance that I felt your need. Others have felt it. You cannot be denied. Not even the mother would refuse you. It is your gift. But be wary of the mother's gifts. It puts you in her debt. With a gift as strong as yours, she must have a purpose for you. Nothing is given without obligation. Even her gift of pleasure is not largesse. There is purpose for it, whether we know it or not. Remember this. You follow the mother's purpose. You need no call. You were born to this destiny. But you will be tested. You will cause pain and suffer for it.
The young man's eyes flew open with surprise.
You will be hurt. You will seek fulfillment and find frustration. You will search for certainty and find only indecision. But there are compensations. You are well favored in body and mind. You have special skills, unique talents, and you are gifted with more than ordinary sensitivity. Your vexations are the result of your capacity. You were given too much. You must learn by your trials. Remember this as well. To serve the mother is not all sacrifice. You will find what you seek. It is your destiny.
But, Thonolin,
I sense a break. Your destiny lies another way. He must follow his own path. He is a favorite of Mudo.
Jondolar frowned. The Zelendani had a similar saying, but it didn't necessarily mean good luck. The great Earth Mother was said to be jealous for her favorites and called them back to her early. He waited, but the Shamood said no more. He didn't fully understand all the talk of need and power and mother's purpose. Those who served the mother often spoke with a shadow on their tongue, but he didn't like the feel of it. When the fire died down again, Jondolar got up to leave. He started toward the shelters at the back of the overhang, but the Shamood was not quite through.
"No, not the mother and child,"
the pleading voice cried out in the dark. Jondolar, caught by surprise, felt a chill down his spine. He wondered if Tholi and her baby were burned worse than he thought, and why he was shivering when he wasn't cold. Chapter 12. "Jondolar," Marquino hailed. The tall blond man waited for the other tall one to catch up. "Find a way to delay going up tonight," Marquino said in a hushed voice. "Thonolin has had enough restriction and ritual since the promising. It's time for a little relaxation." He removed the stopper from a water bag and gave Jondolar a whiff of the bilberry wine and a sly smile. The Zelendani nodded and smiled back. There were differences between his people and the Sharamudoi, but some customs were evidently widespread. He had wondered if the younger men would be planning a ritual of their own. The two men matched strides as they continued down the trail. "How are Tholi and Shamio?" "Tholi is worried that Shamio will have a scar on her face, but they are both healing. Serenio says she doesn't think the burn will leave a mark, but not even the Shamood can say for sure." Jondolar's concerned expression matched Marquino's for the next few paces. They turned a bend in the trail and came upon Carlono studying a tree. He smiled broadly when he saw them. His resemblance to Marquino was more apparent when he smiled. He was not as tall as the son of his hearth, but the thin, wiry build was the same. He looked once more at the tree, then shook his head.
"No, it's not right."
"Not right?" Jondolar asked.
For supports, Carlono said. I don't see the boat in that tree. None of the branches will follow the inside curve, not even with trimming. How do you know? Boat not finished, Jondolar said. He knows, Marquino interjected. Carlono always finds limbs with the right fit. You can stay and talk about trees if you want. I'm going on down to the clearing. Jondolar watched him stride away, then asked Carlono, How you see in tree what fit boat? You have to develop a feel for it. It takes practice. You don't look for tall, straight trees this time. You want trees with crooks and curves in the branches. Then you think about how they will rest on the bottom and bend up the sides. You look for trees that grow alone, where they have room to go their own way. Like men, some grow best in company, striving to outdo the rest. Others need to grow their own way, though it may be lonely. Both have value. Carlono turned off the main trail along a path not as well traveled. Jondolar followed behind. Sometimes we find two growing together, the Ramudoi leader continued, bending and giving only for each other, like those. He pointed to a pair of trees entwined around each other. We call them a love pair. Sometimes if one is cut down, the other dies too, Carlono said. Jondolar's forehead wrinkled in a frown. They reached a clearing, and Carlono led the tall man up a sunny slope toward a massive giant of a twisted, gnarled old oak. As they approached, Jondolar thought he saw strange fruit on the tree. Drawing near, he was surprised to see that it was decorated with an unusual array of objects. There were delicate, tiny baskets with dyed quill designs, small leather bags embroidered with mollusk shell beads, and cords twisted and knotted into patterns. A long necklace had been draped around the huge bowl so long before that it was embedded in the trunk. On close inspection, he saw it was made of shell beads, carefully shaped with holes bored through the centers, alternating with individual vertebrae of fish backbones, which had a natural center hole. He noticed tiny carved boats hanging from branches, canine teeth suspended from leather thongs, bird feathers, squirrel tails. He had never seen anything like it. Carlono chuckled at his wide-eyed reaction. This is the blessing tree. I imagine Jatamio has made her a gift. Women usually do when they want Mudo to bless them with a child. The women think of her as theirs, but more than a few men have made her an offering. They ask for good luck on first hunts, favor on a new boat, happiness with a new mate. You don't ask often, only for something special. Is so big? Yes, it is the mother's own tree. But that isn't why I brought you here. Notice how curved and bent her branches are. This one would be too big, even if she wasn't the blessing tree. But for support, you look for trees like this. Then you study the branches to find the ones that will fit the inside of your boat. They walked by a different path down to the boat-making clearing and approached Marquino and Thonolin, who were working on a log that was huge in girth as well as length. They were gouging out a trough with adzes. At the present stage, the log resembled the crude trough that was used for making tea rather than one of the gracefully shaped boats. But the rough shape had been hacked out. Later, a stem and stern would be carved, but first the inside had to be finished. Jondolar has taken quite an interest in boat-making, Carlono said. Maybe we need to find him a river woman so he can become a Ramudoi. It's only fair since his brother will be Shamudoi, Marquino joked. I know a couple who have been casting long glances at him. One of them might be persuaded. I don't think they'd get too far with Serenio around, Carlono said, with a wink at Jondolar. But then, some of the best boat makers are Shamudoi. It's not the boat on the land. It's the boat in the water that makes a river man. If you're so eager to learn boat-making, why don't you pick up an adze and help, Thonolin said. I think my big brother would rather talk than work. His hands were black, and one cheek was smudged the same color. I'll even lend you mine, he added, throwing the tool to Jondolar, who caught it by reflex. The adze, a sturdy stone blade mounted at right angles to a handle, left a black mark on his hand. Thonolin jumped down and went to check a nearby fire. It had burned down to glowing embers, out of which tongues of orange flame leaped now and then. He picked up a broken section of plank, its top pocked with charred holes, and swept hot coals out of the fire onto it with a branch.
He carried them back to the log and spilled them amidst a shower of sparks and smoke into the trough-like hole they were gouging out. Marquino laid more wood on the fire and brought over a container of water. They wanted the coals to burn into the log, not set it on fire. Thonlin moved the coals around with a stick, then added a strategically placed sprinkle of water. A sputtering hiss of steam and a sharp smell of burning wood evidenced the elemental battle of fire and water. But eventually, the water had its way. Thonlin scooped out the remnant pieces of wet black charcoal, then climbed into the boat trough and began to scrape away the charred wood, deepening and widening the hole. "Let me take a turn at that," Jondolar said, after he had watched for a while. "I was wondering if you were just going to stand around all day," Thonlin remarked with a grin. The two brothers tended to slip into their native language when they talked to each other. The ease and familiarity of it was comfortable. They were both gaining competence with the new language, but Thonlin spoke it better. Jondolar stopped to examine the stone head of the adze after the first few strokes, tried again at a different angle, checked the cutting edges again, then found the proper swing. The three young men worked together, speaking little, until they stopped for a rest. "I not see before. Use fire to make trough," Jondolar said as they walked toward the lean-to. "Always gouge out with adze." "You could use just an adze, but fire makes it go faster. Oak is hard wood," Marquino remarked. "Sometimes we use pine from higher up. It's softer, easier to dig out. Still, fire helps." "Take long time make boat?" Jondolar inquired. "Depends how hard you work, and how many work on it. This boat won't take long. It's Thonlin's claim, and it must be done before he can mate Jatamio, you know." Marquino smiled. "I never saw anyone work so hard, and he's coaxing everyone else, too. Once you start, though, it is a good idea to keep at it until it's done. Keeps it from drying out. We're going to split planks this afternoon for the strakes. Do you want to help?" "He'd better," Thonlin said. The huge oak Jondolar had helped to chop down, minus its branching top, had been carried to the other side of the clearing. It had taken almost every able-bodied person to move it, and nearly as many had gathered to split it. Jondolar hadn't needed his brother's coaxing. He wouldn't have missed it. First, a set of antler wedges was placed in a straight line along the grain for the full length of the log. They were driven in with heavy hand-held stone mauls. The wedges forced a crack in the massive bowl, but it opened reluctantly at first. Connecting splinters were severed as the thick butts of the triangular antler pieces were pounded deeper into the heart of the wood, until, with a snap, the log fell apart, split cleanly in half. Jondolar shook his head in wonder, yet it was only the beginning. The wedges were placed again down the center of each half, and the process repeated until they were split in half, and then each section was halved again. By the end of the day, the huge log had been reduced to a stack of radially split planks, each one tapering toward the center, making one long edge thinner than the other. A few planks were shorter because of a knot, but they would have uses. There were many more planks than required to build up the sides of the boats. They would be used to construct a shelter for the young couple beneath the sandstone overhang on the high terrace, connected to the dwelling of Rosario and Delando, and large enough to accommodate Marquino, Tholi, and Shamio during the coldest part of the winter. Wood from the same tree used for both house and boat was thought to add the strength of the oak to the relationship. As the sun descended, Jondolar noticed a few of the younger men ducking into the woods, and Marquino let Thonlin persuade him to continue working on the dugout base of the boat under construction until almost everyone had gone. It was Thonlin who finally conceded that it was too dark to see. "There's plenty of light," a voice said from behind him. "You don't know what dark is." Before Thonlin could turn around to see who spoke, a blindfold was thrown over his head, and his arms were grabbed and held. "What's going on?" he shouted, struggling to break away. The only reply was muffled laughter. He was picked up and carried some distance, and when he was put down, he felt his clothes being removed. "Stop it! What are you doing? It's cold." "You won't be cold for long," Marquino said when the blindfold was removed. Thonlin saw a half-dozen smiling young men, all naked. The area was unfamiliar, particularly in the deep twilight, but he knew they were near water. Around him the forest was a dense black mass, but it thinned on one side to bear the silhouette of individual trees against a deep lavender sky. Beyond them, the widened way of a path revealed reflected silver flashing sinuously from the smooth, oily rolling of the great Mother River. Nearby, light gleamed through cracks of a small, low, rectangular structure of wood. The young men climbed onto the roof, then down into the hut through a hole in the top, using a log leaning at an angle with steps cut into it. A fire had been built inside the hut in a central pit, and stones had been placed on top to heat. The wall stood back, making a bench of the ground, which was covered with planks sanded smooth with sandstone. As soon as everyone was in, the entrance hole at the top was loosely covered. Smoke would escape through cracks. A glow of coals showed under the hot rocks, and soon Thonnellan conceded that Marquino was right. He was no longer cold. Someone threw water on the stones, and a billow of steam rose, making it even more difficult to see in the dim light. "Did you get it, Marquino?" asked the man sitting beside him. "Right here, Chelono." He held up the water bag of wine. "Well, let's have it. You're a lucky man, Thonnellan, mating a woman who makes bilberry wine this good." There was a chorus of agreement and laughter. Chelono passed the skin of wine, then showing a square of leather tied into a pouch, he said with a sly grin, "I found something else." "I wondered why you weren't around today," one man remarked. "Are you sure they're the right kind?" "Don't worry, Rondo. I know mushrooms. At least I know these mushrooms," Chelono averred. "You should. You pick them every chance you get." There was more laughter at the pointed dig. "Maybe he wants to be Shamood, Tarluno," Rondo added derisively. "Those aren't the Shamood's mushrooms, are they?" Marquino asked. "Those red ones with the white spots can be deadly if you don't prepare them right." "No, these are nice, safe little mushrooms that just make you feel good. I don't like playing around with the Shamoods. I don't want a woman inside me," Chelono said. Then sniggering, "I'd rather get inside a woman." "Who's got the wine?" Tarluno asked. "I gave it to Jondolar." "Get it away from him. He's big enough to drink it all." "I gave it to Chelono," Jondolar said. "I haven't seen any of those mushrooms. Are you going to keep the wine and the mushrooms too?" Rondo asked. "Don't rush me. I've been trying to get this bag open. Here, Thonnellan, you're the guest of honor. You get first pick." "Marquino, is it true the Mamutoi make a drink out of a plant that's better than wine or mushrooms?" Tarluno asked. "I don't know about better, but I've only had it once." "How about more steam?" Rondo said, splashing a cup of water on the rocks below, assuming everyone's assent. "Some people to west put in steam something," Jondolar commented. "And one cave breathes smoke from plant. They let you try, but they not tell what it is," Thonnellan added. "You two must have tried almost everything in all your traveling," Chelono said. "That's what I'd like to do. Try everything there is." "I hear flatheads drink something," Tarluno volunteered. "They're animals. They'll drink anything," Chelono said. "Isn't that what you just said you wanted to do?" Rondo jeered. An outburst of laughter followed. Chelono noticed Rondo's comments often provoked laughter, sometimes at his expense. Not to be outdone, he began a story that had been known to cause laughter before. "You know the one about the old man who was so blind he caught a flathead female and thought it was a woman?" "Yeah, his pizzle fell off." "That's disgusting, Chelono," Rondo said. "And what man would mistake a flathead for a woman?" "Some do not mistake. Do on purpose," Thonnellan said. "Men from cave far to west take pleasures with flathead females, make trouble for caves." "You're joking." "It no joke. Whole pack of flatheads surround us," Jondolar confirmed. "They angry. Later we hear some men take flathead women, cause trouble." "How did you get away?" "They let," Jondolar said. "Leader of pack. He's smart. Flathead's more smart, people think." "I heard of a man who got a flathead female on a dare," Chelono said. "Who? You?" Rondo sneered. "You said you wanted to try everything." Chelono tried to defend himself, but the laughter drowned him out. When it died down, he tried again. "I didn't mean that. I was talking about mushrooms and wine and such when I said I wanted to try everything." He was feeling some effects and becoming a bit thick-tongued. "But a lot of boys talk about flathead females before they know what women are. I heard of one who took a flathead on a dare, or said he did."
Boys will talk about anything, Marquino said. What do you think girls talk about? Tarluno asked. Maybe they talk about flathead males, Chalono said. I don't want to listen to this anymore, Rondo said. You did your share of talking about it when we were younger, Rondo, Chalono said, beginning to take offense. Well, I've grown up. I wish you would. I'm tired of your disgusting remarks. Chalono was insulted and a little drunk. If he was going to be accused of being disgusting, he'd really give them something disgusting. Is that so, Rondo? Well, I heard of a woman who took her pleasure with a flathead, and the mother gave her a baby of mixed spirits. Yuck! Rondo curled his lip and shuddered with repugnance. Chalono, that's not anything to joke about. Who asked him to this party? Get him out of here. I feel like I've just had filth thrown in my face. I don't mind a little joking around, but he's gone too far. Rondo's right, Tarluno said. Why don't you leave, Chalono? No, Jondolar said. Cold out, dark. Not make leave. True, babies of mixed spirits not for joke. But why everyone know of them? Half animal, half human abominations, Rondo mumbled. I don't want to talk about them. It's too hot in here. I'm getting out before I get sick. This is supposed to be Thonalin's party to relax, Marquino said. Why don't we all go out and take a swim, then come back and start all over again? There's still plenty of Jatamio's wine left. I didn't tell you, but I brought 2 water bags of it. I don't think the stones are hot enough, Carlono, Marquino said. There was an undercurrent of tension in his voice. It's not good to let the water stand in the boat too long. We don't want the wood to swell, only to soften enough to give. Thonalin, are the struts close by so they'll be ready when we need them? Carlono asked, with a worried frown. They here, he replied, indicating the poles of alder trunks cut to length on the ground near the large dugout filled with water. We'd better start, Marquino, and hope the stones are hot. Jondolar was still amazed at the transformation, though he had watched it take shape. The oak bowl was no longer a log. The inside had been gouged out and smoothed, and the exterior had the sleek lines of a long canoe. The thickness of the shell was no more than the length of a man's knuckle, except for the solid stem and stern. He had watched Carlono shave off a skin of wood whose thickness was no more than that of a twig, with a chisel-shaped stone adze, to bring the watercraft to its final dimension. After trying it himself, Jondolar was even more astounded at the skill and dexterity of the man. The boat tapered to a sharp cutwater at the prow, which extended forward. It had a slightly flattened bottom, a less pronounced tapering stern, and it was very long in proportion to its width. The 4 of them quickly transferred the cobbles that had been heating in the large fireplace to the water-filled boat, causing the water to steam and boil. The process was no different from heating stones to boil water for tea in the trough near the lean-to, but on a larger scale. And the purpose was different. The heat and steam were not to cook anything, but to reshape the container. Marquino and Carlono, facing each other across the boat at the midsection, were already testing the flexibility of the hull, pulling carefully to widen the craft, yet not crack the wood. All the hard work of digging out and shaping the boat would have been for nothing if it cracked in expanding. It was a tense moment. As the middle was pulled apart, Thonalin and Jondolar were ready with the longest strut, and when it was wide enough, they fitted the brace in crosswise and held their breaths. It seemed to hold. Once the center strut was in, proportionally shorter ones were worked into place along the length of the boat. They bailed out the hot water until the 4 men could manage the weight, took out the rocks, and tipped the canoe to pour out the rest of the water, then set the boat between blocks to dry. The men breathed easier as they stood back to look and admire. The boat was close to 50 feet long and more than 8 feet across at the midsection, but the expansion had altered the lines in another important way. As the middle was widened, the fore and aft sections had lifted, giving the craft a graceful upward curve toward the ends. The results of the expansion were not only a broader beam for greater stability and capacity, but a raised bow and stern that would clear the water to take waves or rough water more easily. Now she's a lazy man's boat, Carlono said, as they walked to another area of the clearing. Lazy man? Thonalin exclaimed, thinking of the hard work. Carlono smiled at the expected response.
There's a long story about a lazy man with a nagging mate who left his boat out all winter. When he found it again, it was full of water, and the ice and snow had caused it to expand. Everyone thought it was ruined, but it was the only boat he had. When it dried out, he put it in the water and discovered how much better it handled. Afterward, according to the story, everyone made them that way. "It's a funny story if it's told right," Marquino said. "And there may be some truth in it," Carlono added. "If we were making a small boat, we'd be done except for fittings," he said, as they approached a group of people who were boring holes along the edges of planks with bone drills. It was a tedious, difficult job, but many hands made the job go faster, and socializing eased the boredom. "And I'd be that much closer to mating," Thonolin said, noticing Jatamio among them. "You have smiles on your faces. That must mean it stretched all right," the young woman said to Carlono, though her eyes quickly sought Thonolin. "We'll know better when it dries," Carlono said, careful not to tempt fate. "How are the strakes coming?" "They're finished. We're working on house planks now," an older woman replied. She resembled Carlono in her way as much as Marquino, especially when she smiled. "A young couple needs more than a boat. There is more to life, brother dear." "Your brother is as anxious to get them mated as you are, Carolio," Barono said, smiling as the two young people transfixed each other with lovelorn smiles, though they said not a word. "But what good is a house without a boat?" Carolio gave him an aggrieved stare. It was a long-standing Ramudoi aphorism, meant to be witty, that had become tiresome with the retelling. "Ah!" Barono exclaimed. "It broke again." "He's clumsy today," Carolio said. "That's the third drill he's broken. I think he's trying to get out of boring holes." "Don't be so hard on your mate," Carlono said. "Everyone breaks drills. It can't be helped." "She's right about one thing, boring holes. I can't think of anything more boring," Barono said, with a wide grin at everyone's groan. "He thinks he's funny. What can be worse than a mate who thinks he's funny?" Carolio appealed to the general company. Everyone smiled. They knew the banter only masked great affection. "If you have spare drill, I try make holes," Jondolar said. "Is there something wrong with this young man?" "No one wants to drill holes," Barono said, but he quickly got up. "Jondolar has taken quite an interest in boat-making," Carlono said. "He's tried his hand at everything." "We may make a Ramudoi out of him yet," Barono said. "I always thought he was an intelligent young man. I'm not so sure about the other one, though," he added, smiling at Thonolin, who hadn't paid attention to anything except Jatamio. "I think a tree could fall on him, and he wouldn't know it. Don't we have something worthwhile for him to do? He could gather wood for the steam box, or strip willow withes for sewing the planks," Carlono said. "As soon as the dugout is dry and we get holes drilled around the hull, we'll be ready to bend the planks to fit around it. How long do you think it will take to finish her, Barono? We should let the Shamud know so a day can be decided for the mating. Dolando will need to send messengers to other caves." "What else needs to be done?" Barono asked, as they started toward an area where sturdy posts were sunk into the ground. "The prow and stern posts still have to be scarfed on, and—" "Are you coming, Thonolin?" Marquino said. "What? Oh, yes, coming." After they left, Jondolar picked up a bone drill set in an antler handle and watched Carolio use one like it. "Why holes?" he asked when he had made a few. Carlono's twin sister was as preoccupied with boats as her brother, for all the teasing, and as much an expert in fastenings and fittings as he was in gouging and shaping. She started to explain, then got up and led Jondolar to another work area where a boat was partially dismantled. Unlike a raft, which depended upon the buoyancy of its structural materials to float, the principle of the Sharamudoi watercraft was to enclose a pocket of air within a wooden shell. It was a significant innovation, allowing greater maneuverability and the capability of transporting much heavier loads. The planks, which were used to extend the basic dugout into a larger boat, were bent to fit the curved hull using heat and steam, and then literally sewn on, usually with willow through pre-drilled holes, and pegged to solid prow and stern posts. Supports placed at intervals along both sides were added later for reinforcement and to attach seats. Done well, the result was a waterproof shell which could resist the tensions and stresses of hard use for several years. Eventually, though, wear and deterioration of the willow fibers required the boats to be completely torn down and rebuilt. Weakened planks were replaced then, too, which lengthened the effective life of the boats considerably. "See where the strakes have been removed," Carolio said, pointing out the dismantled boat to Jondolar. "There are holes along the top edge of the dugout." She showed him a plank with a curve that fit the shell. This was the first strake. The holes along the thinner edge matched the base. See, it was overlapped like this and sewn to the top of the dugout. Then the top plank was sewn to this one. They walked around to the other side, which hadn't been dismantled yet. Carolio indicated the frayed and broken fiber in some of the holes. This boat was overdue for refitting, but you can see how the strakes overlap. For small boats, for 1 or 2 people, you don't need sides, just the dugout. They're harder to handle in rough water, though. They can get out of control before you know it. "Someday I learn," Jondolar said. Then, noticing the curved strake, he asked, "How you bend plank?" "With steam and tension, like the base you expanded. The posts over there, where Carlono and your brother are for the guy lines to hold the strakes in place while they are sewn on. It doesn't take long with everyone working together once the holes are drilled. Making the holes is a bigger problem. We sharpen the bone drills, but they break so easily." Toward evening, when they were all trooping back up to the high terrace, Thonelin noticed that his brother seemed unusually quiet. "What are you thinking about, Jondolar?" "Making boats. There's a lot more to it than I ever imagined. I've never heard of boats like these before, or seen anyone as skilled on the water as the Ramudoi. I think the youngsters are more comfortable in their small boats than they are walking, and they're so skilled with their tools." Thonelin saw his brother's eyes light up with enthusiasm. "I've been examining them. I think if I could detach a large spall from the working edge of that adze Carlono was using, it would leave a smooth concave inner face and make it much easier to use. And I'm sure I could make a burin out of flint that would bore those holes faster. So that's it. For a while there I thought you were really interested in boat making, big brother. I should have known. It's not the boats, it's the tools they use to make them. Jondolar, you'll always be a tool maker at heart." Jondolar smiled, realizing Thonelin was right. The boat-building process was interesting, but it was the tools that had captured his imagination. There were adequate flint knappers in the group, but no one who had made it his or her specialty. No one who could see how a few modifications could make the tools more effective. He had always taken a keen delight in making tools suited to a task, and his technically creative mind was already envisioning possibilities to improve those the Sharamudoi used. And it might be a way he could begin to repay, with his unique skill and knowledge, these people to whom he owed so much.
"Mother, Jondolar, more people just came. There are already so many tents, I don't know where they'll find room,"
Darvo shouted as he raced into the shelter. He dashed out again. He had only come to impart the news. He couldn't possibly stay in. The activities outside were far too exciting. "More visitors have come than when Marquino and Tholi were mated, and I thought that gathering was large," Serenio said. "But then, most people know of the Mamutoi, even if they haven't all seen one. No one has heard of the Zelendanyi." "They not think we have 2 eye and 2 arm and 2 leg like they?" Jondolar said. He was somewhat overwhelmed himself at the number of people. A Zelendanyi summer meeting usually saw more, but these were all strangers, except for the residents of Dolando's cave and Carlono's dock. Word had traveled so fast that others besides Sharamudoi had even come. Some of Tholi's Mamutoi kith and kin, plus a few others curious enough to accompany them, had been early arrivals. There were people from upriver as well, or uprivers, both the mother and the sister. And many of the mating ceremonial customs were unfamiliar. All the caves traveled to a prearranged meeting place for a Zelendanyi matrimonial, and several couples were formally united at one time. Jondolar was not accustomed to so many people visiting the home cave of one couple to witness their mating. As Thonelin's only blood relative, he would have a conspicuous place in the ceremonies, and he was feeling nervous. "Jondolar, you know most people would be surprised to learn that you are not always as confident as you appear." "Don't worry. You'll be fine," Serenio said, moving her body close to his and putting her arms around his neck. "You always are." She had done the right thing. Her nearness was a pleasant distraction. She took his mind off himself without being demanding, and her words were reassuring. He pulled her closer, pressed his warm mouth on hers, and lingered, allowing himself the respite of a moment's sensual pleasure before his apprehensions returned. "You think I look right? This travel clothes, not for special wear?" he asked, suddenly conscious of his Zelendanyi garb. "No one here knows that. They are unique, very special. Just right for the occasion, I think. It would seem too ordinary if you wore something familiar, Jondolar. People are going to be looking for you as well as Thonolin. That's why they have come. If they can see you from a distance, they may not all feel the need to press in closer, and you know you are comfortable in those clothes. They look good on you, too. They suit you." He let her go and looked out through a crack at the throng outside, grateful he didn't have to face them yet. He walked toward the back until the sloping roof prevented him from going farther, then returned to the front and looked out again. "Jondolar, let me make some tea for you. It's a special blend I learned from the Shamud. It will settle your nerves." "Do I look nervous?" "No, but you have a right to. It will only take a moment." She poured water into a rectangular cooking box and added hot stones. He pulled up a wooden stool, one that was much too low, and sat down. His thoughts were elsewhere, and he stared absently at the geometric patterns carved into the box, a series of slanting parallel lines above another row slanting in the opposite direction, giving a herringbone effect. The sides of the curved boxes were made from a single plank in which grooves or kerfs were cut, not quite all the way through. Using steam to make the wood pliable, the planks were bent sharply at the grooves to make corners, with the last corner pegged together. A groove was also cut near the bottom edge, into which a bottom piece was fitted. The boxes were watertight, particularly after they swelled when filled. Covered with separate removable lids, they were used for many things, from cooking to storage. The box made him think of his brother, and made him wish he could be with him at this moment before his mating. Thonolin had quickly understood the Sharamudoi way of bending and shaping wood. His craft of spear-making utilized the same principles of heat and steam to straighten a shaft or to bend one around for a snowshoe. Thinking of a snowshoe reminded Jondolar of the beginning of their journey, and with a pang of nostalgia, he wondered if he would ever see his home again. Ever since he had put on his own clothes, he'd been fighting off spasms of homesickness that had a way of sneaking up on him when he least expected it, with some vivid recollection or poignant memory. This time, it was Serenio's curved cooking box that had brought it on. He stood up quickly, knocked over the stool, and lunged to right it, just missing Serenio with the cup of hot tea she was bringing him. The near accident brought to mind the unfortunate incident during the promise feast. Both Tholi and Shamio seemed to be fine, and their burns were almost healed, but he felt a twinge of uneasiness, recalling the conversation he'd had with the Shamud afterward. "Jondolar, drink your tea. I'm sure it will help." He had forgotten the cup in his hand, smiled, and took a sip. The tea had a pleasant taste. He thought he detected chamomile among the ingredients, and its warmth was calming. After a while, he felt some of his tension drain off. "You right, Serenio. Feel better. Not know what wrong. It's not every day one's brother takes a mate. A little nervousness is understandable." He took her in his arms again and kissed her with a passion that made him wish he wouldn't have to leave so soon. "See tonight, Serenio," he whispered in her ear. "Jondolar, there will be a festival to honor the mother tonight," she reminded him. "I don't think either of us should make commitments with so many visitors. Why not let the evening work out its own way? We can have each other any time." "I forget," he said, and nodded in agreement. But for some reason, he felt rebuffed. It was strange. He had never felt that way before. In fact, he had always been the one to make sure he was free during a festival. Why should he feel hurt because Serenio had made it easy for him? On the spur of the moment, he decided he was going to spend the evening with her, mother festival or not. "Jondolar!" Darvo came bursting in again. "They sent me for you. They want you." He was breathless with excitement to be entrusted with such an important task, and dancing with impatience. "Hurry, Jondolar! They want you!" "Be calm, Darvo," the man said, smiling at the lad. "I come. I not missed brother's matrimonial." Darvo smiled a little sheepishly, realizing they wouldn't start without Jondolar, but it didn't curb his impatience. He hurried out. Jondolar took a breath and followed him. There was a surging murmur through the crowd at his appearance, and he was glad to see the two women who were waiting for him. Rosario and Tholi conducted him to the raised mound near the side wall where the others waited. Standing on the highest part of the mound, head and shoulders above the throng, was a white-haired figure whose face was partially covered by a wooden half-mask with stylized bird-like features. As he drew near, Thonolin flashed him a nervous smile. Jondolar tried to convey understanding when he smiled back. If he had been tense, he could just imagine how Thonolin must feel, and he was sorry the Sharamudoi customs had prevented them from being together. He noticed how well his brother seemed to fit in, and he felt a sharp, poignant stab of regret. No two people could have been closer than the two brothers while they were on their journey, but they had begun to follow separate paths, and Jondolar felt the cleavage. For a moment he was overwhelmed with an unexpected grief. He closed his eyes and clenched his fists to bring himself under control. He heard voices from the crowd and thought he detected some words, tall and close. When he opened his eyes, it struck him that one reason Thonolin fit in so well was that his clothes were entirely Shamudoi. No wonder there were comments about his clothes, he thought, and for a moment he was sorry he had chosen to wear such an outlandish outfit. But then, Thonolin was one of them now, had been adopted to facilitate the mating. Jondolar was still Zelendanyi. The tall man joined the group of his brother's new kin. Though he was not formally a Sharamudoi, they were his kin, too, once removed. They, along with Jatamio's kin, were the ones who had contributed the food and gifts that would be distributed among the guests. As more people had arrived, more contributions had been brought forth. The large number of visitors accrued to the high regard and status of the young couple, but it would be most demeaning if they went away unsatisfied. A sudden hush caused them all to turn their heads in the direction of a group making their way toward them. "Do you see her?" Thonolin asked, standing on tiptoes. "No, but she's coming. You know that," Jondolar said. When they reached Thonolin and his kin, the protective phalanx opened a wedge to reveal its hidden treasure. Thonolin's throat went dry when he beheld the flower-bedecked beauty within, who flashed him the most radiant smile he had ever seen. His happiness was so transparent that Jondolar beamed a smile of gentle amusement as well. As a bee is drawn toward a flower, Thonolin was drawn to the woman he loved, leading his train to the middle of her group until Jatamio's kin surrounded Thonolin and his kin. The two groups merged, then paired, as the Shamud began piping a repetitive series of whistles on a flageolet. The rhythm was accented by another person with a bird half-mask playing a large single-sided hoop drum. Another Shamud, Jondolar guessed. The woman was a stranger to him, yet there was a familiar aspect. Perhaps it was just a similarity shared by all those who served the mother, but she brought on thoughts of home to him. While members of the two sets of kin formed and reformed in patterns that appeared complicated, but were actually variations of a simple series of steps, the white-haired Shamud played the small flute. It was a long, straight stick, reamed out with a hot coal, with a whistle mouthpiece, holes cut along the length, and an open-beaked bird head carved at the end. And some of the sounds emanating from the instrument mimicked exactly the sounds of birds. The two groups ended by facing each other in two rows, with both hands joined and raised to form a long archway. As the couple passed through, the ones behind followed them until a train of paired couples, led by the Shamud, was heading to the end of the terrace and around the stone wall. Jatamio and Thonolin were just behind the flute player, followed by Marquino and Tholi, then Jondolar and Rosario as the young couple's closest kin. The rest of the kin group trailed them, and the whole crowd of cave members and guests brought up the rear. The drum-playing visiting Shamud fell in near the people of her cave. The white-haired Shamud led them down the path toward the boat-making clearing, but turned off at the side path and brought them to the blessing tree. While the gathering caught up and arranged themselves around the huge old oak, the Shamud spoke quietly to the young couple, giving instructions and advice to assure a happy relationship and to invite the mother's blessings. Only the close kin and a few others who happened to be within ear range were a party to that portion of the ceremony. The rest of the gathering talked among themselves until they noticed the shamood waiting quietly. The group hushed each other, but their silence was bursting with anticipation. In the intense stillness, the raucous caw of a jay was a demanding clamor, and the staccato of a great spotted woodpecker resounded through the woods. Then a sweeter song filled the air as a woodlark took to wing. As though waiting for that cue, the bird-masked figure beckoned the two young people to step forward. The shamood produced a length of cord, and with one overhand knot made a loop. Looking at each other with eyes that had room for no one else, Thonolin and Jatamio clasped hands and put them through the loop.
Jatamio to Thonolin, Thonolin to Jatamio. I bind you, one to the other, the shamood said, and pulled the cord tight, binding their wrists together with a secure knot. As I tie this knot, you are bound, committed to each other, and through each other to the ties of kinship and cave. With your joining, you complete the square begun by Marquino and Tholi. The two other young people stepped forward as their names were spoken, and all four joined hands. As Shamudoi share the gifts of the land, and Ramudoi share the gifts of the water, so together you are now Sharamudoi, to help each other, always. Tholi and Marquino stepped back, and as the shamood began a high-pitched piping, Thonolin and Jatamio began a slow circuit around the ancient oak tree. On the second circuit, the spectators shouted good wishes while they threw bird down, flower petals, and pine needles on them. On the third circuit of the blessing tree, the spectators joined them, laughing and shouting. Someone began a traditional song, and more flutes were brought forth to accompany the singers. Others beat on drums and hollow tubes. Then one of the Mamutoi visitors produced the shoulder bone of a mammoth. She hit it with a mallet, and everyone paused for a moment. The ringing, resonating tone surprised most people, but as she continued to play, they were even more surprised. The player could change the tone and pitch by striking the bone at different places, and she matched the melody of the singer and the flute. By the end of the third circuit, the shamood was in front again and led the group down to the clearing beside the river. Jondolar had missed the final touches to the boat. Though he had worked on nearly every phase of its construction, the finished product was a breath-catching sight. It seemed much larger than he recalled, and it had not been small to begin with. But now its 50-foot length was balanced with correspondingly high sides of gently curved planks and a tall, jutting stern post. But it was the forward section that brought exclamations of wonder. The curved prow had been gracefully extended into a long-necked waterfowl, carved of wood and scarf-jointed with pegs. The bow piece was painted with deep ochre reds and dun ochre yellows, manganese blacks, and the white earths of calcinated limestone. Eyes were painted low on the hull to see under water and avoid hidden dangers, and geometric designs covered bow and stern. Seats for rowers spanned the breadth, and new broad-bladed, long-handled oars were in readiness. A yellow chamois skin awning crowned the midsection as a protection from rain or snow, and the entire craft was decorated with flowers and bird feathers. It was glorious, awe-inspiring, and Jondolar felt a surge of pride and a lump in his throat to think he had contributed to its creation. All matings required a boat, either new or refitted, as part of the ceremony, but not all were graced by one of such size and splendor. It was only chance that the cave had decided that another large boat was needed about the same time the young couple had declared their intentions. But now it seemed particularly appropriate, especially since so many visitors had come. Both cave and couple had garnered esteem for the accomplishment. The newly mated couple climbed into the vessel, a little awkwardly with their wrists tied together, and took the middle seat under the canopy. Many of the close kin followed them, with some taking up oars. The boat had been propped between logs to keep it from wobbling, and the logs extended to the water's edge. Cave members and visitors crowded around to push the boat into the river, and with grunting and laughter, the new boat was launched. They held her near shore until the new craft was declared fit, with no listing or serious leaking, and then they started downstream for the maiden voyage to the Ramadoi dock. Several other boats of various sizes took to the water and surrounded the large new water bird like ducklings. Those not returning by water hurried back up the trail, hoping to reach the high embayment before the young couple did.
At the dock, several people climbed the steep waterfall trail and prepared to lower the large flat basket in which Thonolin and Jondolar had first been raised to the terrace. But this time it was Thonolin and Jatamio who were lifted to the top, with their hands still tied together. They had agreed to bind themselves to each other, and, at least for that day, they would not be separated. Huge amounts of food were served, washed down with quantities of new moon dandelion wine, and gifts were presented to all the visitors, returned by prestige in like measure. But as evening came on, the new dwelling that had been built for the young couple began to see visitors, as guests quietly slipped in and left a little something for the newly mated to wish them well. The gifts were given anonymously, so as not to detract from the nuptial wealth displayed by the hosting cave. But in fact, the value of the gifts received would be measured against the value of the wares distributed, and mental notes tallied against a remembered record, for the gifts were not anonymous. The shape, design, and painted or carved features announced the donor as plainly as if they had been presented openly, not the individual maker, which was of relatively small importance, but the family, or group, or cave. By well-known and mutually understood systems of value, the given and received gifts would have a significant impact on the relative prestige, honor, and status of the various groups. Though not violent, competition for esteem was nonetheless fierce. "He's certainly getting a lot of attention, Thonolin," Jatamio said, noticing a handful of women hovering around the tall blond man, leaning casually against a tree near the overhang. "Always like that. His big blue eyes make women come to him, like moth to fire," Thonolin said, helping Jatamio lift an oak box of bilberry wine out to the celebrating guests. "Have not noticed? You not ever attracted?" "You smiled at me first," she said, and his broad grin provoked her beautiful response. "But I think I understand it. It's more than his eyes. He stands out, particularly in those clothes. They do look good on him, but it's more than that. I think women sense that he's searching, looking for someone, and he's so responsive, sensitive, tall, and so well made, really quite handsome. And there is something to his eyes. Did you ever notice they turn violet in firelight?" she said. "I thought you say not attracted," Thonolin said, with a look of dismay until she winked impishly. "Are you envious of him?" she asked gently. Thonolin paused. "No, not ever. Not know why. Many men envious. Look him, you think he have everything. Like you say, well made, handsome. Look all beautiful women around, and more. Good with hands. Best flint napper I ever see. Good head, but not talk big. People like him, men, women both. Should be happy. But not. He need find someone like you, Tomio." "No, not like me, but someone. I like your brother, Thonolin. I hope he finds what he's searching for. Maybe one of those women?" "Not think so. I see that before. Maybe he enjoy one or more, but not find what he want." They dipped some of the wine into water bags and left the rest for the revelers, then walked toward Jondolar. "What about Serenio? He seems to care for her, and I know she feels more for him than she will admit." "He care for her, care for Darvo too, but maybe not anyone for him. Maybe he look for dream, for Danyi." Thonolin smiled fondly. "First time you smile at me, I thought you Danyi." "We say the mother's spirit becomes a bird. She wakes the sun with her calls, brings the spring with her from the south. In the autumn, some stay behind to remind us of her. The hunting birds, the storks, every bird is some aspect of Mudo." A string of running children crossed in front of them, halting their progress. "Little children don't like birds, especially if they're naughty. They think the mother is watching them and knows everything. Some mothers tell their children that. I've heard stories of grown men driven to confess some evil deed by the sight of certain birds. Then others say she will guide you home if you're lost. We say mother spirit become Danyi, fly on wind. Maybe she looked like bird. I never think of that before," he said, squeezing her hand. Then, looking at her and feeling an upwelling of love, he whispered in a voice husky with emotion, I never think I find you." He tried to put an arm around her, but found himself tied to her wrist and frowned. "I glad we tie the knot, but when do we cut off? I want hold you, Tomio." "Maybe we're supposed to be finding out that we can be tied too close." She laughed. "We can leave the celebration soon. Let's go take your brother some wine before it's all gone." "He maybe not want. He make show of drinking, but not drink much. He not like lose control. Do foolish thing." When they stepped out of the shadows of the overhang, they were suddenly noticed. "There you are. I've been wanting to wish you happiness, Chatamio," a young woman said. She was a Ramudoy from another cave, young and vivacious. "You're so lucky. We never get handsome visitors to winter with us." She flashed what she hoped was a winning smile at the tall man, but he was looking at another of the young women with his astounding eyes. "You're right. I am lucky," Chatamio said, with a melting smile at her mate. The young woman looked at Thonolin and heaved a sigh. "They're both so handsome. I don't think I could have made a choice." "And you wouldn't have either, Chirunio," the other young woman said. "If you want to mate, you have to settle on one." There was an outburst of laughter, but the young woman reveled in the attention it brought her. "I just haven't found a man I want to settle on," she dimpled at Jondolar. Chirunio was the shortest woman there, and Jondolar really hadn't seen her before. He did then. Though short, she was very much a woman, and she had a quality of vivacious enthusiasm that was inviting. She was almost the complete opposite of Serenio. His eyes showed his interest, and Chirunio nearly quivered with delight now that she had his attention. Suddenly she turned her head, caught by a sound. "I hear the rhythm. They're going to do a couple dance," she said. "Come on, Jondolar." "Not no steps," he said. "I'll show you. It's not hard," Chirunio said, eagerly tugging in the direction of the music. He yielded to the invitation. "Wait, we're coming too," Chatamio said. The other woman was not too pleased that Chirunio had captured Jondolar's attention so quickly, and he heard Redonio say, "It's not hard yet," followed by peals of laughter. But as the four of them headed toward the dance, he did not hear the conspiratorial whisper. "Here's the last water skin of wine, Jondolar," Thonolin said. "Chatamio says we are supposed to start the dance, but we don't have to stay. We're going to slip away as soon as we can." "Don't you want to take it with you? For a private celebration?" Thonolin grinned at his mate. "Well, it's not really the last. We have one tucked away, but I don't think we need it. Just to be alone with Chatamio will be celebration enough." "Their language has such a nice sound, don't you think so, Chatamio?" Chirunio said. "Can you understand any of it?" "A little, but I'm going to learn more, and Mamutoi, too. It was Tholi's idea that we all learn one another's language." "Tholi say best way learn Sharamudoi is talk all time. She right. I sorry, Chirunio. Not polite talk Zelendanyi." Jondolar apologized. "Oh, I don't mind," Chirunio said, though she had. She didn't like being left out of the conversation, but the apology more than appeased her, and being included in the select group with the newly mated couple and the tall, handsome Zelendanyi had other compensations. She was well aware of the envious looks of several young women. Near the back of the field, outside the overhang, a bonfire burned. They stepped into the shadows and passed the wineskin around, and then, as a group was forming, the two young women showed the men the basic movements of the dance. Flutes, drums, and rattles began a lively melody, which was picked up by the mammoth bone player, and the tonal qualities that resembled those of a xylophone added a unique sound. Once the dancing started, Jondolar noticed that the basic steps could be elaborated with variations limited only by the imagination and skill of the dancer, and occasionally a person or a pair displayed such exceptional enthusiasm that everyone else stopped to shout encouragement and keep time with their feet. A group gathered around the dancers, swaying and singing, and without a conscious break, the music shifted to a different tempo. It continued like that. The music and dancing never stopped, but people joined in, musicians, dancers, singers, and dropped out at will, creating an endless variation in tone, pace, rhythm, and melody, which would continue as long as there was anyone who wished to continue. Chirunio was a lively partner, and Jondolar, drinking more wine than usual, had gotten into the mood of the evening. Someone started a response chant by saying the first familiar line. He soon discovered it was a song in which the words to suit the occasion were made up by anyone, with the intention of provoking laughter, often by innuendos of gifts and pleasures. It soon became a competition between those who were trying to be funny and those who were trying not to laugh. Some participants were even making faces in an attempt to bring on the desired response. Then a man went to the center of the circle that was swaying to the rhythm of the chant.
There's Jondolar so big and tall, he could have had his pick of all. Chirunio is sweet, but small. He'll break his back, or maybe fall.
The man's chant brought the desired results, howls of laughter. "How will you do it, Jondolar?" someone else called out. "You'll have to break your back just to kiss her." Jondolar grinned at the young woman. "No break back," he said, then picked Chirunio up and kissed her to the stamping of feet and applauding laughter. Literally swept off her feet, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back with feeling. He had noticed several couples leaving the group for tents or mats in out-of-the-way nooks, and he had been thinking along those lines himself. Her remarkable enthusiasm for kissing made him think she might be agreeable. They couldn't leave immediately. It would only cause more laughter, but they could begin to back away. Some new people joined the singers and watchers, and the pace was shifting. This would be a good time to fade into the shadows. As he was easing Chirunio toward the edge of the gathering, Redonio suddenly appeared. "You've had him all evening, Chirunio. Don't you think it's time to share him? After all, this is a festival to honor the mother, and we're supposed to share her gift."
Redonio insinuated herself between them and kissed Jondolar. Then another woman embraced him, then several more. He was surrounded by young women, and at first went along with their kissing and caresses. But by the time several pairs of hands were handling him in rather personal ways, he wasn't too sure he cared for it. Pleasures were supposed to be a matter of choice. He heard a muffled struggle, but was suddenly very busy fending off hands that sought to untie his trousers and reach inside. That was too much. He shrugged them off, none too gently. When they finally understood he wouldn't allow anyone to touch him, they stood back smirking. Suddenly, he noticed someone was missing.
"Where Chirunio is?" he asked. The women looked at one another and squealed with laughter. "Where Chirunio is?" he demanded, and when his only reply was more giggling, he took a quick step and grabbed Redonio. He was hurting her arm, but she didn't want to admit it. "We thought she ought to share you," Redonio said, forcing a smile. "Everyone wants the big, handsome Zelendanyi." "Zelendanyi not want everyone. Where Chirunio is?" Redonio turned her head away and refused to answer. "You want big Zelendanyi, you say?" He was angry, and his voice showed it. "You get big Zelendanyi." He forced her down to her knees. "You're hurting me. Why don't the rest of you help me?" But the other young women were not so sure they wanted to get too close. Holding her shoulders, Jondolar pushed Redonio down to the ground in front of the fire. The music had stopped, and people were milling around, unsure if they should intervene. She struggled to get up, and he held her down with his body. "You want big Zelendanyi? You got. Now, where Chirunio?" "Here I am, Jondolar. They were holding me over there with something in my mouth. They said they were just playing a joke." "Bad joke," he said, as he got up and then helped Redonio. She had tears in her eyes and was rubbing her arm. "You were hurting me," she cried. Suddenly he realized it had been meant as a joke, and he'd handled it poorly. He hadn't been hurt, and neither had Chirunio. He shouldn't have hurt Redonio. His anger evaporated, replaced by chagrin. I not mean hurt you.
You didn't hurt her, Jondolar. Not that much," said one of the men who had been observing. "And she had it coming. She's always starting things and making trouble." "You just wish she'd started something with you," one of the young women said, jumping to Redonio's defense now that they were back on normal terms. "You might think a man likes it when you all come at him like that, but he doesn't." "That's not true," Redonio said. "You think we haven't heard you making jokes when you think you're alone, about this woman or that woman? I've heard you talk about wanting women all at one time. I've even heard you talk about wanting girls before first rites, when you know they can't be touched, even if the mother has made them ready." The young man blushed, and Redonio pushed her advantage. "Some of you even talk about taking flathead females."
Suddenly, looming large out of the shadows at the edge of the fire, a woman appeared. She wasn't so much tall as fat, hugely obese. The epicanthic fold of her eyes spoke of a foreign origin, as did the tattoo on her face, though she wore a tunic of chamoudoi leather.
"Radonio," she said, "it isn't necessary to speak filth at a festival in honor of the mother."
Jondolar recognized her now. "I'm sorry, Shamoud," Radonio said, bowing her head. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, and she was genuinely contrite. It made Jondolar aware that she was quite young. They were all hardly more than girls. He had behaved abominably.
"My dear," the woman said to Radonio gently, "a man likes to be invited, not invaded."
Jondolar looked more keenly at the woman. He thought much the same thing. "But we weren't going to hurt him. We thought he'd like it, after a while."
"And he might have, if you'd been more subtle. No one likes to be forced. You didn't like it when you thought he might force you, did you?"
"He hurt me."
"Did he? Or did he make you do something against your will? I think that hurt you far more. And what about Charunio? Did any of you think you might be hurting her? You cannot force anyone to enjoy pleasures. That does no honor to the mother. It abuses her gift."
"Shamoud, it's your wager."
"I'm holding up the game. Come now, Radonio. It's festival. Mudo wants her children to be happy. It was a minor incident. Don't let it spoil your fun, my dear. The dancing has started again. Go join in."
As the woman returned to her gambling, Jondolar took Radonio's hands. Sorry. I not mean hurt you. Please, I feel shame. Forgive?" Radonio's first impulse, to pout and withdraw in anger, melted when she looked up into his earnest face and deep violet eyes. "It was a silly, childish joke," she said, and nearly overwhelmed by the full impact of his presence, she swayed toward him. He held her, then leaned closer and gave her a lingering, experienced kiss. "Thank you, Radonio," he said, then turned to walk away. "Jondolar," Charunio called after him. "Where are you going?" He had forgotten her, he realized with a stab of guilt. He strode back to the short, pretty, vivacious young woman. There was no doubt she was appealing, picked her up, and kissed her with ardor and regret. "Charunio, I make promise. All this not happen if I not so ready to break promise. But you make so easy to forget. I hope some other time. Please not be angry," Jondolar said, then quickly strode toward the shelters beneath the sandstone overhang. "Why did you have to go and spoil it for everyone, Radonio?" Charunio said, as she watched him go. The leather flap at the door of the dwelling he shared with Serenio was down, but no crossed planks barred his way. He sighed with relief. At least she wasn't inside with someone else. When he pushed the flap aside, it was dark. Maybe she wasn't there. Maybe she was with someone else after all. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen her all evening, not since the ceremonies, and she was the one who wanted no commitment. He had only promised himself that he would spend the night with her. Maybe she had other plans, or maybe she had seen him with Charunio. He felt his way to the rear of the dwelling, where a raised platform was covered with a feather-stuffed pad and furs. Darvo's bed along the side wall was empty. That was expected. Visitors were not frequent, especially those his age. He had likely made the acquaintance of some boys and was spending the night with them, trying to keep themselves awake. When he neared the back, he pricked his ears. Was that breathing he heard? He reached across the platform and felt an arm, and a smile of joy warmed his face. He went back out, picked up a hot coal from the central fire, and hurried back, carrying it on a piece of wood. He lit the moss wick of a small stone lamp, then placed 2 planks across each other at the door, the sign that they did not wish to be disturbed. He picked up the lamp, walked quietly to the bed, and watched the sleeping woman. Should he wake her? Yes, he decided, but slowly and gently. The idea quickened his loins. He removed his clothes and slipped in beside her, curling around her warmth. She mumbled and rolled over toward the wall. With long, gentle strokes, he caressed her, feeling her sleeping warmth beneath his hand and breathing her female scent. He explored every contour, her arm to the ends of her fingers, her sharp shoulder blades and ridged spine that led to the sensitive small of her back and the rising swell of her buttocks. then her thighs and the backs of her knees, her calves and ankles. She pulled her feet away when he touched the bottoms. He reached his arm around to cup her breast, and he felt the nipple contract and harden within his palm. He had an urge to suckle it, but instead covered her back with his body and began kissing her shoulders and neck. He loved touching her body, exploring and discovering it anew. Not just hers, he knew. He loved all women's bodies for themselves and for the feelings they caused within his. His manhood was already throbbing and thrusting, eager, but still controllable. It was always better if he didn't give in too soon. "Jondolar?" said a sleepy voice. "Yes," he said. She rolled to her back and opened her eyes. "Is it morning?" "No." He got up on one arm and looked down at her while he fondled a breast, then bent to suckle the nipple he'd wanted to feel in his mouth before. He caressed her stomach, then reached for the warmth between her thighs and rested his hand on the hair of her mound. She had the softest, silkiest pubic hair of any woman he'd ever known. "I want you, Serenio. I want Honor Mother with you tonight." "You need to give me some time to wake up," she said, but a smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Is there any cold tea? I want to wash my mouth out. Wine always makes it taste terrible." "I look," he said, getting up. Serenio smiled languidly when he walked back with a cup. Sometimes she just liked to look at him. He was so wonderfully male, the muscles rippling across his back as he moved, his powerful chest of blonde curls, his hard stomach, and his legs all strength and sinew. His face was almost too perfect. Strong square jaw, straight nose, sensual mouth. She knew how sensual his mouth could be. His features were so finely molded and proportioned that he'd be thought beautiful if he wasn't so masculine, or if beautiful was a word usually applied to men. Even his hands were strong and sensitive, and his eyes, his expressive, compelling, impossible blue eyes that could set a woman's heart racing with one glance, that could make her want that hard, proud, magnificent manhood jutting out in front before she ever saw it. It had frightened her a little the first time she saw him like that, before she understood how well he used it. He never forced it on her, only giving as much as she could take. If anything, she forced herself, wanting it all, wishing she could take it all. She was glad he had awakened her. She got up when he gave her the cup, but before she took a drink, she leaned down and took the throbbing head in her mouth. He closed his eyes and let the pleasure surge through him. She sat up and took a drink, then got up. "I have to go out," she said. "Are many people still up? I don't want to get dressed." "People still dancing. Still early. Maybe should use box." As she walked back to the bed, he watched her. Oh, Mother, she was a beautiful woman. Her features so lovely, her hair so soft. Her legs were long and graceful. Her buttocks small, but well-formed. Her breasts were small, tight, well-shaped, with high jutting nipples. A girl's breast still. A few stretch marks on her stomach were the only sign of her motherhood, and the few lines etched at the corners of her eyes the only sign of her years. "I thought you'd be back late. It's festival," she said. "Why you here? You not say no commitment?" "I didn't meet anyone interesting, and I was tired." "You interesting. I not tired," he said, smiling. He took her in his arms and kissed her warm mouth, his tongue questing, and pulled her close to him. She felt a hard, hot throbbing against her stomach, and a flood of warmth washed over her. He had meant to prolong it, to keep himself controlled until she was more than ready, but he found himself hungrily at her mouth, her neck, sucking and pulling on her nipples while she held his head to her breast. His hand reached for her furry mound and found her hot and moist. A small cry escaped her lips as he touched the small, hard organ within her warm folds. She raised up and pressed herself to him as he caressed the place which he knew gave her pleasure. He sensed what she wanted this time. They shifted position. He rolled to one side, she to her back. She lifted one leg over his hip, moved the other between his legs, and while he fondled and massaged her center of pleasure, she reached down to guide his eager manhood into her deep cleft. She cried out with passion as he penetrated, and she felt the exquisite excitement of both sensations at once. He felt her warmth envelop him, moving into her as she ground down on him, trying to take him all. He pulled back and surged into her again until he could go no farther. She raised to his hand, and he rubbed harder as he plunged into her again. He was so full, so ready, and she was crying out as her tensions rose. She pushed down on him. He felt his loins tighten. He massaged hard and drove in, and then again, and then surging, powerful waves pulled them together as they reached an unbearable peak and were flooded with glorious release. A last few strokes extracted a shudder and complete fulfillment. They lay still, breathing hard, their legs entwined. She pushed herself down on him. Only now, before he became flaccid but was no longer fully engorged, could she finally take all of him within herself. He always seemed to give her more than she could give him. He didn't want to move. He could almost go to sleep, but didn't want to sleep either. Finally, he withdrew his spent member and curled up around her. She was lying still, but he knew she wasn't asleep. He let his mind wander, and he suddenly found himself thinking about Chironio and Redonio and all the other young women. What would it have been like to be with all of them, to feel all those warm, nubile female bodies surrounding him, with their warm thighs and their round bottoms and their moist wells? To have the breast of one in his mouth and each hand exploring two other women's bodies. He was feeling a renewed twinge of excitement. Why had he pushed them away? Sometimes he could really be stupid. He looked at the woman beside him and wondered how long it would take to make her ready again, then breathed in her ear. She smiled at him. He kissed her neck and then her mouth. It would be slower this time. He would take his time. She is a beautiful, wonderful woman. Why can't I fall in love? Chapter 13. Ayla had a problem when she reached the valley. She had planned to butcher and dry her meat on the beach, sleeping out as she had done before. But the wounded cave lion cub could only be taken care of properly in the cave. The cub was larger than a fox and much stockier, but she could carry him. A full-grown deer was another story. The points of the two spears trailing behind Whinny that were the support poles of the travois were spaced too far apart to fit the narrow path up to the cave. She didn't know how she was going to get her hard-won deer up to the cave, and she didn't dare leave it unattended on the beach with hyenas following so close. She was right to be concerned. Just in the short span of time it took to carry the baby lion up to the cave, hyenas were snarling over the grass mat-covered deer still on the travois, in spite of Whinny's nervous sidestepping. Ayla's sling was in action before she was halfway down, and one hard-flung stone was fatal. She dragged the hyena by a hind paw around the stone wall and into the meadow, though she hated touching the animal. He smelled of the carrion he had last fed on, and she washed her hands in the stream before she turned her attention to the horse. Whinny was shivering and sweating, and swishing her tail in a state of nervous agitation. It had been almost more than she could abide to have the scent of cave lion so close. Even worse was the smell of hyena on her trail. She had tried to circle when the animals attempted to close in on Ayla's kill, but one leg of the travois had caught in a cleft of rock. She was close to panic. "This has been a hard day for you, hasn't it, Whinny?" Ayla signaled, then wrapped her arms around the mare's neck and simply held her the way she would a frightened child. Whinny leaned against her and shook, breathing hard through her nose, but the young woman's closeness finally calmed her. The horse had always been treated with love and patience, and gave trust and willing effort in return. Ayla started dismantling the makeshift travois, still not sure how she was going to get the deer up to the cave. But as one pole was loosened, it swung closer to the other, so that the 2 points of the former spears were quite close. Her problem had solved itself. She refastened the pole so it would stay, then led Whinny toward the path. The load was unstable, but there was only a short distance to go. It was more of an effort for Whinny. The reindeer and the horse were of fairly equal weight, and the path was steep. The task gave Ayla a new appreciation of the horse's strength and an insight into the benefit she had garnered in borrowing it. When they reached the stone porch, Ayla removed all the encumbrances and hugged the young mare gratefully. She went into the cave, expecting Whinny to follow, then turned back at the horse's anxious neigh. "What's wrong?" she signaled. The cave lion cub was exactly where she had left him. The cub, she thought. Whinny smells the cub. She went back out. "It's all right, Whinny. That baby can't hurt you." She rubbed Whinny's soft nose and, putting an arm around the sturdy neck, gently urged the horse into the cave. Trust in the woman again overcame fear. Ayla led the horse to the small lion. Winnie cautiously sniffed, backed off and nickered, then lowered her muzzle to sniff the unmoving cub again. The smell of predator was there, but the young lion offered no harm. Winnie sniffed and nudged the cub again, then seemed to make up her mind to accept the new addition to the cave. She walked to her place and began feeding on hay. Ayla turned her attention to the wounded baby. He was a fuzzy little creature with faint tan spots on a lighter pale beige background. He seemed quite young, but Ayla wasn't sure. Cave lions were predators of the steppes. She had only studied carnivorous animals that lived in the wooded regions near the cave of the clan. She had never hunted the open plains then. She tried to remember everything the clan hunters had said about cave lions. This one seemed to be a lighter shade than the one she had seen, and she recalled that the men had often warned the women that cave lions were difficult to see. They matched the color of the dried grass and dusty ground so well that you could almost stumble over one. An entire pride, sleeping in the shade of brush or among the stones and outcrops near their dens, looked like boulders, even from very close. When she thought about it, the steppes in this area did seem to be a lighter shade of beige in overall tone, and the lions nearby certainly blended into the background well. She hadn't stopped to consider it before, but it seemed logical that they should have lighter-colored fur than the ones to the south. Perhaps she ought to spend some time studying cave lions. With a deft, knowledgeable touch, the young medicine woman probed to discover the extent of the cub's injuries. One rib was broken, but didn't threaten to cause other damage. Spasms of contraction and little mewling sounds indicated where he hurt. He might have internal injuries. The worst problem was an open wound on his head, no doubt caused by a hard hoof. Her fire had long since burned out, but it was no longer a concern. She had come to depend on her firestones, and she could start a fire very quickly if she had good tinder. She started water boiling, then wrapped a leather band smoothly and tightly around the baby cave lion's ribs. As she peeled the dark brown skin off the comfrey root she had picked on the way back, a glutinous mucilage oozed out. She put marigold flowers in the boiling water, and when the liquid turned golden, she dipped in a soft, absorbent skin to wash the cub's head wound. Soaking off the dried blood caused bleeding again, and she saw that his skull was cracked, but not crushed. She chopped the white comfrey root and applied the gummy substance directly to the wound. It stopped the bleeding and would help heal the bone. Then wrapped it with more soft leather. She hadn't known what use she might find for them when she cured the hides of nearly every animal she had killed, but in her wildest imagination she never would have dreamed the use to which some had just been put. Wouldn't Brun be surprised to see me? She thought, smiling. He never allowed animals that hunted. He wouldn't even let me bring that little wolf cub into the cave. Now look at me, with a lion cub. I think I'm going to learn a lot about cave lions in a hurry, if he lives. She set more water to boil for a comfrey leaf and chamomile tea, though she didn't know how she was going to get the internally healing medicine into the baby lion. She left the cub then and went out to skin the reindeer. When the first thin, tongue-shaped slices of meat were ready to hang, she was suddenly at a loss. There was no layer of soil on top of the stone ledge, nothing into which she could sink the stick she used to string her cords across. She hadn't even thought of that when she was so concerned about bringing the deer carcass up to the cave. Why was it the small things that always seemed to stymie her? Nothing could be taken for granted. In her frustration, she couldn't think of any solution. She was tired and overwrought and anxious about bringing a cave lion home. She wasn't sure she should have, and what was she going to do with him? She threw down the stick and got up. Walking to the far end of the porch, she looked out over the valley while the wind blew in her face. What could she be thinking of to bring a baby lion back that would need care when she should be getting ready to leave and continue her search for the others? Maybe she should just take him back out to the steppes now and let him go the way of all weakened animals in the wild. Had living alone made her stop thinking straight? She didn't know how to take care of him anyway. How would she feed him? And what would happen if he did recover? She couldn't send him back to the steppes then. His mother would never take him back. He would die. If she was going to keep the cub, she'd have to stay in the valley. To continue her search, she'd have to take him back to the steppes. She went back into the cave and stood over the young cave lion. He still hadn't moved. She felt his chest. He was warm and breathing, and his fuzzy coat reminded her of Winnie's when she was a baby. He was cute, and he looked so funny with his head bandaged up that she had to smile. But that cute baby is going to become a very large lion, she reminded herself. She stood up and looked down at him again. It didn't matter. There was no way she could take that baby out to the steppes to die. She went back out and stared at the meat. If she was going to stay in the valley, she would have to start thinking about storing food again, especially since she had another mouth to feed. She picked up the stick, trying to think of some way to make it stay upright. She noticed a mound of crumbled rock along the back wall near the far edge, and she tried poking the stick into it. The piece of wood stayed upright, but it would never support the weight of strings of meat. It did give her an idea, though. She went into the cave, grabbed a basket, and ran down to the beach. After some experimenting, she discovered that a pyramid of beach stones would support a longer stick. She made several trips to gather stones and cut suitable pieces of wood before she was able to string several lines across the ledge to dry the meat and could go back to the business of cutting it. She built a small fire near the place she was working and spitted a rump to roast for dinner, thinking again about how she was going to feed the cub and how she was going to get the medicine down him. What she needed was lion baby food. Young ones could eat the same food as adults, she recalled, but it had to be softer, easier to chew and swallow. Perhaps a meat broth with the meat cut up very fine. She had done that for Dirk. Why not for the cub? In fact, why not cook the broth in the tea she had infused for medicine? She set to work immediately, cutting up the piece of deer meat she picked up next. She brought it inside to put into the wooden cooking pot, then decided to add a little of the leftover comfrey root as well. The cub hadn't stirred, but she thought he was resting easier. Some time later, she thought she heard sounds of stirring and went back to check on him again. He was awake, mewling softly, unable to roll over and get up. But when she approached the oversized kitten, he snarled and hissed and tried to back away. Ayla smiled and dropped down beside him. Frightened little thing, she thought. I don't blame you, waking up in a strange den, hurting, and then seeing someone not at all like mother and siblings. She stretched out a hand. Here, I won't hurt you. Ow! Your little teeth are sharp. Go ahead, little one. Taste my hand. Get the smell of me. It will make it easier to get used to me. I'll have to be your mother now. Even if I knew where your den was, your mother wouldn't know how to take care of you, if she'd even take you back. I don't know much about cave lions, but I didn't know much about horses either. A baby is a baby, though. Are you hungry? I can't give you milk. I hope you're going to like broth and meat cut up fine, and the medicine should make you feel better. She got up to check the cooking bowl. She was rather surprised at the thickened consistency of the cooled broth, and when she stirred it with a rib bone, she found the meat compacted into a lump at the bottom of the bowl. Finally, she poked it with a sharpened skewer and lifted out a congealed mass of meat, with thick, viscid liquid hanging down in strings. Suddenly she understood, and she burst out laughing. It frightened the cub so much that he almost found strength enough to get up. No wonder that comfrey root is so good for wounds. If it holds torn flesh together as well as it has glued this meat together, it's bound to help healing. Baby, do you think you can drink some of this? She motioned to the cave lion. She poured some of the cooled, gummy liquid into a smaller birch bark eating dish. The cub had squirmed off the grass mat and was struggling to get up. She put the dish under his nose. He hissed at her and backed away. Ayla heard the clatter of hooves coming up the path, and a moment later Winnie came in. She noticed the cub, very much awake and moving now, and went to investigate. She lowered her head to sniff the fuzzy creature. The young cave lion, who as an adult could instill terror in one of Winnie's kind, was instead terrified by yet another unfamiliar large animal looming near. He spit and snarled and backed away until he was almost in Ayla's lap. He felt the warmth of her leg, remembered a smell a little more familiar, and huddled there. There were just too many strange new things in this place. Ayla lifted the baby lion to her lap, cuddled him, and made humming sounds, the way she would have soothed any baby, the way she had soothed her own. It's all right. You'll get used to us. Winnie shook her head and nickered. The cave lion in Ayla's arms didn't seem threatening, though her instincts told her that scent ought to be. She had changed behavior patterns before for the woman by living with her. Perhaps this particular cave lion could be tolerated. The young animal responded to Ayla's petting and cuddling by nuzzling around for a place to nurse. "You are hungry, aren't you, baby?" She reached for the dish of thick broth and held it under the cub's nose. He smelled it, but didn't know what to do with it. She dipped 2 fingers in the bowl, put them in his mouth. He knew what to do then. Like any baby, he sucked. As she sat in her small cave, holding the cave lion cub, rocking back and forth as he suckled her 2 fingers, Ayla was so overcome with the memory of her son that she didn't notice the tears running down her face and dripping on the fuzzy fur. A bond was formed in those first days and nights when she took the baby lion to her bed to cuddle and suckle her fingers between the lonely young woman and the cave lion cub, a bond that could never have formed between the cub and its natural mother. The ways of nature were harsh, particularly for the young of the mightiest of predators. While the lion mother would suckle her cubs during their early weeks and even allow them to nurse occasionally for 6 months, from the time they first opened their eyes, lion cubs began eating meat. But the hierarchy of feeding in a pride of lions allowed no sentimentality. The lioness was the hunter, and unlike other members of the feline family, she hunted in a cooperative group. 3 or 4 lionesses together were a formidable hunting team. They could bring down a healthy giant deer or a bull aurochs in its prime. Only a full-grown mammoth was immune to attack, though the young and the old were susceptible. But the lioness didn't hunt for her young. She hunted for the male. The lead male always got the lion's share. As soon as he appeared, the lionesses gave way, and only after he gorged did the females take their share. The older adolescent lions were next, and only then, if there was any left, did the young cubs get a chance to squabble over scraps. If a young cub, out of hungry desperation, tried to dash in to snatch a bite out of turn, it was likely to be dealt a fatal blow. The mother often led her young away from a kill, though they might be starving, to avoid such dangers. 3/4 of the cubs born never reached maturity. Most of those that did were driven from the pride to become nomads, and nomads were unwelcome anywhere, particularly if they were male. Females had a slight edge. They might be allowed to stay on the fringes if a pride was short of hunters. The only way a male could win acceptance was to fight for it, often to the death. If the pride's dominant male was aging or hurt, a younger member of the pride, or more likely a wanderer, might drive him out and take over. The male was kept to defend the pride's territory, marked by his scent glands or the lead female's urine, and to assure the continuance of the pride as a breeding group. Occasionally, a male and female wanderer would join to form the nucleus of a new pride, but they had to claw their own niche out of adjoining territories. It was a precarious existence. But Ayla was not a lion mother. She was human. Human parents not only protected their young, they provided for them. Baby, as she continued to call him, was treated as no cave lion had ever been treated. He had to fight no siblings for scraps, nor avoid the heavy blows of his elders. Ayla provided. She hunted for him. But though she gave him his share, she did not relinquish her own. She let him suck her fingers whenever he felt the need, and she usually took him to bed with her. He was naturally housebroken, always going outside the cave, except in the beginning when he could not. Even then, when he puddled, he made such a grimace of disgust at his mess that it brought a smile to Ayla's face. It wasn't the only time he made her smile. Baby's antics often caused outright laughter. He loved to stalk her, and he loved it more if she feigned ignorance of his intent, then acted surprised when he landed on her back, though sometimes she'd surprise him, turn at the last moment, and catch him in her arms. Children of the clan were always indulged. Punishment seldom involved more than ignoring behavior that was calculated to get attention. As they grew older and became more aware of the status accorded to older siblings and adults, children began to resist pampering as babyish and to emulate adult ways. When this brought the inevitable approval, it was usually continued. Ayla pampered the cave lion in the same way, particularly in the beginning. But as he grew bigger, there were times when his games inadvertently caused her pain. If he scratched in rambunctious playfulness or knocked her down with a mock attack, her usual response was to stop playing, often accompanied by the clan gesture for stop. Baby was sensitive to her moods. A refusal to play tug-of-war with a stick or an old hide often made him try to appease her with behavior which usually made her smile, or he would try to reach for her fingers to suck. He began to respond to her gesture for stop with the same actions. With Ayla's usual sensitivity to actions and postures, she noticed his behavior and began using the signal for stop whenever she wanted him to cease whatever he was doing. It wasn't so much a matter of her training him as one of mutual responsiveness, but he learned fast. He would stop in mid-stride or try to break a playful leap in mid-air at her signal. He usually needed the reassurance of sucking her fingers when the stop signal was issued with imperative sharpness, as though he knew he had done something that displeased her. On the other hand, she was sensitive to his moods, and she bound him with no physical restraints. He was as free to come and go as she or the horse. It never occurred to her to pen or tie either one of her animal companions. They were her family, her clan, living creatures who shared her cave and her life. In her lonely world, they were the only friends she had. She soon forgot how strange it would seem to the clan to have animals living with her, but she did wonder about the relationship that developed between the horse and the lion. They were instinctive enemies, prey and predator. If she had thought about it when she found the wounded cub, she might not have brought the lion to the cave she shared with the horse. She wouldn't have thought they could live together, much less anything more. In the beginning, Winnie had merely tolerated the cub, but once he was up and around, it was hard to ignore him. When she saw Ayla pulling at one end of a piece of hide while the baby lion held the other end in his teeth, shaking his head and snarling, the horse's natural curiosity got the better of her. She had to come and find out what was going on. After sniffing at the hide, she often grabbed it in her teeth, making it a three-way pull. When Ayla let go, it became a tug-of-war between horse and lion. In time, Baby formed the habit of dragging a hide under his body between his front legs, the way he would someday drag a kill, across the path of the horse, trying to entice her to pick up an end and play tug-of-war. Winnie often complied. With no siblings to play his lion games, Baby made do with the creatures at hand. Another game that Winnie was not so fond of, but that Baby could not seem to resist, was catch-a-tail. In particular, Winnie's tail. Baby stalked it. Crouching, he'd watch it swish and move so invitingly as he moved up with silent stealth, quivering with excitement. Then, with an anticipatory wiggle, he'd pounce, delighted with a mouthful of hair. Sometimes, Ayla was sure Winnie played along with the cub, fully aware that her tail was the object of such intense desire, but pretending not to notice. The young mare was playful, too. She just hadn't had anyone to play with before. Ayla was not given to inventing games. She had never learned how. But after a while, when she'd had enough, Winnie would turn on the attacker of her tail and nip Baby on the rump. Though she, too, was indulgent, she never conceded her dominance. Baby might be a cave lion, but he was just a baby. And if Ayla was his mother, Winnie became his nursemaid. While games between the two developed over time, the change from mere tolerance to active care was the result of one particular trait. Baby loved dung. The droppings of carnivorous animals were of no interest. He loved only the dung of grazers and browsers, and when they were out on the steppes, he would roll in it whenever he found it. As with most of his games, this was preparation for future hunting. An animal's own dung could mask the scent of a lion, but that didn't make Ayla laugh less when she watched him discover a new pile of dung. Mammoth dung was especially nice. He would embrace the big balls, break them up, and lie on them. But no dung was as wonderful as Winnie's. The first time he found the pile of the dried droppings which Ayla used to supplement her firewood, he couldn't get enough. He carried it around, rolled in it, played in it, immersed himself in it. When Winnie came into the cave, she smelled her own scent on him. She seemed to feel it made him a part of her. From that moment on, she lost all traces of nervousness around the young cub and adopted him as her charge. She guided him and guarded him, and if he responded in ways that were puzzling at times, it did not lessen her attentive care. That summer, Ayla was happier than she had been since she left the clan. Winnie had been company and more than friend. Ayla didn't know what she would have done without her during the long, lonely winter. But the addition of the cub to her fold brought a new dimension. He brought laughter. Between the protective horse and the playful cub, something was always amusing. On a warm, sunny day in midsummer, she was in the meadow watching the cub and the horse playing a new game. They were chasing each other around in a large circle. First, the young lion would slow down just enough for Winnie to catch up. Then he would bound ahead while she slowed until he came all the way around and behind her. Then she would sprint ahead while he checked his speed until she caught up again. Ayla thought it was the funniest sight she had ever seen. She laughed until she collapsed against a tree, holding her stomach. As her spasms of laughter died down, for some reason, she became aware of herself. What was this sound she made when something amused her? Why did she do it? It came so easily when there was no one to remind her it wasn't proper. Why wasn't it proper? She could not remember ever seeing anyone in the clan smile or laugh, except her son. Yet they understood humor. Funny stories brought on nods of agreement and a pleasant expression that centered more in the eyes. People of the clan did make a grimace somewhat similar to her smile, she recalled. But it conveyed nervous fear or menace, not the happiness she felt. But if laughter made her feel so good and came out so easily, could it be wrong? Other people like her, did they laugh? The others. Her warm, happy feelings left her. She didn't like thinking of the others. It made her aware that she had stopped looking for them, and it filled her with mixed emotions. Isa had told her to find them, and living alone could be dangerous. If she got sick or had an accident, who would help her? But she was so happy in the valley with her animal family. Winnie and Baby didn't look at her disapprovingly when she forgot herself and ran. They never told her not to smile or not to cry, or what she could hunt, or when, or with what weapons. She could make her own choices, and it made her feel so free. She didn't consider that the time it took to provide for her physical needs, like food, warmth, and shelter, limited her freedom, though it took most of her efforts. Just the reverse. It gave her confidence to know she could take care of herself. With the passage of time, and particularly since Baby had come, the grief she felt for the people she loved had abated. The emptiness, her need for human contact, was such a constant pain that it seemed normal. Any lessening of it was a joy, and the two animals went a long way toward filling the void. She liked to think of the arrangement as similar to Isa and Kreb and herself when she was a little girl, except she and Winnie took care of Baby. And when the lion cub, with claws retracted, wrapped his forelegs around her when she cuddled up to him at night, she could almost imagine it was Dirk. She was reluctant to leave and seek out unknown others, with unknown customs and restrictions. Others who might take laughter away from her. They won't, she said to herself. I won't live with anyone again who won't let me laugh. The animals had grown tired of their game. Winnie was grazing, and Baby was resting nearby, with his tongue hanging out of his mouth, panting. Ayla whistled, which brought Winnie, with the lion padding behind her. I have to go hunting, Winnie, she motioned. That lion eats so much, and he's getting so big. Once the baby cave lion had recovered from his injuries, he always followed Ayla or Winnie. Cubs were never left alone in the pride, nor were babies ever left alone in the clan, so his behavior seemed perfectly normal. But it presented a problem. How was she going to hunt with a cave lion trailing her? When Winnie's protective instincts were aroused, however, the problem solved itself. It was customary for a lion mother to form a subgroup with her cubs and a younger female when they were small. The younger female tended the cubs when the lioness went hunting, and Baby accepted Winnie in that role. Ayla knew that no hyena or similar animal would brave the stomping hooves of the mare aroused to protect her charge, but it meant she had to hunt on foot again. Yet hiking the steps close to the cave in search of animals appropriate for her sling gave her an unexpected opportunity. She had always avoided the pride of cave lions that roamed the territory east of her valley. But the first time she noticed a few lions resting themselves in the shade of stunted pines, she decided it was time to learn something more about the creatures that embodied her totem. It was a dangerous occupation. Hunter though she was, she could easily become prey. But she had observed predators before and had learned ways to make herself inconspicuous. The lions knew she was watching, but after the first few times, they chose to ignore her. It didn't remove the danger. One could turn on her at any time, for no reason other than a cranky mood. But the longer she watched, the more fascinating they became. They spent most of their time resting or sleeping, but when they hunted, they were speed and fury in action. Wolves hunting in packs were able to kill a large deer. A single cave lioness could do it more quickly. They hunted only when they were hungry and might eat only once in a handful of days. They had no need to store food ahead as she did. They hunted all year long. They tended to be nocturnal hunters in summer when the days were hot, she noticed. In winter, when nature thickened their coats, lightening the shade to ivory to blend into the lighter landscape, she had seen them hunting during the day. The severe cold kept the tremendous energy they burned during the hunt from overheating them. At night, when temperatures plummeted, they slept piled together in a cave or rock overhang out of the wind, or amidst the strewn rubble of a canyon where the stones absorbed a little heat from the distant sun during the day and gave it up to the dark. The young woman was returning to her valley after a day of observation which had brought new respect for the animal of her totem spirit. She had watched the lionesses bring down an old mammoth with tusks so long they curved back and crossed in front. The entire pride had gorged on the kill. How had she ever escaped from one when she was only 5 with only a few scars to show for it, she was thinking, understanding better the clan's amazement. Why did the cave lion choose me? For a moment, she felt a strange presentiment. Nothing specific, but it left her thinking about Dirk. When she neared the valley, a quick stone brought a hare down for Baby, and she suddenly questioned her wisdom in bringing the cub to her cave, envisioning him as a full-grown male cave lion. Her misgivings lasted only until the young lion ran to her, eager and delighted to have her back, looking for her fingers to suck and licking her with his raspy tongue. Later in the evening, after she had skinned the hare and cut it into chunks for Baby, cleaned Winnie's place, and brought her in some fresh hay, and made some dinner for herself, she sat sipping hot tea and staring at the fire, thinking about the day's events. The young cave lion was asleep toward the back of the cave, away from the direct heat of the fire. Her thoughts turned to the circumstances that had led her to adopt the cub, and she could only conclude that it had been her totem's wish. She didn't know why, but the spirit of the great cave lion had sent one of his own for her to raise. She reached for the amulet hanging from the cord around her neck and felt the objects within it. Then, with the silent, formal language of the clan, she addressed her totem. It was not understood by this woman how powerful is the cave lion. This woman is grateful she was shown. This woman may not ever know why she was chosen. But this woman is grateful for the baby and the horse. She paused, then added, Some day, great cave lion, this woman would know why the cub was sent, if her totem would choose to tell. Ayla's usual summer workload, preparing for the cold season to come, was compounded by the addition of the cave lion. He was carnivorous, pure and simple, and required quantities of meat to satisfy the needs of his rapid growth. Hunting small animals with her sling was taking too much of her time. She needed to go after bigger game, for herself as well as the lion. But for that, she needed Winnie. Baby knew Ayla was planning something special when she got out the harness and whistled for the horse so she could make the adjustments to enable her to drag 2 sturdy wooden poles behind her. The travois had proved itself, but Ayla wanted to work out a better way to attach it so she could still use the pack baskets. She also wanted to keep one pole movable so the horse could bring the load up to the cave. Drying the meat on the ledge had worked well, too. She wasn't sure what Baby would do or how she was going to hunt with Baby along, but she had to try it. When everything was ready, she climbed on Winnie's back and started out. Baby followed along behind, the way he would have trailed his mother. It was so much more convenient to reach the territory east of the river that except for a few exploratory trips, she never went west. The sheer wall on the western side continued for many miles before a steep, rubbly slope finally opened a way to the plains in that direction. Since she could range so much farther on horseback, she had become familiar with the eastern side, which made it easier to hunt as well. She had learned much about the herds of those steppes, their migration patterns, customary routes, and river crossings. But she still had to dig pitfall traps along known animal trails, and it was not a job that benefited from the interference of a lively lion cub who thought the young woman had just invented a wonderful new game only for his enjoyment. He crept up to the hole, breaking down the edge with his paws, bounded over it, jumped in, and leaped out just as easily. He rolled in the piles of dirt she had scooped onto the old tent hide, which she still used to haul the dirt away. When she started to drag the hide away, Baby decided to drag it too, his way. It became a tug of war, with all the dirt spilled on the ground. "Baby, how am I going to get this hole dug?" she said, exasperated but laughing, which encouraged him. "Here, let me get you something to drag." She rummaged through the pack baskets which she had taken off Winnie to let her graze comfortably, and found the deerskin she had brought along as a ground cover in case it rained. "Drag this, baby," she motioned, then pulled it along the ground in front of him. It was all he needed. He couldn't resist a hide dragged along the ground. He was so delighted with himself, dragging the hide between his front legs, that she had to smile. In spite of the cub's assistance, Ayla did get the hole dug and covered with an old hide brought for the purpose and a layer of dirt. The hide was barely held in place with 4 pegs, and the first time she had it ready, Baby had to investigate. He fell into the trap, then jumped out with shocked indignation, but stayed away afterward. Once the pitfall was prepared, Ayla whistled for Winnie and circled wide to get behind a herd of onagers. She couldn't bring herself to hunt horses again, and even the onager made her uncomfortable. The half-ass looked too much like a horse, but the herd was in such a good position for a chase into a pitfall that she couldn't pass it up. After Baby's playful antics around the hole, she was even more concerned that he would be a detriment to the hunt. But once they got behind the herd, he assumed a different mien. He stalked the onagers the same way he had stalked Winnie's tail, just as though he might actually bring one down, though he was far too young. She realized then that his games were cub-sized versions of adult lion hunting skills he would need. He was a hunter from birth. His understanding of the need for stealth was instinctive. Ayla discovered to her surprise that the cub was actually a help. When the herd was close enough to the trap that the scent of human and lion was causing them to swerve, she urged Winnie forward, whooping and yelling to start a stampede. The cub sensed this was the signal and took off after the animals too. The smell of cave lion added to the onagers' panic. They headed straight for the pitfall. Ayla slid off Winnie's back, spear in hand, running at full speed toward a screaming onager, trying to scramble out of the hole, but Baby was ahead of her. He jumped on the back of the animal, not knowing yet the lion's fatal suffocating hold of the prey's throat, and with milk teeth too small to have much effect, bit at the back of the onager's neck. But it was early experience for him. If he had still lived with the pride, no adult would have allowed him to get in the way of a kill. Any attempt would have been immediately stopped with a murderous swipe. For all their speed, lions were only sprinters, while their prey were long-distance runners. If the lion's kill wasn't made in the first surge of speed, the chances were they would lose it. They couldn't afford to let a cub practice his hunting skills, except through play, until he was nearly grown. But Ayla was human. She had the speed of neither prey nor predator, as she lacked claw and fang. Her weapon was her brain. With it she had devised means to overcome her lack of natural hunting endowments. The trap that allowed the slower, weaker human to hunt gave even a cub the opportunity to try. When Ayla arrived, breathless, the onager was wild-eyed with fear, trapped in a pit with a cave lion kitten snarling on his back, trying to get a death hold with baby teeth. The woman ended the animal's struggles with a sure thrust of her spear. With the cub hanging on, his sharp little teeth had broken the skin, the onager went down. Only when all movement had stopped did Baby let go. Ayla's smile was a mother's smile of pride and encouragement as the cave lion cub, standing on top of an animal much bigger than himself, full of pride and convinced he'd made the kill, tried to roar. Then Ayla jumped down in the pit with him and nudged him aside. "Move over, Baby. I've got to tie this rope around his neck so Winnie can pull him out." The cub was a bundle of nervous energy as the horse, leaning into the strap across her chest, hauled the onager out of the pit. Baby jumped into the hole and back out of it, and when the onager was finally out of the hole, the cub leaped on top of the animal, then bounded off again. He didn't know what to do with himself. The lion who made the kill was usually the first to take a share, but cubs did not make kills. By the usual dominance patterns, they were last. Ayla spread the onager out to make the abdominal cut that started at the anus and ended at the throat. A lion would have opened the animal in a similar way, tearing out its soft underside first. With Baby watching avidly, Ayla cut through the lower part, then turned and straddled the animal to cut up the rest of the way. Baby couldn't wait any more. He dove into the gaping abdomen and snatched at the bloody innards bulging out. His needle-sharp teeth tore through the tender internal tissue and succeeded in grabbing hold of something. He clamped down and pulled back in typical tug-of-war fashion. Ayla finished the cut, turned around, and felt laughter bubbling up exuberantly. She shook with mirth until tears came to her eyes. Baby had clamped down on a piece of intestine, but unexpectedly as he backed up, there was no resistance. It kept coming. Anxiously, he had continued to pull until a long rope of uncoiled entrails was strung out for several feet, and his look of surprise was so funny that Ayla couldn't contain herself. She collapsed to the ground, holding her side, trying to regain her composure. The cub, not knowing what the woman was doing on the ground, let the coil drop and came to investigate. Grinning as he came bounding toward her, she grabbed his head in her hands and rubbed her cheek on his fur. Then she rubbed him behind his ears and around his slightly blood-stained jowls while he licked her hands and wriggled into her lap. He found her 2 fingers, and pressing her thighs alternately with his forefeet, he suckled, making low rumbling sounds deep in his throat. "I don't know what brought you, Baby," Ayla thought, "but I'm so glad you're here." Chapter 14. By fall, the cave lion was bigger than a large wolf, and his baby chunkiness was giving way to gangly legs and muscular strength. But for all his size, he was still a cub, and Ayla sported an occasional bruise or scratch from his playfulness. She never struck him. He was a baby. She did, however, reprimand him with the signal for "Stop it, baby," while pushing him away, and adding, "That's enough, you're too rough," as she walked off. It was sufficient to cause a contrite cub to come after her, making submissive gestures, as members of a pride did to those more dominant. She couldn't resist, and the happy rambunctiousness that followed her forgiveness was always more restrained. He would sheathe his claws before he jumped up and put his paws on her shoulders to push her over rather than knocking her down, so he could wrap his forelegs around her. She had to hug him back, and though he bared his teeth when he took her shoulder or arm in his mouth, as he would one day bite a female he was mating, he was gentle and never broke the skin. She accepted his advances and gestures of affection and returned them, but in the clan, until he made his first kill and reached adulthood, a son obeyed his mother. Ayla would have it no other way. The cub accepted her as mother. It was therefore natural for her to be dominant. The woman and the horse were his pride. They were all he had. The few times he had met other lions while on the steppes with Ayla, his inquisitive advances were soundly rejected, as the scar on his nose proved. After the scuffle that sent Baby back with a bleeding nose, the woman avoided other lions when the cub was with her, but when she was out alone, she still observed. She found herself comparing the cubs of wild prides with Baby. One of her first observations was that he was big for his age. Unlike the young of a pride, he never knew periods of hunger with his ribs sticking out like ripples in the sand and scruffy, dull fur. Much less was he threatened with death by starvation. With Ayla providing constant care and sustenance, he could reach the full extent of his physical potential. Like a clan woman with a healthy, contented baby, Ayla was proud to see her cub growing sleek and huge in comparison with wild cubs. There was another area of his development, she noticed, in which the young lion was ahead of his contemporaries. Baby was a precocious hunter. After the first time, when he had taken such delight in chasing onagers, he always accompanied the woman. Rather than playing at stalking and hunting with other cubs, he was practicing on real prey. A lioness would have forcibly restricted his participation, but Ayla encouraged and in fact welcomed his assistance. His instinctive hunting methods were so compatible with hers that they hunted as a team. Only once did he initiate the chase prematurely and scatter a herd in advance of the pit. Then Ayla was so disgusted with him that Baby knew he'd made a grievous mistake. He watched her closely next time and held himself in check until she started. Though he hadn't succeeded in killing a trapped animal before she arrived, she was sure it would not be long before he killed something. He discovered that hunting smaller game with Ayla and her sling was great fun, too. If Ayla was gathering food in which he had no interest, he would chase anything that moved, if he wasn't sleeping. But when she hunted, he learned to freeze when she did at the sight of game. Waiting and watching while she took out her sling and a stone, he was off as she made her cast. She often met him dragging the kill back, but sometimes she found him with his teeth around the animal's throat. She wondered if it had been her stone, or if he had finished the job by closing the windpipe, the way lions suffocated an animal to kill it. In time, she learned to look when he froze, scenting prey before she saw it, and it was a smaller animal he first opened by himself. Baby had been playing around with a hunk of meat she had given him, not especially interested in it, then had gone to sleep. He woke up when he heard Ayla climbing up the steep side to the steps above her cave, hungry. Winnie was not around. Cubs left unattended in the wild were open season for hyenas and other predators. He had learned the lesson early and well. He leaped up after Ayla and reached the top ahead of her, then walked beside her. She saw him stop before she noticed the giant hamster, but it had seen them and started to run before she hurled the stone. She wasn't sure if her aim had been true. Baby was off the next instant. When she came upon him with his jaws buried in the bloody entrails, she wanted to find out who had made the kill. She shoved him aside to see if she could find a stone mark. He resisted for only an instant, long enough for her to look at him sternly, then gave way without argument. He had eaten enough food from her hand to know she always provided. Even after examining the hamster, she wasn't sure how it had died, but she gave it back to the lion, praising him. Tearing through the skin himself was an achievement. The first animal she was sure he killed himself was a hare. It was one of the few times her stone slipped. She knew she had made a bad throw. The stone came to rest only a few feet beyond her, but the motion of throwing had signaled the young cave lion to give chase. She found him disemboweling the animal. "How wonderful you are, Baby!" She praised him lavishly with her unique mixture of sounds and hand signs, as all clan boys were praised when they killed their first small animal. The lion didn't understand what she said, but he understood he had pleased her. Her smile, her attitude, her posture, all communicated her feeling. Though he was young for it, he had satisfied his own instinctive need to hunt, and he had received approval from the dominant member of his pride. He had done well, and he knew it. The first cold winds of winter brought falling temperatures, shattery ice to the edge of the stream, and feelings of concern to the young woman. She had laid in a large supply of vegetable foods and meat for herself, and an extra store of dried meat for Baby, but she knew it would not last him all winter. She had grain and hay for Winnie, but for the horse the fodder was a luxury, not a necessity. Horses foraged all winter, though when the snow lay deep they knew hunger until dry winds cleared it away, and not all survived the cold season. Predators foraged all winter as well, culling out the weak, leaving more feed for the strong. The populations of predators and prey rose and fell in cycles, but overall maintained a balance in relation to each other. During the years when there were fewer grazers and browsers, more carnivores starved. Winter was the hardest season for all. With the coming of winter, Ayla's worry grew more acute. She could not hunt large animals when the ground was frozen rock hard. Her method required holes to be dug. Most small animals hibernated or lived in nests on food they had stored, making them hard to find, especially without the ability to scent them out. She doubted she could hunt enough of them to keep a growing cave lion fed. During the early part of the season, after the winter turned cold enough to keep the meat frigid and later freeze it, she tried to kill as many large animals as she could, storing them under caches of piled stones. But she wasn't as familiar with the herd's patterns of winter movement, and her efforts were not as successful as she hoped. Though her worries caused an occasional sleepless night, she never regretted picking up the cub and taking him home. Between the horse and the cave lion, the young woman seldom felt the introspective loneliness usually brought on by the long winter. Instead, her laughter often filled the cave. Whenever she went out and began uncovering a new cache, Baby was there trying to get at the frozen carcass before she had hardly removed a stone. "Baby, get out of the way," she smiled at the young lion, trying to wriggle his way under the rocks. He dragged the stiff animal up the path and into the cave. As though he knew it had been used before by cave lions, he made the small niche in the back of the cave his own and brought the cached animals there to thaw. He liked to worry off a frozen hunk first, gnawing at it with relish. Ayla waited until it was thawed before cutting off a piece for herself. As the supply of meat in the caches dwindled, she began watching the weather. When a clear, crisp, cold day dawned, she decided it was time to hunt, or at least to try. She did not have a specific plan in mind, though not for want of thinking about it. She hoped an idea would occur to her while she was out, or at least that a better look at the terrain and conditions would open up some new possibilities to consider. She had to do something, and she didn't want to wait until all the stored meat was gone. Baby knew they were going hunting as soon as she pulled out Winnie's pack baskets, and he ran in and out of the cave excitedly, growling and pacing in anticipation. Winnie, tossing her head and nickering, was just as pleased at the prospect. By the time they reached the cold, sunny steppes, Ayla's tension and worry had begun losing ground to hope and the pleasure of the activity. The steppes were white with a thin layer of fresh snow that was hardly disturbed by a light wind. The air had a static crackle of cold so intense the bright sun might just as well not have been there at all, but for the light it shed. They breathed out streamers of vapor with every exhalation, and the build-up of frost around Winnie's mouth dispersed in a spray of ice when she snorted. Ayla was grateful for the wolverine hood and the extra furs all her hunting had made available to wear. She glanced down at the supple feline moving with silent grace, and with a shock she realized that Baby was nearly as long from shoulder to shank as Winnie, and was fast approaching the small horse in height. The adolescent male cave lion was showing the beginnings of a reddish mane, and Ayla wondered why she hadn't noticed it before. Suddenly more alert, Baby was straining ahead, his tail held stiffly out behind him. Ayla wasn't used to tracking in winter on the steppes, but even from horseback the spoor of wolves was evident in the snow. The paw prints were clear and sharp, not eroded by wind or sun, and evidently fresh. Baby pulled ahead. They were near. She urged Winnie to a gallop and caught up with Baby just in time to see a wolf pack closing around an old male who was trailing behind a small herd of saga antelope. The young lion saw them too, and unable to control his excitement, raced into their midst, scattering the herd and disrupting the wolves' attack. The surprised and disgruntled wolves made Ayla want to laugh, but she didn't want to encourage Baby. "He's just excitable," she thought. "We haven't hunted in so long." Springing in mighty leaps of panic, the saga bounded across the plains. The wolf pack regrouped and followed at a more deliberate pace that covered ground quickly but wouldn't tire them before they caught up with the herd again. When Ayla composed herself, she gave Baby a stern look of disapproval. He fell back beside her, but he'd enjoyed himself too much to be contrite. As Ayla, Winnie, and Baby followed the wolves, an idea was beginning to take shape in the woman's mind. She didn't know if she could kill a saga antelope with her sling, but she knew she could kill a wolf. She didn't care for the taste of wolf meat, but if Baby was hungry enough, he'd eat it, and he was the reason for hunting. The wolves had picked up their pace. The old male saga had dropped behind the main herd, too exhausted to keep up. Ayla leaned forward, and Winnie increased her speed. The wolves circled the old buck, wary of hooves and horns. Ayla moved in close to try for one of the wolves. Reaching into the pouching fold of her fur for stones, she selected a particular wolf. As Winnie's pounding hooves closed, she let fly with a stone, and then with a second in quick succession. Her aim was true. The wolf dropped, and at first she thought the ensuing commotion was the result of her kill. Then she saw the real cause. Baby had taken her sling cast as the signal to chase, but he wasn't interested in the wolf, not when the far more delectable antelope was in sight. The wolf pack relinquished the field to the galloping horse with a sling-wielding woman on her back and to the determined charge of the lion. But Baby wasn't quite the hunter he strove to be. Not yet. His attack lacked the strength and finesse of a full-grown lion. It took her a moment to comprehend the situation. "No, baby, that's the wrong animal," she thought. Then she quickly corrected herself. Of course he had chosen the right animal. Baby was striving for a death grip, clinging to the fleeing buck to whom stark fear had just given a new burst of strength. Ayla grabbed a spear from the pack basket behind her. Winnie, responding to her urgency, raced after the old Sega. The antelope's spurt of speed was short-lived. He was slowing. The speeding horse quickly closed the gap. Ayla poised the spear, and just as they came abreast, she struck, not aware that she was screaming with sheer primal exuberance. She wheeled the horse around and trotted back to find the young cave lion standing over the old buck. Then, for the first time, he proclaimed his prowess. Though it still lacked the full-throated thunder of the adult males, Baby's triumphant roar carried the promise of its potential. Even Winnie shied at the sound. Ayla slid off the mare's back and patted her neck reassuringly. "It's all right, Winnie. It's only Baby." Not considering that the lion might object and could inflict serious injury, Ayla pushed him aside and prepared to gut the antelope before taking it back. He gave way to her dominance and to something else that was uniquely Ayla, her confidence in her love for him. She decided to find the wolf and skin it. Wolf fur was warm. Returning, she was surprised to see Baby dragging the antelope, and she realized he intended to haul it all the way to the cave. The male antelope was full-grown, and Baby was not. It gave her an increased appreciation of his strength and the power he was still to gain. But if he dragged the antelope all that way, the hide would be damaged. Sega were widespread, living in mountains as well as the plains, but they were not numerous. She had not hunted one before, and they had a special meaning for her. The Sega antelope had been Isa's totem. Ayla wanted the hide. She signaled, "Stop." Baby hesitated only a moment before releasing his kill, and guarding it, he paced anxiously around the travois all the way back to the cave. He watched with more than usual interest while she removed the hide and the horns. When she gave it to him, he dragged the entire skin carcass to the niche in the far corner. After he gorged, he still maintained a vigil, and he slept close by. Ayla was amused. She understood he was protecting his kill. He seemed to feel there was something special about this beast. Ayla did too, for other reasons. Surges of excitement still coursed through her. The speed, the chase, the hunt had been thrilling. But more important, she had a new way to hunt. With the help of Winnie and now Baby, she could hunt any time, summer and winter. She felt powerful and grateful, and she would be able to provide for her baby. Then, for no reason she could think of, she checked on Winnie. The horse was lying down, perfectly secure in spite of the proximity of a cave lion. She lifted her head as Ayla approached. The woman stroked the horse. Then, feeling a need to be close, she lay beside her. Winnie blew a soft snort of air through her nostrils, content to have the woman near. Winter hunting with Winnie and Baby without the arduous task of digging pits was a game, sport. From the earliest days of practicing with her sling, Ayla had loved hunting. Each new technique mastered, tracking, the double stone throw, the pit and spear, brought an additional feeling of accomplishment. But nothing matched the sheer fun of hunting with the horse and the cave lion. They both seemed to enjoy it as much as she. While Ayla made preparations, Winnie tossed her head and danced on her toes, with her ears pricked forward and tail raised, and Baby padded in and out of the cave, making low growls of anticipation. Weather concerned her until Winnie brought her home through a blinding blizzard. The trio usually started out shortly after daybreak. If they sighted prey early, they were often home before noon. Their usual method was to follow a likely candidate until they were in a good position. Then Ayla would signal with her sling, and Baby, eager and ready, would spring forward. Winnie, feeling Ayla's urge, galloped after him. With the young cave lion clinging to the back of a panicked animal, his claws and fangs drawing blood, if not actually fatal, it seldom took long for the galloping horse to close the distance. As they came abreast, Ayla plunged the spear. In the beginning, they weren't always successful. Sometimes the chosen animal was too fast, or Baby would fall off, unable to get a secure hold. For Ayla, learning to wield the heavy spear at full gallop took some practice, too. Many times she missed, or made only a glancing blow, and sometimes Winnie didn't get close enough. Even when they missed, it was exciting sport, and they could always try again. With practice, they all improved. As they began understanding each other's needs and abilities, the unlikely trio became an efficient hunting team. So efficient that when Baby made his first unassisted kill, it went almost unnoticed as part of the team's efforts. Bearing down at a hard gallop, Ayla saw the deer falter. It was down before she reached them. Whinny slowed down as they passed by. The woman jumped off and was running back before the horse came to a halt. Her spear was raised, ready to finish the job, when she found Baby had done it himself. She proceeded to make the deer ready to take back to the cave. Then the full import struck her. Baby, as young as he was a hunting lion. In the clan, that would make him an adult. Just as she had been called the woman who hunts before she was a woman, Baby had reached adulthood before he attained maturity. He should have a manhood ceremony, she thought. But what kind of ceremony would have meaning for him? Then she smiled. She unbound the doe from the travois, then put the grass mat and the poles in the pack baskets. It was his kill, and he had a right to it. Baby didn't understand at first. He paced back and forth from the carcass to her. Then, as Ayla left, he took the deer's neck in his teeth, and pulling it underneath him, he dragged it all the way back to the beach, up the steep path, and into the cave. She didn't notice any difference immediately after Baby's kill. They still hunted together. But more often than not, Whinny's chase was only exercise, and Ayla's spear unnecessary. If she wanted some of the meat, she took it first. If she wanted the hide, she skinned it. Though in the wild, the pride male always took the first and largest portion, Baby was still young. He'd never known hunger, as his growing size attested, and he was accustomed to her dominance. But toward spring, Baby began leaving the cave more, exploring by himself. He was seldom gone long, but his excursions became more frequent. Once he came back with blood on his ear. She guessed he'd found other lions. It made her realize she was no longer enough. He was looking for his own kind. She cleaned the ear, and he spent the day following her so closely that he was getting in her way. At night he crept up to her bed and searched for her 2 fingers to suck. He'll be leaving soon, she thought, wanting a pride of his own, mates to hunt for him, and cubs to dominate. He needs his own kind. Isa came to mind. You're young. You need a man of your own, one of your own kind. Find your own people. Find your own mate, she had said. It will be spring soon. I should think about leaving. But not yet. Baby was going to be huge, even for a cave lion. He already far exceeded lions his age in size. But he wasn't grown. He couldn't survive. Yet. Spring followed close on the heels of a heavy snow. Flooding kept them all restricted, Whinny more than the others. Ayla could climb to the steps above, and Baby could leap there with ease. But the slope was too steep for the horse. The water finally receded, the beach and the bone pile had new contours again, and Whinny could finally go down the path to the meadow once more. But she was irritable. Ayla first noticed something out of the ordinary when Baby yelped from an equine kick. The woman was surprised. Whinny had never been impatient with the young lion, perhaps a nip now and then to keep him in line, but certainly not enough to kick him. She thought the unusual behavior was a consequence of her enforced inactivity. But Baby tended to stay away from her place in the cave as he got older, sensitive of Whinny's territory, and Ayla wondered what had drawn him there. She went to see, then became conscious of a strong odor she'd been vaguely aware of all morning. Whinny was standing with her head down, her hind legs spread apart, and her tail held to the left. Her vaginal opening was swollen and pulsating. She looked up at Ayla and squealed. The series of emotions that came over Ayla in quick succession pulled her to opposite extremes. First it was relief. So that's your problem. Ayla knew about estrus cycles in animals. In some, the time of pairing occurred more frequently, but for grazers, once a year was usual. This was the season when males often fought for the right to couple, and it was the one time when the males and females mingled, even those who normally hunted separately or herded in different groups. Pairing season was one of those mysterious aspects of animal behavior that puzzled her, like deer dropping their antlers and growing new and bigger ones every year. The kinds of things that made Kreb complain that she asked too many questions about when she was younger. He didn't know why animals paired either, though he had once volunteered that it was the time for the males to show their dominance over females, or, perhaps, like people, the males had to relieve their needs. Whinny had had a pairing season the previous spring, but at the time, though she heard a stallion neighing on the steppes above, Whinny couldn't get up to him. The young mare's needs seemed stronger this time, too. Ayla didn't remember so much swelling and squealing. Whinny submitted to the young woman's pats and hugs. Then the horse dropped her head and squealed again. Suddenly, Ayla's stomach churned into a knot of anxiety. She leaned against the horse, the way Whinny sometimes did against her when she was upset or frightened. Whinny was going to leave her. It was so unexpected. Ayla hadn't had time to prepare for it, though she should have. She'd been thinking about baby's future and her own. Instead, Whinny's pairing season had come. The filly needed a stallion, a mate. With great reluctance, Ayla walked out of the cave and signaled Whinny to follow. When they reached the rocky beach below, Ayla mounted. Baby got up to follow them, but Ayla motioned stop. She did not want the cave lion with her now. She was not going hunting, but Baby might not know that. Ayla had to stop the lion once more with firm determination before he stayed behind, watching them go. It was warm and damply cool at the same time on the steppes. The sun, about midway to noon, blazed out of a pale blue sky with a veiled halo. The blue seemed faded, bleached by the intensity of the glare. Melting snow steamed to a fine mist that did not limit visibility but softened sharp angles, and fog clinging to cool shadows flattened contours. Perspective was lost, and the entire view was foreshortened, lending an immediacy to the landscape, a sense of present tense, here and now, as though no other time and place ever existed. Distant objects seemed only a few paces away, yet took forever to reach. Ayla didn't guide the horse. She let Whinny take her, only subliminally noticing landmarks and direction. She didn't care where she was going, didn't know her tears were adding their salty moisture to the ambient dampness. She sat loosely, jouncing, her thoughts turned inward. She recalled the first time she saw the valley and the herd of horses in the meadow. She thought about her decision to stay, her need to hunt. She remembered leading Whinny to the safety of her fire and her cave. She should have known it couldn't last, that some day Whinny would return to her own kind, just as she herself needed to do. A change in the horse's pace jogged her attention. Whinny had found what she was looking for. A small band of horses was ahead. The sun had melted the snow covering a low hill and exposed tiny green shoots poking above the ground. The animals, hungry for a change from the straw of last year's forage, were nibbling the succulent new growth. Whinny stopped when the other horses looked up at her. Ayla heard the neigh of a stallion. Off to the side, on a knoll she hadn't noticed before, she saw him. He was dark reddish-brown with a black mane, tail, and lower legs. She had never seen a horse so deeply colored. Most of them were shades of gray-brown or beige dun, or, like Whinny, the yellow color of ripe hay. The stallion screamed, lifted his head, and curled back his upper lip. He reared and galloped toward them, then stopped short a few paces away, pawing the ground. His neck was arched, his tail was raised, and his erection was magnificent. Whinny nickered in reply, and Ayla slid off her back. She gave the horse a hug, then backed away. Whinny turned her head to look at the young woman who had taken care of her since she was a foal. "Go to him, Whinny," she said. "You've found your mate. Go to him." Whinny tossed her head and neighed softly, then faced the bay stallion. He circled behind her, head low, nipping her hocks, herding Whinny closer to his flock, as if she were a recalcitrant truant. Ayla watched her go, unable to leave. When the stud mounted, Ayla couldn't help remembering Browd and the terrible pain. Later it had only been unpleasant, but she always hated it when Browd mounted her, and was grateful when he finally grew tired of it. But for all the screaming and squealing, Whinny was not trying to reject her stallion, and as she watched, Ayla felt strange stirrings within herself, sensations she could not explain. She could not tear her eyes away from the bay stallion, his front legs up on Whinny's back, pumping and straining and screaming. She felt a warm wetness between her legs, a rhythmic pulsation in time to the stallion's pounding, and an incomprehensible yearning. She was breathing hard, felt her heart reverberating in her head, and ached with longing for something she couldn't describe. Afterward, when the yellow horse willingly followed the bay without so much as a backward look, Ayla felt an emptiness so heavy that she thought she could not bear it. She realized how fragile was the world she had built for herself in the valley, how ephemeral had been her happiness, how precarious her existence. She turned and ran back toward the valley. She ran until her breath tore her throat, until pain stabbed her side. She ran, hoping somehow if she ran fast enough, she could leave behind all the heartache and loneliness. She stumbled down the slope that led to the meadow, and rolled, and stayed where she stopped, gasping raggedly for breath. Even after she could breathe again, she didn't move. She didn't want to move. She didn't want to cope, or try, or live. What was the use? She was cursed, wasn't she? Why can't I just die then, like I'm supposed to? Why do I have to lose everything I love? She felt a warm breath and a rasping tongue licking the salt from her cheek, and she opened her eyes to a huge cave lion. "Oh, baby," she cried, reaching for him. He sprawled out beside her, and with claws retracted, put a heavy foreleg over her. She rolled over, hugged his furry neck, and buried her face in his lengthening mane. When she finally cried herself out and tried to get up, she felt the result of her fall. Lacerated hands, skinned knees and elbows, a bruised hip and shin, and her right cheek was sore. She limped back to the cave. As she was treating her scrapes and bruises, she had a sobering thought. What if I'd broken a bone? That could be worse than dying, with no one to help. I didn't, though. If my totem wants to keep me alive, maybe he has a reason. Maybe the spirit of the cave lion sent Baby to me because he knew Winnie would leave someday. Baby will leave, too. It won't be long before he will want a mate. He will find one, even if he isn't growing up in a regular pride. He's going to be so big that he'll be able to defend a big territory, and he's a good hunter. He won't go hungry while he's looking for a pride, or at least one lioness. She smiled wryly. You'd think I was a clan mother worrying about her son growing up to be a big, brave hunter. After all, he's not my son. He's just a lion, an ordinary... No, he's not an ordinary cave lion. He is almost as big as some full-grown cave lions already, and he is an early hunter. But he will leave me. Dirk must be big by now. Ura is growing too. Oda will feel sad when Ura leaves to be Dirk's mate and live with Brun's clan. No, it's Braud's clan now. How long will it be until the next clan gathering? She reached behind the bed for the bundle of marked sticks. She still made a notch every night. It was a habit, a ritual. She untied the bundle and laid them out on the ground, then tried to count the days since she had found her valley. She fitted her hands into the notches, but there were too many marks. Too many days had passed. She had a feeling the marks ought to come together and add up in some way that would tell her how long she'd been there, but she didn't know how. It was so frustrating. Then she realized she didn't need the sticks. She could think of the years by counting each spring. Dirk was born the spring before the last clan gathering, she thought. The next spring ended his birth year. She made a mark in the dirt. Next was his walking year. She made another mark. The next spring would have been the end of his nursing year and the beginning of his weaning year, except he was already weaned. She made a third mark. That was when I left. She swallowed hard and blinked her eyes, and that summer I found the valley and Winnie. The next spring I found Baby. She made a fourth mark, and this spring she didn't want to think about losing Winnie as a way to remember the year, but it was a fact. She made a fifth mark. That's all the fingers of one hand. She held up her left hand. And that's how many Dirk is now. She put out the thumb and forefinger of the right hand, and this many before the next gathering. When they get back, Ura will be with them for Dirk. Of course, they won't be old enough to mate yet. They'll know by looking at her that she is for Dirk. I wonder, does he remember me? Will he have clan memories? How much of him is me, and how much Braud? Clan. Ayla gathered up her marked sticks and noticed a regularity in the number of marks between the extra notches that she had made when her spirit battled and she bled. What man's totem spirit could be battling with mine here? Even if my totem were a mouse, I'd never get pregnant. It takes a man and his organ to start a baby. That's what I think. Winnie, is that what that stallion was doing? Was he getting a baby started in you? Maybe I'll see you sometime with that herd and find out. Oh, Winnie, that would be wonderful. Thoughts of Winnie and the stallion made her quiver. Her breath came a little faster. Then she thought of Browd, and the pleasant sensations stopped. But it was his organ that started Dirk. If he'd known it would give me a baby, he would never have done it. And Dirk will have Ura. She's not deformed either. I think Ura was started when that man of the others forced Oda. Ura is just right for Dirk. She's part clan and part that man of the others. A man of the others. Ayla was restless. Baby was gone, and she felt the need to be moving. She went out and strolled just outside the line of brush that hugged the stream. She walked farther than she had before, though she had ridden as far on Winnie's back. She was going to have to get used to walking again, she realized, and to carrying a basket on her back. At the far end of the valley, she followed the stream around the edge of the high scarp as it swung south. Just beyond the turn, the stream swirled around rocks that could have been placed on purpose. They were so neatly spaced for stepping stones. The high wall was only a steep grade at this place. She scrambled up and looked out across the western steppes. There was no real difference between west and east, except for a slightly rougher terrain, and she was far less familiar with the west. She always knew that when she decided to leave the valley, she would go west. She turned around, crossed the stream, then hiked the long valley back to the cave. It was nearly dark when she arrived, and Baby had not returned yet. The fire was out, and the cave was cold and lonely. It seemed emptier now than it had when she first made it her home. She lit a fire, boiled some water, and made tea, but didn't feel like cooking. She took a piece of dried meat and some raisin cherries and sat on her bed. It had been a long time since she was alone in her cave. She went to the place where her old carrying basket stood and rummaged around in the bottom until she found Dirk's carrying cloak. Bunching it up, she crammed it to her stomach and watched the fire. When she lay down, she wrapped it around her. Her sleep was disturbed by dreams. She dreamed of Dirk and Ura, grown up and mated. She dreamed of Winnie in a different place with a bay cold. She woke once in a sweat of fright. Not until she was fully awake did she understand that she had had her recurring nightmare of rumbling earth and terror. Why did she have that dream? She got up and stirred the fire, then warmed her tea and sipped it. Baby still wasn't back. She picked up Dirk's cloak and recalled again Oda's story about the man of the others who had forced her. Oda said he looked like me. A man like me. How would one look? Ayla tried to visualize a man like her. She tried to recall her features as she had seen them reflected in the pool, but all she could remember was her hair framing her face. She wore it long then, not tied up in many braids to keep it out of the way. It was yellow, like Winnie's coat, but a richer, more golden color. But every time she thought of a man's face, she saw Browd with a gloating sneer. She could not imagine the face of a man of the others. Her eyes grew tired, and she lay down again. She dreamed of Winnie and a bay stallion, and then of a man. His features were vague, in a shadow. Only one thing was clear. He had yellow hair. Chapter 15.
"You're doing fine, Jondolar. We'll make a riverman out of you yet," Carlono said. "In the big boats, it doesn't matter so much if you miss a stroke. The worst you can do is throw off the rhythm since you are not the only rower. In small boats like this, control is important. To miss a stroke can be dangerous or fatal. Always be aware of the river. Never forget how unpredictable she can be. She's deep here, so she looks calm. But you only have to dip your paddle in to feel the power in her current. It's a hard current to fight. You have to work with it." Carlono kept up the running commentary as he and Jondolar maneuvered the small two-man dugout near the Ramudoi dock.
Jondolar was only half listening, concentrating instead on handling the paddle properly so the boat he was guiding would go where he wanted it to. But he was understanding at the level of his muscles the meaning of the words. You may think it's easier to go downstream because you are not fighting her current, but that's the problem. When you are working against the flow, you have to keep your mind on the boat and the river all the time. You know if you let up, you'll lose all you've gained, and you can see anything coming soon enough to avoid it. Going with her, it's too easy to slack up, let your mind wander, and let the river take you. There are rocks midstream whose roots are deeper than the river. The current can throw you at them before you know it, or some water-soaked log lying low in the water will hit you. Never turn your back on the mother. That's the one rule never to forget. She's full of surprises. Just when you think you know what to expect and take her for granted, she'll do the unexpected. The older man sat back and pulled his oar out of the water. He scrutinized Jondolar thoughtfully, noting his concentration. His blond hair was pulled back and tied with a thong at the back of his neck, a good precaution. He had adopted the clothing of the Ramudoi, which had been adapted from that of the Shamudoi to suit life near the river. Why don't you head back to the dock and let me out, Jondolar? I think it's time you tried it alone. There's a difference when it's just you and the river. Do you think I'm ready? For one not born to it, you've learned fast. Jondolar had been anxious to test himself on the river alone. Ramudoi boys usually had their own dugouts before they were men. He had long since proved himself among the Zelendanyi. When he was not much older than Darvo and hadn't even learned his trade or reached his full growth, he had killed his first deer. Now he could throw a spear harder and farther than most men, but though he could hunt the plains, he did not quite feel an equal here. No riverman could call himself a man until he had harpooned one of the great sturgeon, and no Shamudoi of the land until he had hunted his own chamois in the mountains. He had decided he would not mate Serenio until he had proved to himself that he could be both a Shamudoi and a Ramudoi. Dolando had tried to convince him that it wasn't necessary for him to do either before mating. No one had any doubts. If anyone had needed proof, the rhino hunt had been sufficient. Jondolar had learned that none of the others had ever hunted a rhino before. The plains were not their usual hunting ground. Jondolar didn't try to rationalize why he felt he had to be better than everyone else, though he had never before felt obliged to outdo other men in hunting skills. His strong interest, and the only skill in which he ever wanted to excel, was flint knapping, and his feeling wasn't competitive. He derived personal satisfaction from perfecting his techniques. The Shamud spoke later to Dolando privately and told him the tall Zelendanyi needed to work out his own acceptance. Serenio and he had lived together so long that he felt he should formalize his tie. She was almost his mate. Most people thought of them in those terms. He treated her with consideration and affection, and to Darvo he was the man of the hearth. But after the evening when Tholi and Shamio were burned, one thing or another always seemed to interfere, and the mood was never quite right. It was easy to settle into the same routine with her. Did it really matter? He asked himself. Serenio didn't push. She still made no demands on him, and maintained her defensive distance. But recently he had surprised her staring at him with a haunting look that came from the depths of her soul. He was the one who always felt disconcerted and turned away first. He decided to set himself the task of proving he could be a full Sharamudoi man, and he began letting his intentions be known. It was taken by some to be an announcement of promise, though no promise feast was held. "Don't go too far this time," Carlono said, getting out of the small vessel. "Give yourself a chance to get accustomed to handling it alone." "I'll take the harpoon, though. It wouldn't hurt to get used to throwing it while I'm at it," Jondolar said, reaching for the weapon that was on the dock. He placed the long shaft in the bottom of the canoe beneath the seats, coiled the rope beside it, and put the barbed bone point in the holder attached to the side, and fastened it down. The working end of the harpoon, with its sharp tip and backward-facing barbs, was not an implement to be left loose in the boat. In case of accident, it was just as difficult to pull out of a human as out of a fish, not to mention the difficulty of shaping the bone with stone tools. Dugouts that capsized seldom sank, but loose gear did. Jondolar settled himself on the back seat while Carlono held the boat. When the harpoon was secured, he picked up the double-sided paddle and pushed off. Without the ballast of another person sitting in front, the small craft rode higher in the water. It was harder to handle. But after some initial adjustment to the change in buoyancy, he skimmed swiftly downstream with the current, using the paddle like a rudder off one side near the stern. Then he decided to paddle back upstream. It would be easier to fight the current while he was fresh and let it carry him back later. He had slid farther downstream than he realized. When he finally saw the dock ahead, he almost turned into it, then changed his mind and paddled by. He was determined to master all the skills he'd set for himself to learn, and they were many. But no one, least of all himself, could accuse him of stalling to put off the commitment he had promised to make. He smiled at the waving Carlono, but he didn't let up. Upstream, the river widened, and the force of the current lessened, making paddling easier. He saw a shoreline on the opposite side of the river and made for it. It was a small, secluded beach overhung with willow. He pulled in close, skimming the shoals easily in the lightweight boat, relaxing a little by letting the craft glide backward while he steered with the paddle. He was watching the water in a desultory way when suddenly his attention focused on a large, silent shape beneath the surface. It was early for sturgeon. They usually swam upstream in early summer, but it had been a warm and early spring with heavy flooding. He looked closer and saw more of the huge fish gliding silently by. They were migrating. Here was his chance. He could bring in the first sturgeon of the season. He shipped the paddle and reached for the sections of the harpoon to assemble it. With no guidance, the small boat slewed around, scudding with the current but slightly broadside to it. By the time Jondolar attached the rope to the bow, the boat was at an angle to the current, but it was steady, and he was eager. He watched for the next fish. He wasn't disappointed. A huge dark form was undulating toward him. Now he knew where the haduma fish had come from, but many more that size were here. He knew from fishing with the ramudoi that the water altered the true position of the fish. It wasn't where it seemed to be, the mother's way to hide her creatures until her secret was revealed. As the fish neared, he adjusted his aim to compensate for the refraction of the water. He leaned over the side, waited, then hurled the harpoon off the bow. With equal force, the small boat shot in the opposite direction along its skewed course, out toward the middle of the river. But his aim had been true. The point of his harpoon was deeply embedded in the giant sturgeon, with little effect. The fish was far from disabled. It headed for mid-channel, for deeper water, moving upstream. The rope uncoiled rapidly, and with a jerk, the slack ran out. The boat was yanked around, nearly pitching Jondolar overboard. As he grabbed for the side, the paddle bounced up, teetered, and fell into the river. He let go to reach for it, leaning far over. The boat tipped. He clutched for the side. At that moment, the sturgeon found the current and plowed upstream, miraculously righting the boat and knocking him back into it. He sat up, rubbing a bruise on his shin, as the small craft was towed upstream faster than he'd ever gone before. He grabbed for the side and moved forward, round-eyed with fear and wonder as he watched the riverbank speeding past. He reached for the line, pulled taut into the water, then jerked, thinking that might dislodge the harpoon. Instead, the bow dipped so low that the boat shipped water. The sturgeon dodged, careening the small canoe back and forth. Jondolar held onto the rope, lurching from side to side. He didn't notice when he passed the boat-building clearing, and he didn't see the people on the beach staring agape as the boat sped upstream in the wake of the huge fish, with Jondolar hanging over the side, both hands on the rope, struggling to pull out the harpoon. "Do you see that?" Thonlin asked. "That brother of mine has a runaway fish. I think I've seen everything now." His grin turned to guffaws. "Did you see him hanging onto that rope, trying to make that fish let go?" He slapped his thigh, brimming over with laughter. "He didn't catch a fish. The fish caught him." "Thonlin, it's not funny," Marquino said, having difficulty keeping a straight face. "Your brother is in trouble." I know, but did you see him? Hauled upriver by a fish. Tell me that's not funny." Thonlin laughed again, but he helped Marquino and Barono lift a boat into the water. Dolando and Carolio climbed in as well. They pushed off and began paddling upstream as fast as they could. Jondolar was in trouble. He could be in real danger. The sturgeon was weakening. The harpooning was draining its life away, the drag of the boat and the man hurrying it along. The headlong ride was slowing. It only gave Jondolar time to think. He still had no control over where he was going. He was far upriver. He didn't think he'd been as far since that first boat ride with snow and howling winds. It suddenly occurred to him to cut the rope. There was no point in being hauled any farther upstream. He let go of the side and reached for his knife. But as he pulled the antler-handled stone blade from the sheath, the sturgeon, in one last mortal struggle, tried to rid itself of the painful point. It thrashed and struggled with such force the bow dipped under every time the fish dove. Overturned, the wooden canoe would still float, but upright and filled with water, it would drop to the bottom. He tried to cut the rope as the boat bobbed and dipped and jerked from side to side. He didn't see the water-swelled log cruising toward him low in the water with the speed of the current until it bumped into the canoe, knocking the knife from Jondolar's hand. He recovered quickly and tried to pull up on the rope to cause a little slack so the canoe wouldn't dip so dangerously. In a last desperate effort to free itself, the sturgeon lunged toward the river's edge and finally succeeded in tearing the harpoon out of its flesh. It was too late. The last of its life surged out the gaping rip in its side. The huge marine creature plunged down to the river bottom, then rose to the top, and belly up hung on the surface of the river with only a twitch giving testimony to the prodigious struggle the primeval fish had waged. The river, in its long and sinuous course, made a slight curve at the place where the fish chose to die, creating a whirl of conflict in the current speeding around the bend, and the last lunge of the sturgeon carried it to an eddying backwater near the shore. The boat, trailing a slack rope, bobbed and rocked, bumping into the log and the fish that shared its resting place in the undecided trough between backwater and tide. In the lull, Jondolar had time to realize he was lucky he hadn't cut the rope. With no paddle, he couldn't control the boat if it started downstream. The shore was near. A narrow, rocky beach clipped off as it rounded the bend to a steep bank, with trees crowding so close to the edge that naked roots burst through to claw at the air for support. Maybe he could find something that would serve as a paddle there. He took a deep breath to prepare for the plunge into the cold river, then slipped over the side. It was deeper than he expected. He went in over his head. The boat, moved by the disturbance, found its way into the river current. The fish was moving closer to shore. Jondolar started to swim after the boat, grabbing for the rope, but the light canoe, barely skimming the surface, spun around and danced away more quickly than he could follow. The icy water was numbing. He turned toward shore. The sturgeon was bumping against the bank. He headed for it, grabbed it by its open mouth, and hauled it along after him. There was no point in losing the fish now. He dragged it part way up the beach, but it was heavy. He hoped it would stay. Don't need to find a paddle now, he thought, with no boat, but maybe I can find some wood to make a fire. He was soaking wet and cold. He reached for his knife and found an empty sheath. He had forgotten that he had lost it, and he didn't have another. He used to keep an extra blade in the pouch he carried at his waist, but that was when he wore Zelandani attire. He'd given up the pouch when he began wearing Ramudoy clothing. Maybe he could find materials for a platform and fire drill to make the fire. But without a knife, you can't cut wood, Jondolar, he said to himself, or shave tinder, or kindling. He shivered. At least I can gather some wood. He looked around him and heard a scurrying noise in the bushes. The ground was covered with damp, rotting wood, leaves, and moss. Not a dry stick anywhere. You can get dry, small wood, he thought, looking for the dead, dry lower branches of conifers that clung to the trees beneath the green growing branches. But he was not in a coniferous forest like the ones near his home. The climate of this region was less severe. It was not influenced as much by the glacial ice in the north. It was cool, it could be quite cold, but damp. It was a temperate climate forest, not boreal. The trees were the kind the boats were made of, hardwood. Around him was a forest of oak and beech, some hornbeam and willow, trees with thick brown crusty trunks and more slender ones with gray smooth skin, but no dry small wood. It was spring, and even the twigs were filled with sap and budding. He'd learned something about cutting down one of those hardwood trees. It wasn't easy, even with a good stone axe. He shivered again. His teeth were chattering. He rubbed his palms together, beat his arms, jogged in place, trying to warm up. He heard more scuffling in the brush and thought he must be disturbing some animal. The seriousness of his situation occurred to him. Surely they would miss him and come searching for him. Thonelin would notice he was gone. Or would he? Their paths crossed less and less often, particularly as he became more involved with the Ramudoi way of life, and his brother was becoming more Shamudoi. He didn't even know where his brother was that day, perhaps hunting chamois. Well then, Carlono, wouldn't he come looking? He watched me going upstream in the boat. Then Jondolar got a chill of a different sort. The boat. It got away. If they find an empty boat, they'll think you've drowned, he thought. Why should they come looking for you if they think you've drowned? The tall man moved around again, jumping, beating his arms, running in place, but he couldn't stop shivering, and he was getting tired. The cold was affecting his thinking, but he couldn't keep jumping around. Out of breath, he slumped down and huddled into a ball, trying to conserve body heat, but his teeth chattered and his body shook. He heard shuffling again, closer, but he didn't bother to investigate. Then something moved into his view. 2 feet. 2 bare, dirty, human feet. He looked up with a start and was almost shocked out of shivering. Standing in front of him, within arm's reach, was a child with 2 large brown eyes gazing at him from under the shadow of overhanging brow ridges. A flathead, Jondolar thought. A young flathead. He was agog with wonder and half expected the young animal to dart back into the bush now that he was seen. The youngster didn't move. He stood there, and after a few moments of mutual staring, made beckoning motions. Or at least, Jondolar had the feeling they were beckoning motions, far-fetched as it seemed. The flathead made the motion again, taking a tentative step back. What could he want? Does he want me to go with him? When the youngster made the motion again, Jondolar took a step after him, sure the creature would run away. But the child only backed away a step and motioned again. Jondolar began to follow, slowly at first, then at a faster pace, still shivering, but intrigued. In a few moments, the youngster moved aside a screen of brush that revealed a glade. A small, nearly smokeless fire burned in the middle of it. A female looked up, startled, then backed away in fright as Jondolar headed for the flickering warmth. He hunkered down in front of it, gratefully. He was aware, peripherally, that the young flathead and the female were waving their hands and making guttural sounds. He had an impression they were communicating, but he was much more concerned with getting warm and wished he had a fur or a cloak. He didn't pay attention when the woman disappeared behind him and was caught by surprise when he felt a fur drop over his shoulders. He saw a bare glimpse of dark brown eyes before she bowed her head and scrambled away, but he sensed her fear of him. Even wet, the soft, chamois leather clothing he wore maintained some of its heat-keeping quality, and with the fire and the fur, Jondolar finally warmed enough to stop shaking. Only then did he realize where he was. Great Mother! This is a flathead camp! He had been holding his hands out to the warming blaze, but when the implications of the fire struck him, he jerked them back as though they were burned. Fire! They use fire? He reached a hesitant hand for the flame again, as though he couldn't believe his eyes and had to use other senses to confirm it. Then he noticed the fur draped over him. He felt an end, rubbing it between his thumb and forefinger. Wolf, he decided, and well cured. It's soft. The inner side is amazingly soft. I doubt the Sharamudoi could do much better. The fur didn't seem to be cut to any shape. It was just one whole hide of a large wolf. The heat finally penetrated deep enough for him to stand up and turn his back to the fire. He saw the young male watching him. He wasn't sure how he knew the young one was a male. With the skin wrapped around him and tied with a long thong, it wasn't obvious. Though wary, his direct look was not fearful like the female's had been. Jondolar remembered then that the Losadunai had said flathead females wouldn't fight. They just gave in, no sport at all. Why would anyone want a flathead female? As he continued to look at the male flathead, Jondolar decided he wasn't so young, more adolescent than child. The short stature had been deceiving, but his muscle development showed strength, and looking closer, he saw the downy fuzz of a beginning beard. The young male grunted, and the female quickly scurried to a small woodpile and brought a few pieces to the fire. Jondolar had not seen a flathead female this close before. He turned his head toward her. She was older, perhaps the young one's dam, he thought. She seemed uncomfortable, didn't want to be looked at. She backed away with her head lowered, and when she reached the edge of the small clearing, she kept moving away from his sight. She didn't make it obvious, but before he realized it, his head was twisted around nearly backward. He looked away for an instant, and when he looked back, she had hidden herself so effectively that he couldn't see her at first. If he hadn't known she was there, he wouldn't have seen her at all. She's frightened. I'm surprised she didn't run away instead of bringing wood as he told her. Told her? How could he tell her? Flatheads don't talk. He couldn't tell her to bring wood. The chill must have made me lightheaded. I can't be thinking clearly. For all his denials, Jondolar couldn't get over the feeling that the young male had indeed told the female to bring wood. Some way, he had communicated. He turned his attention back to the male and received a distinct impression of hostility. He didn't know what was different, but he knew the young one had not liked his observation of the female. He was convinced he would be in deep trouble if he made one move toward her. It was not wise to pay too much attention to flathead females, he decided, not when there was a male around, of any age. The tension slacked off when Jondolar made no overt moves and ceased looking at the female. But standing face to face with the flathead, he felt they were each taking the other's measure, and more disturbing, that he was standing man to man. Yet this man looked like none other he knew. In all his travels, the people he had met were recognizably human. They spoke different languages, had different customs, lived in different shelters, but they were human. This one was different. But was he an animal? He was much shorter and stockier, but those bare feet were no different from Jondolar's. He was slightly bow-legged, but he walked as straight and tall as any man. He had a little more hair than average, especially around the arms and shoulders, Jondolar thought, but he wouldn't call it a pelt. He knew some men who were as hairy. The flathead was barrel-chested, already brawny, not someone to tangle with as young as he was. But even the full-grown males he'd seen, for all their tremendous musculature, were still built like men. The face, the head, there was the difference. But how different? His brows are heavy. His forehead doesn't come up as high, slopes back more. But his head is big. Short neck, no chin, just a jaw that juts out some, and a large, high-bridged nose. It's a human face. Not like anyone I know, but it looks human. And they use fire. But they don't talk, and all humans talk. I wonder, were they communicating? Great Donnie! He even communicated with me. How did he know I needed fire? And why would a flathead help a man? Jondolar was baffled, but the young flathead had probably saved his life. The young male seemed to come to some decision. He abruptly made the same motion with which he had beckoned Jondolar to the fire, then walked out of the glade back the way they had come. He seemed to expect the man to follow, and Jondolar did, glad of the wolfskin around his shoulders when he left the fire in his still damp clothes. When they neared the river, the flathead ran forward, making sharp, loud noises and waving his arms. A small animal scuttled off, but some of the sturgeon had been eaten. It was evident that, as large as it was, unguarded the fish wouldn't last long. The young male's anger at the scavenging animal gave Jondolar a sudden insight. Could the fish be a possible reason for the flathead to give him aid? Did he want some fish? The flathead reached into a fold of the skin wrapped around him, took out a flake of flint with a sharp edge, and made a pass at the sturgeon, as though to cut it. Then he made motions indicating some for him and some for the tall man. Then waited. It was so clear. There was no doubt in Jondolar's mind that the youngster wanted a share of the fish. A flood of questions filled him. Where did the flathead get the tool? He wanted a closer look, but he knew it didn't have the refinement of one of his. It had been made on a thicker flake, not a thin blade. But it was a perfectly serviceable sharp knife. It had been made by someone, crafted with purposeful design. But more than the tool, there were questions that disturbed him. The youngster had not talked, but he had most certainly communicated. Jondolar wondered if he could have made his wishes known as directly and easily. The flathead was waiting expectantly, and Jondolar nodded, not sure if the motion would be understood. But his meaning had been communicated in more than gesture. Without hesitation, the young male set to work on the fish. As the Zelendanyi watched, a turmoil erupted that shook deeply held convictions. What was an animal? An animal might scurry in to take a bite of that fish. A more intelligent animal might consider a man dangerous and wait until he left or died. An animal would not perceive that a man suffering from exposure needed warmth, would not have a fire and lead him to it, would not ask for a share of his food. That was human behavior. More, it was humane. His structure of beliefs, fed to him with his mother's milk and bred into his bones, was teetering. Flatheads were animals. Everyone said flatheads were animals. Wasn't it obvious? They couldn't talk. Is that all? Is that the difference? Jondolar wouldn't have cared if he had taken the whole fish, but he was curious. How much would the flathead take? It needed to be cut anyway. It was too heavy to move. 4 men would have trouble lifting it. Suddenly the flathead didn't matter. His heart raced. Had he heard something?
Jondolar! Jondolar!
The flathead looked startled, but Jondolar was pushing through trees on the bank to get a clear view of the river.
Here I am, Thonolin.
His brother had come looking for him. He saw a boatload of people in the middle of the river and hailed them again. They saw him, waved back, and rowed toward him. A straining grunt brought his attention back to the flathead. He saw on the beach that the sturgeon had been split in half lengthwise from the backbone to the belly, and the young male had moved half the huge fish to a large leather hide spread out beside it. While the tall man watched, the young flathead gathered up the ends of the hide and slung the entire load on his back. Then, with the half of the head and tail sticking out the top of the huge sack, he disappeared into the woods. "Wait!" Jondolar called, running after him. He caught up as they reached the glade. The female, with a large basket on her back, slid into the shadows as he approached. There was no evidence that the glade had been used, not even a trace of the fire. If he hadn't felt its heat, he would have doubted it had ever been there. He took the wolf fur from his shoulders and held it out. At a grunt from the male, she took it. Then both moved silently into the woods and were gone. Jondolar felt chilled in his damp clothes as he walked back to the river. He reached it as the boat was pulling in, and he smiled as his brother climbed out. They threw their arms around each other in a great bear hug of brotherly affection. "Thonolin, am I happy to see you? I was afraid that when they found that empty boat, I'd be given up for lost. Big brother, how many rivers have we crossed together? Don't you think I know you can swim? Once we found the boat, we knew you were upriver and couldn't be much farther ahead." "Who took half this fish?" Delando asked. "I gave it away." "Gave it away? Who did you give it to?" Marquino asked. "Who could you give it to?" Carolio added. "To a flathead." "A flathead?" Many voices echoed in response. "Why would you give half a fish that size to a flathead?" Delando asked. "He helped me, and he asked for it." "What kind of nonsense is that? How could a flathead ask for anything?" Delando said. He was angry, which surprised Jondolar. The leader of the Sharamudoi seldom showed his ire. "Where is he?" "He's gone by now, into the woods. I was soaked and shivering so badly that I thought I'd never warm up. Then this young flathead appeared and led me to his fire." "Fire? Since when do they use fire?" Thonolin asked. "I've seen flatheads with fire," Barono said. "I've seen them on this side of the river before, too, from a distance," Carolio remarked. "I didn't know they were back. How many were there?" Delando asked. "Just the young one, and an older female, maybe his dam," Jondolar replied. "There's more, if they have their females with them." The stocky leader glanced around the woods. "Maybe we should get up a flathead hunting party and clean the vermin out." There was ugly menace in Dolando's tone that made Jondolar look twice. He'd picked up shades of that feeling toward flatheads in the leader's comments before, but never with such venom. Leadership among the Sharamudoi was a matter of competence and persuasion. Dolando was tacitly acknowledged leader not because he was the best in every way, but because he was competent, and he had the ability to attract people to him and handle problems when they arose. He did not command. He cajoled, coaxed, convinced, and compromised, and in general provided the oil that smoothed the inevitable friction of people living together. He was politically astute, effective, and his decisions were usually accepted, but no one was required to abide by them. Arguments could be vociferous. He was confident enough to push his own judgment when he felt it was right, and to defer to someone with greater knowledge or experience on a particular subject if the need arose. He tended not to interfere in personal squabbles unless they got out of hand and someone called him in. Though generally dispassionate, his ire could be raised by cruelty, stupidity, or carelessness that threatened or caused harm to the cave as a whole, or to someone unable to defend himself, and by flatheads. He hated them. To him, they were not just animals, they were dangerous, vicious animals that should be eliminated. I was freezing, Jondolar objected, and that young flathead helped me. He brought me to his fire, and they gave me a fur to use. As far as I'm concerned, he could have had the whole fish, but he only took half. I'm not about to go out on any flathead hunting party. They don't usually cause that much trouble, Barono said. But if they're around, I'm glad to know it. They're smart. It's not a good idea to let a pack catch you by surprise. They're murderous brutes, Delando said. Barono ignored the interjection. You're probably lucky it was a younger one and a female. The females don't fight. Thonolin didn't like the direction the conversation was heading. How are we going to get this splendid half-catch of my brother's home? He remembered the ride the fish had given Jondolar, and a grin cracked his face. After the fight he gave you, I'm surprised you let half of him get away. The laughter spread to the others, with nervous relief. Does that mean he's half Ramudoi now? Marquino said. Maybe we can take him hunting, and he'll get half a chamois, Thonolin said. Then the other half can be Shamudoi. Which half will Serenio want? Barono winked. Half of him is more than most, Carolio quipped, and her expression left no doubt that she was not referring to his height. In the close quarters of the cave, his skill in the furs had not gone unnoticed. Jondolar flushed, but the ribald laughter brought a final release of tension, both from the concern over him and from Dolando's reaction to the flatheads. They brought out a net made of fiber, which held up well when wet, spread it out beside the bleeding open half of the sturgeon, and with some grunting and straining moved the carcass onto the net and into the water, then tied it to the stern of the boat. While the rest were struggling with the fish, Carolio turned to Jondolar and said quietly, Rosario's son was killed by flatheads. He was just a young man, not yet promised, full of fun and daring, and Dolando's pride. No one knows how it happened, but Dolando had the whole cave out hunting them. A few were killed, then they disappeared. He didn't care much for them in the first place, but since then... Jondolar nodded, understanding. How did that flathead haul his half of this fish away? Thonolin asked, as they were getting into the boat. He picked it up and carried it, Jondolar said. He picked it up and carried it? By himself, and he wasn't even full grown. Thonolin approached the wooden structure shared by his brother, Serenio, and Darvo. It was constructed of planks which were leaned against a ridgepole that itself sloped to the ground. The dwelling resembled a tent made of wood, with the triangular front wall higher and wider than the rear one, making trapezoids of the sides. The planks were fastened together like the strakes on the sides of the boats, with the slightly thicker edge overlapping the thinner edge and sewn together. These were snug, sturdy structures, tight enough so that only in the older ones could light be seen through the cracks of the dried and warped wood. With the sandstone overhang to protect them from the worst elements of the weather, the dwellings were not maintained or caulked the way the boats were. They were lighted inside, primarily by the stone-lined fireplace or by opening the front. The younger man looked in to see if his brother was still sleeping. "Come on in," Jondolar said, sniffling. He was sitting up on the fur-covered sleeping platform, with more furs piled around him and with a cup of something steaming in his hands. "How's your cold?" Thonolin asked, sitting on the edge of the platform. "Cold's worse. I'm better. No one thought about your wet clothes, and that wind was really blowing down the river gorge by the time we got back. I'm glad you found me." "Well, I'm really glad you're feeling better." Thonolin seemed strangely at a loss for words. He fidgeted, got up, and walked toward the opening, then walked back to his brother. "Is there anything I can get you?" Jondolar shook his head and waited. Something was bothering his brother, and he was trying to get it out. He just needed time. "Jondolar," Thonolin started, then paused. "You've been living with Serenio and her son for a long time now." For a moment, Jondolar thought he was going to make some reference to the unformalized status of the relationship, but he was wrong. How does it feel to be man of your hearth? You're a mated man, a man of your hearth. I know, but does it make any difference to have a child of your hearth? Jatamio's been trying so hard to have a baby, and now she lost another one, Jondolar. I'm sorry. I don't care if she ever has a baby. I just don't want to lose her, Thonlin cried, his voice cracking. I wish she'd stop trying. I don't think she has a choice. The mother gives. Then why won't the mother let her keep one? Thonlin shouted, brushing past Serenio as he ran out. He told you about Jatamio? Serenio asked. Jondolar nodded. She held this one longer, but it was harder on her when she lost it. I'm glad she's so happy with Thonlin. She deserves that much. Will she be all right? It's not the first time a woman has lost a baby, Jondolar. Don't worry about her. She'll be fine. I see you found the tea. It's peppermint, borage, and lavender, in case you were trying to guess. Shamoud said it would help your cold. How are you feeling? I just came to see if you were awake yet. I'm fine, he said. He smiled and tried to look healthy. Then I think I'll go back and sit with Jatamio. When she left, he put the cup aside and lay down again. His nose was stuffed and his head ached. He couldn't exactly say what it was, but Serenio's answer disturbed him. He didn't want to think about it anymore. It gave him another ache deep in the pit of his stomach. It must be this cold, he thought. Chapter 16. Spring ripened into summer, and the fruits of the earth with it. As they matured, the young woman gathered them. It was habit more than need. She could have spared herself the effort. She already had abundance. There was food left over from the preceding year. But Ayla had no use for leisure time. She had no way to fill it. Even with the additional activity of winter hunting, she hadn't been able to keep herself busy enough, though she had cured the hide of nearly every animal they killed, sometimes making furs, other times dehairing to make leather. She had continued making baskets, mats, and carved bowls, and had accumulated enough tools, implements, and cave furnishings to satisfy a clan. She had looked forward to the summer's food-gathering activities. She had also looked forward to summer hunting and discovered that the method she had developed with Baby, with some adaptation to accommodate her lack of a horse, was still effective. The lion's increasing skill made up the difference. If she had wished, she could have refrained from hunting. She not only had dried meat left over, but when Baby hunted alone successfully, which was more often the case than not, she didn't hesitate to take a share of his kill. There was a unique relationship between the woman and the lion. She was mother, and therefore dominant. She was hunting partner, and therefore equal. And he was all she had to love. Watching the wild lions, Ayla made some astute observations about their hunting habits, which Baby confirmed. Cave lions were nocturnal stalkers during the warm season, diurnal during the winter. Although he shed in spring, Baby still had a thick coat, and during the heat of a summer day, it was too hot to hunt. The energy expended during the chase made him too warm. Baby wanted nothing more than to sleep, preferably in the cool, dark recesses of the cave. In winter, when winds howled off the northern glacier, nighttime temperatures dropped to a cold that could kill, despite a new heavy coat. Then, cave lions were happy to curl up in a windless cave. They were carnivores, and adaptable. Thickness and coloration of coat could adapt with the climate, hunting habits with conditions, as long as there was sufficient prey. She made one decision the morning after Winnie left, when she awoke and found Baby sleeping beside her with the carcass of a dappled fawn, the young of a giant deer. She would leave. There was no question in her mind about that. But not that summer. The young lion still needed her. He was too young to be left alone. No wild pride would accept him. The pride male would kill him. Until he was old enough to mate and start his own pride, he needed the security of her cave as much as she did. Issa had told her to look for her own kind, to find her own mate, and she would, someday, continue her search. But she was relieved that she didn't have to give up her freedom yet for the company of people with unfamiliar ways. Though she wouldn't admit it, she had a deeper reason. She didn't want to leave until she was sure Winnie would not return. She missed the horse desperately. Winnie had been with her from the beginning, and Ayla loved her. "Come on, you lazy thing," Ayla said. "Let's go for a walk and see if we can find anything to hunt. You didn't go out last night." She prodded the lion, then went out of the cave, signaling to him to follow. He lifted his head, made a huge yawn that exposed his sharp teeth, then got up and padded after her reluctantly. Baby was no more hungry than she was, and would much rather have slept. She had collected medicinal plants the day before, a task she enjoyed, and one filled with pleasant associations. During her young years with the clan, gathering medicines for Isa had given her a chance to get away from the ever-watchful eyes that were so quick to disapprove of improper actions. It gave her a little breathing space to follow her natural inclinations. Later, she collected the plants for the joy of learning the medicine woman's skills, and the knowledge was now part of her nature. To her, the medicinal properties were so closely associated with each plant that she distinguished them as much by use as by appearance. The bunches of agrimony hanging head downward inside the warm, dark cave were an infusion of the dried flowers and leaves useful for bruises and injuries to internal organs, as much as they were tall, slender perennials with toothed leaves and tiny yellow flowers growing on tapering spikes. Coltsfoot leaves, which resembled their name, spread out on woven drying racks, were asthma relief when smoke from the burning dried leaves was breathed, and a cough remedy with other ingredients in tea, and a pleasant seasoning for food. Bone mending and wound healing came to mind when she saw the large downy comfrey leaves beside the roots drying outside in the sun, and the colorful marigolds were for healing open wounds, ulcers, and skin sores. Chamomile was an aid to digestion, and a mild wash for wounds, and the wild rose petals floating in a bowl of water in the sun were a fragrant astringent skin lotion. She had gathered them to replace with fresh material herbs that had not been used. Though she had very little need for the full pharmacopoeia she maintained, she enjoyed it, and it kept her skills sharp. But with leaves, flowers, roots, and barks in various stages of preparation spread out everywhere, there was no point in gathering more. There was no room for them. She had nothing to do just then, and she was bored. She strolled down to the beach, then around the jutting wall and along the brush that bordered the stream, with a huge cave lion padding beside her. As he walked, he grunted the hunga, hunga sound that Ayla had learned was his normal speaking voice. Other lions made similar sounds, but each was distinctive, and she could recognize Baby's voice from a long way off, just as she could identify his roar. It started deep in his chest with a series of grunts, then rose to a sonorous thunder at its full bass range that made her ears ring if she was too close. When she came to a boulder that was a usual resting place, she stopped, not really interested in hunting, but not sure what she wanted to do. Baby pushed against her, looking for attention. She scratched around his ears and deep in his mane. His coat was a shade darker than it had been in winter, though still beige, but his mane had grown in rufous, a deep rusty tan not far from the color of red ochre. He lifted his head so she could get under his chin, making a low, rumbling growl of contentment. She reached to scratch the other side, then looked at him with new awareness. The level of his back reached just below her shoulder. He was nearly the height of Winnie, but much more massive. She hadn't realized he'd gotten so big. The cave lion that roamed the steppes of that cold land broached by glaciers lived in an environment ideal for the style of hunting to which he was best suited. It was a continent of grassland crowded with a great abundance and variety of prey. Many of the animals were huge, bison and cattle half again as large as their later counterparts. Giant deer with 11-foot racks, woolly mammoth, and woolly rhinoceros. Conditions were favorable for at least one species of carnivore to develop to a size capable of hunting such large animals. The cave lion filled that niche, and filled it admirably. The lions of later generations were half the size, puny by comparison. The cave lion was the largest feline that ever lived. Baby was a superior example of that supreme predator. Huge, powerful, his coat sleek with youthful health and vigor, and totally complacent under the delightful scratching of the young woman. She would have been defenseless had he chosen to attack, yet she didn't think of him as dangerous. He was no more menacing than an overgrown kitten, and that was her defense. Her control over him was unconscious, and he accepted it on those terms. Lifting and moving his head aside to show her where, Baby submitted to the sensuous ecstasy of her scratching, and she was enjoying it because he did. She stepped up on the boulder to reach over to his other side and was leaning over his back when another thought occurred to her. She didn't even stop to consider it. She simply put her leg over and straddled his back as she had done so often with Winnie. It was unexpected, but the arms around his neck were familiar and her weight was negligible. For a while, neither moved. As they hunted together, Ayla had adapted her signal from casting a stone with a sling to an arm motion and her word for go. The moment she thought of it, without hesitation, she made the signal and shouted the word. Feeling his muscles bunch beneath her, she grasped his mane as he sprang ahead. With the sinewy grace of his kind, he sped down the valley with the woman on his back. She squinted at the wind in her face. Tendrils of hair that had escaped her braids streamed behind her. She had no control. She did not direct Baby as she had Winnie. She went where he took her, and went gladly, feeling an exhilaration beyond anything she had ever known. The quick burst of speed was short-lived, as was his way even in the attack. He slowed down, made a wide circle, and loped back to the cave. With the woman still on his back, he climbed the steep path and stopped at her place in the cave. She slid off and hugged him, knowing no other way to express the deep, unnameable emotions she felt. When she let go, he flicked his tail, then headed for the back of the cave. He found his favorite spot, stretched out, and very quickly went to sleep. She watched him, smiling. "You've given me my ride, and now you're through for the day, is that it? Baby, after that you can sleep as long as you want." Toward the end of summer, Baby's hunting absences became longer. The first time he was gone for more than a day, Ayla was beside herself with worry and so anxious that she didn't sleep the second night. She was as tired and bedraggled as he looked when he finally appeared the next morning. He brought no kill with him, and when she gave him dried meat from her stored supply, he tore into it, though usually he toyed with the brittle strips. As tired as she was, she went out with her sling and brought back 2 hares. He awoke from his exhausted sleep, ran to the cave entrance to greet her, and took 1 hare to the rear of the cave. She carried the other to the back, then went to her own sleeping place. The time he was gone 3 days, she didn't worry as much, but as the empty days passed, her heart grew heavier. He returned with gashes and scratches, and she knew he had skirmished with other lions. She suspected he was mature enough to be aware of females. Unlike horses, lionesses had no special season. They could come into heat any time of the year. The young cave lion's longer absences became still more frequent as fall progressed, and when he did return, it was usually to sleep. Ayla was sure he was sleeping elsewhere as well, but didn't feel as secure there as he did in her cave. She never knew when to expect him or from which direction. He would just appear, either padding up the narrow path from the beach or, more dramatically, in a sudden leap down from the steps above her cave to the ledge in front. She was always happy to see him, and his greetings were always affectionate, sometimes a little too affectionate. After he leaped up to put heavy forepaws on her shoulders and knocked her down, she was quick to signal stop if he seemed a little too enthusiastically delighted to see her. Usually, he'd stay a few days. Sometimes they would hunt together, and he still brought a kill back to the cave now and then. Then he'd get restless again. She was sure Baby was hunting for himself and defending his kills against the hyenas or wolves or carrion birds that would try to steal them. She learned that once he started pacing, she could expect him to leave shortly afterward. The cave felt so empty when the lion was gone that she began to dread the coming of winter. She was afraid it was going to be a lonely one. The fall was unusual, warm and dry. Leaves turned yellow, then brown, skipping over the bright hues that a kiss of frost could bring. They clung to the trees in drab, withered clusters that rattled in the wind long beyond the time they would usually have littered the ground. The peculiar weather was unsettling. Autumn should be wet and cool, full of blustery winds and sudden showers. Ayla couldn't avoid a sense of dread, as though summer would hold off the seasonal change until overcome by the sudden onslaught of winter. Every morning she went outside, expecting some drastic change, and was almost disappointed to see a warm sun rising in a remarkably clear sky. Evenings she spent outside on the ledge, watching the sun drop below the edge of the earth with only a haze of dust glowing dull red instead of a glorious display of color on water-laden clouds. When the stars winked on, they filled the darkness so that the sky looked shattered and cracked with their profusion. She had been staying close to the valley for days, and when yet another day dawned warm and clear, it seemed foolish to have wasted the beautiful weather when she could have been out enjoying it. Winter would come soon enough to keep her confined to a lonely cave. Too bad Baby's not here, she thought. It would be a good day to go hunting. Maybe I can go hunting myself. She hefted a spear. No. Without Baby or Winnie, I'll have to find a new way to hunt. I'll just take my sling. I wonder if I should take a fur. It's so warm, I'd just sweat in it. I could carry it, maybe take the gathering basket. But I don't need anything. I've got more than enough. All I want is a nice long walk. I don't need to carry a basket for that, and I won't need a fur either. A brisk walk will keep me warm enough. Ayla started down the steep trail, feeling strangely unencumbered. She had no burdens to carry, no animals to be concerned for, a well-stocked cave. She had nothing to worry about but herself, but she wished she had. The utter lack of responsibility gave her mixed feelings, an unaccustomed sense of freedom and an unaccountable frustration. She reached the meadow and climbed the easy grade to the eastern steppes, then set herself a fast pace. She had no particular destination in mind and walked wherever her whim took her. The dryness of the season was accentuated on the steppes. The grass was so withered and parched that when she held a brittle blade in her hand and crumpled it, it shattered to dust. The wind scattered it from her open palm. The ground beneath her feet was cemented into rock hardness and cracked in a checkered pattern. She had to watch her footing to avoid stumbling on clods or twisting an ankle in a hole or furrow. She had never seen it so arid. The atmosphere seemed to suck the moisture from her breath. She had taken only a small water bag with her, expecting to fill it at known streams and watering places, but several of them were dry. Her bag was more than half empty before the morning was half gone. When she came to a stream that she was sure would have water and found only mud, she decided to turn back. Hoping to fill her bag, she walked along the stream bed for a ways and came to a muddy puddle, all that remained of a deep watering hole. When she bent down to taste, to see if it was drinkable, she noticed fresh hoof prints. A herd of horses had obviously been there not long before. Something about one of the prints made her look closer. She was an experienced tracker, and though she hadn't thought of it, she had seen Winnie's hoof prints too many times not to know the minor variations in outline and pressure that made her prints unique. When she looked, she was certain Winnie had been there, and not long before. She must be close by. Ayla's heart beat faster. It wasn't hard to find the trail, the broken edge of a crack where a hoof had slipped in as the horses left the mud. Loose dust, newly settled, bent grass, all pointed the way the horses had gone. Ayla followed with breathless excitement. Even the still air seemed to be holding its breath with anticipation. It had been so long. Would Winnie remember her? Just to know she was alive would be enough. The herd was farther away than she thought they would be. Something had given chase, sending them galloping across the plains. She heard snarls and commotion before she came upon the feeding wolf pack, and she should have backed off. But she had to go closer to make sure the fallen animal was not Winnie. The sight of a deep brown coat relieved her, but it was the same uncommon color as the stallion, and she felt sure the horse was from the same herd. As she continued to track, she thought about horses in the wild and how vulnerable they were to attack. Winnie was young and strong, but anything could happen. She wanted to bring the young mare back with her. It was almost noon before she finally sighted the horses. They were still nervous from the chase, and Ayla was upwind. As soon as they caught her scent, they moved. The young woman had to circle wide to come upon them downwind. As soon as she was close enough to see individual horses, she identified Winnie, and her heart pounded. She swallowed hard a few times, trying to hold back tears that insisted on coming. She looks healthy, Ayla thought. Fat. No, she's not fat. I think she's pregnant. Oh, Winnie, how wonderful. Ayla was so pleased that she could hardly contain it. Then she couldn't stand it. She had to see if the horse would remember her. She whistled. Winnie's head came up instantly and looked in Ayla's direction. The woman whistled again, and the horse started toward her. Ayla couldn't wait. She ran to meet the hay-colored horse. Suddenly a beige mare galloped between them, and nipping at Winnie's hocks, herded her away. Then, rounding up the rest of the herd, the lead mare drove them all away from the unfamiliar and possibly dangerous woman. Ayla was heartbroken. She couldn't keep chasing after the herd. She was already much farther away from the valley than she had planned to come, and they could move so much faster than she. As it was, if she was going to make it back before dark, she'd have to hurry. She whistled one more time, loud and long, but she knew it was too late. She turned away, disheartened, and pulling her leather wrap higher up around her shoulders, she bent her head into the cold wind. She was so dejected that she wasn't paying attention to anything except her sorrow and disappointment. A snarl of warning brought her up short. She had stumbled into the wolf pack, muzzle deep in blood, gorging on the deep brown horse. "I'd better watch where I'm going," she thought, backing off. "It's my fault. If I hadn't been so impatient, maybe that mare wouldn't have driven the herd away from me." She glanced again at the fallen animal as she circled around. "That is a dark color for a horse. It looks as brown as the stallion of Winnie's herd." She took a closer look. A quality to the head, the coloring, the conformation sent a shiver through her. It was the bay stallion. How could a stallion in his prime fall prey to wolves? The left foreleg, bent at an abnormal angle, gave her the answer. Even a magnificent young stud can break a leg when racing over treacherous ground. A deep crack in the dry earth had given the wolves their taste of prime stallion. Ayla shook her head. "It's too bad," she thought. "He would have had many good years in him yet." As she turned away from the wolves, she finally noticed her own danger. The sky that had been so clear in the morning was now a curdled mass of ominous clouds. The high pressure that had been holding off winter had yielded, and the cold front that had been waiting rushed in. Wind was flattening the dry grass and whipping bits of it around in the air. Temperature was falling fast. She could smell snow on its way, and she was a long distance from the cave. She looked around, took her bearings, and started off at a run. It was going to be a race to see if she could get back before the storm struck. She didn't have a chance. She was more than half a day's brisk walk from the valley, and winter had been held back too long. By the time she reached the dry stream, big wet snowflakes were falling. They became penetrating needles of ice as the wind picked up again, then turned to the drier siftings of a full-blown blizzard. Drifts were building on the solid base of wet snow. Swirling winds, still fighting cross-currents of shifting air streams, buffeted her first from one direction and then another. She knew her only hope was to keep going, but she wasn't sure if she was still going the right way. The shape of landmarks was obscured. She stopped, trying to get a sense of her location and trying to control her rising panic. How stupid she had been to leave without her fur. She could have taken her tent and her carrying basket, then at least she'd have shelter. Her ears were freezing, her feet were numb, her teeth were chattering. She was cold. She could hear the wind whistling. She listened again. That wasn't wind, was it? There it was again. She cupped her hands around her mouth and whistled as loud as she could, and listened. The high-pitched screaming whinny of a horse sounded closer. She whistled once more, and when the shape of the yellow horse loomed like a wraith out of the storm, Ayla ran to her with tears freezing her face. "Whinny, Whinny, oh, Whinny!" She cried the horse's name over and over again, wrapping her arms around the sturdy neck and burying her face in the shaggy winter coat. Then she climbed up on the horse's back and bent low over her neck for as much warmth as she could get. The horse followed her own instincts and headed for the cave. It was the place she had been going. The unexpected death of the stallion had disrupted the herd. The lead mare was holding them together, knowing another stallion would eventually be found. She might have kept the yellow horse as well, if it hadn't been for the familiar whistle and memories of the woman and security. For the mare not raised in a herd, the lead horse had less influence. When the storm broke, Whinny remembered a cave that was shelter from fierce winds and blinding snows, and the affection of a woman. Ayla was shivering so hard by the time they finally reached the cave that she could hardly start a fire. When she did, she didn't huddle near it. Instead, she grabbed up her sleeping furs, brought them to Winnie's side of the cave, and curled up next to the warm horse. But she could hardly appreciate the return of her beloved friend for the next few days. She woke up with a fever and a deep, hacking cough. She lived on hot medicinal teas when she could remember to get up and make them. Winnie had saved her life, but the horse could do nothing to help her overcome pneumonia. She was weak and delirious most of the time, but the moment of confrontation when Baby returned to the cave brought her out of it. He had leaped down from the steps above, but was stopped as he entered by Winnie's ringing challenge. The scream of fright and defense pierced Ayla's stupor. She saw the horse with her ears laid back in anger, and then pitching forward in fear, prancing nervously, and the cave lion poised to spring with bared teeth and a low growl in his throat. She leaped out of bed and ran between predator and prey. "Stop it, Baby! It frightens Winnie. You should be glad she's back." Ayla turned then to the horse. "Winnie, it's only Baby. You don't have to be afraid of him. Both of you, stop it now," she scolded. She believed there was no danger. Both animals had been raised together in the cave, and both belonged. The scents in the cave were familiar to both animals, particularly the woman's. Baby rushed to greet Ayla, rubbing against her, and Winnie came forward to nuzzle her share of attention. Then the horse nickered, not in fear or anger, but with a sound she had used for the baby lion in her care, and the cave lion recognized his nursemaid. "I told you it was only Baby," she said to the horse, then was overcome with coughing. Stirring up the fire, Ayla reached for the water bag and discovered it was empty. Wrapping her sleeping fur around her, she went outside and scooped up a bowl of snow. She tried to control the deep spasms from her chest that tore at her throat while she waited for water to boil. Finally, with a decoction of elecampane roots and wild cherry bark to help, the cough quieted, and she returned to her bed. Baby had made himself comfortable in the far corner, and Winnie relaxed in her place by the wall. Eventually, Ayla's natural vitality and hardiness overcame the illness, but she was a long time in recovering. She was beside herself with joy to have her animal family back together again, though it was not quite the same. Both animals had changed. Winnie was heavy with foal and had lived with a wild herd who understood the dangers of predators. She was more reserved around the lion with whom she had played in the past, and Baby was not a funny little cub anymore. He left the cave again soon after the blizzard blew itself out, and as the winter deepened, he returned less and less. Overexertion often brought on fits of coughing until well past midwinter, and Ayla babied herself. She pampered the horse, too, feeding her grain she had picked and winnowed for herself and only taking short rides. But when a day dawned cold and clear and she woke up full of energy, she decided a little exercise might be good for both of them. She strapped the pack baskets onto the horse and took along spears and travois poles, emergency food, extra water bags and clothing, carrying basket, tent, everything she could think of for every possible emergency. She did not want to get caught short again. The one time she had been careless was almost fatal. Before she mounted, she laid a soft leather hide over Winnie's back, an innovation since the horse's return. It had been so long since she had ridden that her thighs became chapped and sore, and the leather blanket made a difference. Enjoying the feeling of being out and a sense of well-being at the absence of the terrible cough, Ayla let the horse walk at her own pace once they reached the steps. She was riding comfortably, daydreaming about the end of winter, when she felt Winnie's muscles tense. It snapped her to attention. Something was moving toward them, something that moved with the stealth of a predator. Winnie was more vulnerable now. She was nearing the time when she would give birth. Ayla reached for her spear, though she had never tried to kill a cave lion before. As the animal neared, she saw a rufous mane and a familiar scar on the lion's nose. She slipped off the horse and ran toward the huge predator. "Baby, where have you been? Don't you know I worry if you stay away so long?" He seemed just as excited to see her and greeted her with an affectionate rub that almost knocked her over. She wrapped her arms around his neck and scratched behind his ears and under his chin the way he loved it, while he purred a low growl of contentment. Then she heard the distinctive grunting voice of another cave lion not far away. Baby stopped his contented growl and stiffened into a posture she had not seen in him before. Over his shoulder a lioness approached cautiously. She stopped at a sound from Baby. "You've found a mate. I knew you would. I knew you'd have your own pride someday." Ayla looked for more lionesses. "Only one so far. Probably a nomad, too. You'll have to fight for a territory, but it's a beginning. You're going to have a wonderful big pride someday, Baby." The cave lion relaxed a bit and came toward her again, butting her with his head. She scratched his forehead and gave him a last quick hug. Winnie was very nervous, she noticed. Baby's scent might have been familiar, but not that of the strange lioness. Ayla mounted, and when Baby approached them again, she signaled stop. He stayed for a moment, and then, with a hunga, hunga, turned away. Followed by his mate, Baby left. "He's gone now, living with his own kind," she thought on the way back. "He might come for a visit, but he'll never come back to me like Winnie did." The woman reached down and patted the mare affectionately. "I'm so glad you're back," she thought. Seeing Baby with his lioness reminded the young woman of her own uncertain future. "Baby has a mate now. You had one too, Winnie. I wonder, will I ever have one?" Chapter 17. Jondolar stepped out from under the sandstone overhang and looked down the snow-covered terrace that ended abruptly with a sheer drop. The high side walls framed the white rounded contours of the eroded hills on the other side of the river. Darvo, who had been waiting for him, waved. He was standing beside a stump next to the wall some distance down the length of the field, in the place Jondolar had chosen to work his flint. It was out in the open where the light was good, and out of the way so there would be less chance of someone stepping on a sharp chip. He started toward the boy. "Jondolar, wait a moment." "Thonlin," he said, smiling, and waited for his brother to catch up. They strolled together across the packed snow. "I promised Darvo I'd show him some special techniques this morning. How's Shamio?" "She's fine, getting over her cold. She had us worried. Her coughing was even keeping Jatamio awake. We're talking about making more room before next winter." Jondolar gave Thonlin an appraising look, wondering if the responsibilities of a mate and extended family were weighing heavily on his carefree younger brother. But Thonlin had a settled, contented look about him. Suddenly he flashed a self-satisfied grin. "Big brother, I have something to tell you. Had you noticed that Jatamio was putting a bit of flesh on her bones? I thought she was just getting a healthy, settled look. I was wrong. She's been blessed again." "That's wonderful. I know how much she wants a baby." "She's known for a long time, but she didn't want to tell me. Afraid I'd worry. She seems to be holding it this time, Jondolar. Shamud says not to count on anything, but if everything continues to go well, she'll give birth in spring. She says she's sure it is a child of my spirit." "She must be right. Just think. My footloose little brother, a man of his own hearth, with his mate expecting a child." Thonlin's grin broadened. His happiness was so transparent that Jondolar had to smile too. He looked so pleased with himself. You'd think he was having a baby, Jondolar thought. "There, to the left," Dolando said softly, pointing to a rocky prominence jutting out from the flank of the rugged crest rising up before them and filling the entire view. Jondolar looked, but he was too overwhelmed to focus his vision on anything less than the full expanse. They were at timberline. Behind was the forest through which they had ascended. It had begun with oak at the lower elevations, then beech predominated. Farther up were the conifers that were more familiar to him, mountain pine, fir, and spruce. He had seen from a distance the hardened crust of the earth upthrust in far grander peaks, but as they left the trees behind, his breath caught at the unexpected grandeur. As many times as he had seen the view, it still affected him the same way. The closeness of the mounting heights stunned him, the sense of immediacy, as though he could reach out and touch it. In silent awe it spoke of elemental upheavals, of gravid earth straining to birth naked rock. Unclothed by forest, the primordial bone of the Great Mother lay exposed in the tilted landscape. Beyond it the sky was unearthly blue, flat and deep, a featureless backdrop to the blinding reflections of sunlight fracturing off crystals of glacial ice that clung to spines and cracks above wind-swept alpine meadows.
"I see it," Thonelin cried. "A little more to the right, Jondolar. See, on that outcrop."
The tall man shifted his gaze and saw the small, graceful chamois poised on the precipice. Its thick black winter coat still clung in patches on the flanks, but the beige-gray summer pelt blended into the rock. Two small horns rose straight up from the forehead of the goat-like antelope, curving back only at the tips.
"I see him now," Jondolar said. "That may not be a him. Females have horns, too," Dolando corrected. "They do resemble ibex, don't they, Thonelin? They're smaller horns, too, but from a distance."
"How do the Zelendanyi hunt ibex, Jondolar?" a young woman asked, her eyes glistening with curiosity, excitement, and love. She was only a few years older than Darvo and had developed an adolescent infatuation with the tall blond man. She had been born Shamudoy, but had grown up on the river when her mother mated a second time to a Ramudoy, and had moved back up when the relationship came to a stormy end. She hadn't grown accustomed to the mountain crags as most Shamudoy youngsters did, and hadn't shown an inclination to hunt chamois until recently, after she discovered Jondolar's strong feeling of approval for women who hunted. To her surprise, she found it exciting.
"I don't know much about it, Ricario,"
Jondolar replied, smiling gently. He had seen the signs in young women before, and though he couldn't help but respond to her attention, he didn't want to encourage her.
"There were ibex in the mountains south of us, and more in the eastern ranges. But we didn't hunt the mountains. They were too far. Occasionally a group would get together at the summer meeting and arrange a hunting party. But I just went along for the fun, and I followed the directions of the hunters who knew how. I'm still learning, Ricario. Dolando is the expert hunter of mountain animals."
The chamois leaped from the precipice to a pinnacle, then calmly surveyed the view from its new vantage. "How do you hunt an animal that can jump like that?" Ricario breathed, with hushed wonder at the effortless grace of the sure-footed creature. "How can they hold on to such a small place?"
"When we get one, Ricario, take a look at the hooves," Dolando said. "Only the outer edge is hard. The inner part is flexible, like the palm of your hand. That's why they don't slide or lose their footing. The soft part grips. The outer edge holds. To hunt them, it's most important to remember that they always look down. They always watch where they're going, and they know what is below them. Their eyes are far back on the sides of their head, so they can see around to the side, but they can't see up behind them. That's your advantage. If you move up around them, you can get them from behind. You can get close enough to touch them if you're careful, and don't lose patience."
"What if they move before you get there?" she asked.
"Look up there. See the tinge of green on the pastures? That spring grass is a real treat after winter forage. The one up there is a lookout. The rest of them, males, females, and kids, are down among rocks and bushes staying out of sight. If the grazing is good, they won't move much, as long as they feel safe."
"Why are we standing around here talking? Let's go," Darvo said. He was annoyed at Ricario for hanging around Jondolar all the time, and impatient to begin the hunt. He'd accompanied the hunters before. Jondolar always took him along when he started hunting with the Shamudoy, though only to track, watch, and learn. This time, he had been given permission to try for the kill. If he succeeded, it would be a first kill for him, and he would be the recipient of special attention. But no extraordinary pressures were imposed on him. He did not have to make the kill this time. There would be other times to try. Hunting such agile prey in an environment to which they were uniquely adapted was difficult at best. Whoever got close enough to try made the attempt, and that required stealth and care. No one could follow the chamois from crag to outcrop across deep chasms once they were frightened and started to run. Dolando started up around a rock formation whose parallel lines of strata were skewed at an angle. Softer layers of the sedimentary deposits had worn away on the exposed face, leaving convenient step-like footholds. The steep hike to get up behind and around the herd of chamois would be arduous, but not perilous. No real mountain climbing would be required. The rest of the hunting party fell in behind the leader. Jondolar was waiting to bring up the rear. Nearly everyone had started up the stepped rock when he heard Serenio call out to him. He turned around in surprise.
Serenia was not a woman who cared for hunting, and she seldom went much beyond the vicinity of the shelters. He couldn't imagine what she was doing so far away. But the look on her face when she caught up to him sent a chill of fear down his back. She had been hurrying and had to catch her breath before she could talk.
"Glad reached you. Need Thonolin. Jatamio, labor," she managed to get out after a moment.
He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted,
"Thonolin! Thonolin!"
One of the figures moving on ahead turned around, and Jondolar waved him back. The silence as they waited was uncomfortable. He wanted to ask if Jatamio was all right, but something held him back. "When did labor start?" he finally asked.
"She was having back pains last night, but didn't say anything to Thonolin. He'd been looking forward to the chamois hunt, and she was afraid he wouldn't go if she told him. She said she wasn't sure it was labor, and I think she had some idea of surprising him with a baby when he got back," Serenio said. "She didn't want him to worry or be nervous waiting while she labored." That was like Jatamio, he thought. She would want to spare him. Thonolin doted on her so much. Suddenly Jondolar had an ominous thought. If it was Jatamio's wish to surprise Thonolin, why had Serenio rushed up the mountain to get him? "There's a problem, isn't there?" Serenio looked at the ground, closed her eyes, and breathed deep before she answered. "The baby is breech. She's too narrow and won't give. Shamud thinks it's the fault of the paralysis she had and told me to get Thonolin. You too, for his sake."
"Oh, no.
"Good Donnie."
Oh, no."
No, she can't be. Why? Why would the mother bless her with a child and then take them both?"
Thonolin was pacing furiously within the confines of the dwelling he had shared with Jatamio, pounding one fist into the other hand. Jondolar stood by helplessly, unable to offer more than the comfort of his presence. Most could not offer that much. Thonolin, wild with grief, had screamed at everyone to get away. Jondolar, why her? Why would the mother take her? She had so little. She suffered through so much. Was it so much to ask? A child? Someone of her own flesh and blood? "I don't know, Thonolin. Not even a Zelendani could answer you." "Why like that? With such pain?" Thonolin stopped in front of his brother, appealing to him. "She hardly knew me when I came. Jondolar, she was hurting. I could see it in her eyes. Why did she have to die? No one knows why the mother gives life and then takes it back. The mother! She doesn't care. Jatamio honored her. I honored her. What did it matter? She took Jatamio anyway. I hate the mother." He started pacing again. "Jondolar," Rosario called from the entrance, hesitating to come in. Jondolar stepped out. "What is it?" "Shamud cut in to take the baby after she—" Rosario blinked back a tear. "He thought he might be able to save the baby. Sometimes that will work. It was too late. But it was a boy. I don't know if you want to tell him or not." "Thank you, Rosario." He could see she had been grieving. Jatamio had been a daughter. Rosario had raised her, cared for her through a paralyzing illness and a long recovery, and had been with her from the beginning to the agonizing end of her ill-fated labor. Suddenly Thonolin pushed past them, struggling into his old traveling back frame and heading toward the pathway around the wall. "I don't think now is the time. I'll tell him later," Jondolar said, running after his brother. "Where are you going?" he asked, catching up to him. "I'm leaving. I never should have stopped. I haven't reached the end of my journey." "You can't leave now," Jondolar said, putting a restraining hand on his arm. Thonolin shrugged it off violently. "Why not? What's to keep me here?" Thonolin sobbed. Jondolar stopped him again, spun him around, and looked into a face so lacerated with grief that he hardly recognized him. The pain was so deep it burned his own soul. There had been times when he had envied Thonolin's joy in his love for Jatamio, wondering at the defect in his character that prevented him from knowing such love. Was it worth it? Was the love worth this anguish, this bitter desolation? "Can you leave Jatamio and her son to be buried without you?" "Her son? How do you know it was a son?" "Shamud took it. He thought he might save at least the baby. It was too late." I don't want to see the son that killed her. Thonolin, Thonolin. She asked to be blessed. She wanted to be pregnant, and she was so happy about it. Would you have taken that happiness from her? Would you rather she had lived a long life of sorrow? Childless and despairing of ever having one. She had love and happiness, first mated to you, then blessed by the mother. It was only a short time, but she told me she was happier than she ever dreamed possible. She said nothing gave her more joy than you, and knowing she was carrying a child. Your child, she called it, Thonolin, the child of your spirit. Maybe the mother knew it had to be one or the other, and chose to give her the joy. Jondolar, she didn't even know me. Thonolin's voice cracked. Shamud gave her something at the end, Thonolin. There was no hope that she would give birth, but she didn't suffer so much. She knew you were there. The mother took everything when she took Jatamio. I was so full of love, and now I am empty, Jondolar. I have nothing left. How can she be gone? Thonolin swayed. Jondolar reached for him, supported him as he crumpled, and held him against his shoulder while he sobbed his despair. Why not back home, Thonolin? If we leave now, we can make it to the glacier by winter and be home next spring. Why do you want to go east? Jondolar's voice held longing. You go home, Jondolar. You should have gone long ago. I always said you're a Zelendanyi and will always be one. I'm going east. You said you were going to make a journey to the end of the Great Mother River. Once you reach Barren Sea, what will you do?
Who knows? Maybe I'll go around the sea. Maybe I'll go north and hunt mammoth with Tholi's people. The Mamutoi say there is another mountain range far to the east. Home has nothing for me, Jondolar. I'd rather look for something new. It's time for us to go different ways, brother. You go west, I'll go east. If you don't want to go back, why not stay here? Yes, why not stay here, Thonolin? Dolando said, joining them. And you too, Jondolar. Shamudoi or Ramudoi, it doesn't matter. You belong. You have family here and friends. We would be sorry to see either of you leave. Dolando, you know I was ready to live here for the rest of my life. I can't now. Everything is too full of her. I keep expecting to see her. Every day I'm here, I have to remember all over again that I will never see her again. I'm sorry. I will miss many people, but I must go. Dolando nodded. He didn't push them to stay, but he had wanted to let them know they were family. When will you leave? Soon. A few days at most, Thonolin replied. I'd like to arrange a trade, Dolando. I'll be leaving everything behind except traveling packs and clothes. I'd like a small boat, though. I'm sure it can be arranged. You'll be going downstream, then? East. Not back to the Zelendanyi? I'm going east, Thonolin said. And you, Jondolar? I don't know. There's Serenio and Darvo. Dolando nodded. Jondolar may not have made the tie formal, but he knew the decision would not be any easier for it. The tall Zelendanyi had reasons to go west, to stay, or to go east, and which way he would choose was anyone's guess. Rosario's been cooking all day. I think she's doing it to keep herself busy so she won't have time to think, Dolando said. It would please her if you'd join us for a meal. Jondolar, she'd like Serenio and Darvo, too. It would please her even more if you would just come eat something, Thonolin. She worries about you. It must be hard on Dolando, too, Jondolar realized. He had been so worried about Thonolin that he hadn't thought of the grief of the cave. This had been Jatamio's home. Dolando must have cared for her as he would any child of his hearth. She had been close to many. Tholi and Marquino were her family, and he knew Serenio had been crying. Darvo was upset, not wanting to talk to him. I'll ask Serenio, Jondolar said. I'm sure Darvo would like to go. Maybe you should just count on him. I'd like to have a talk with Serenio. Send him over, Dolando said, reminding himself to keep the lad overnight to give his mother and Jondolar some time to reach a decision. The three men walked together back to the sandstone overhang, then stood near the fire in the central hearth for a few moments. They said little, but enjoyed each other's company.
bittersweet, knowing changes had occurred that would soon make it impossible for them to stand with each other again. Shadows of the terrace walls had already brought an evening chill, though from the front end sunlight could be seen streaming down the river gorge. Standing by the fire together, they could almost feel that nothing had changed, could almost forget the devastating tragedy. They stayed long into twilight, wanting to hold the moment, each thinking private thoughts that, had they shared them, they would have found remarkably similar. Each was thinking of the events that had brought the Zelendanyi men to the cave of the Sharamudoi, and each was wondering if he would ever see either of the other two again.
"Aren't you ever coming in?" Rosario asked, finally unable to wait longer. She had sensed their need for this last silent communion and hadn't wanted to disturb them. Then Shamud and Serenio came out of a shelter. Darvo detached himself from a group of youngsters. Other people came to the central fire, and the mood was irrevocably lost. Rosario herded everyone toward her dwelling, including Jondolar and Serenio, but they left soon after. They walked in silence to the edge, then around the wall to a fallen log. It made a comfortable seat from which to watch the sunset upriver. Nature conspired to keep them silent by the sheer beauty of the setting sun, a panorama presented in metallic hues. With the molten orb's descent, lead-gray clouds were highlighted in silver, then spread out in gleaming gold that shattered on the river. Fiery red transformed the gold to shining copper, which flattened to bronze, then faded to silver again. As the silver leadened, then tarnished to darker shades, Jondolar came to a decision. He turned to face Serenio. She was certainly beautiful, he thought. She wasn't hard to live with. She made his life comfortable. He opened his mouth to speak. "Let's go back, Jondolar," she said, first. "Serenio, we have lived," he started. She held a finger to his mouth to silence him. "Don't talk now. Let's go back." He heard the urgency in her voice this time, saw the desire in her eyes. He reached for her hand, held it, fingers to his lips, then turned her hand around, opened it, and kissed her palm. His warm, seeking mouth found her wrist, then followed her arm to the inside of her elbow, pushing back her sleeve to reach it. She sighed, closed her eyes, and tilted her head back, inviting him. He held the back of her neck to support her head and kissed the pulse in her throat, found her ear, and searched out her mouth. She was waiting, hungry. He kissed her then, slowly, lovingly, tasting the softness under her tongue, touching the ridges of her palate, and drew her tongue into his mouth. When they pulled apart, she was breathing heavily. Her hand found his warm and throbbing response. "Let's go back," she said again, her voice husky. "Why go back? Why not here?" he said. "If we stay here, it will be over too soon. I want the warmth of fire and furs, so we won't need to rush." Their lovemaking had become, not stale, but a little perfunctory recently. They knew what satisfied each other, and they tended to fall into a pattern, exploring and experimenting only rarely. This night, he knew, she wanted more than routine, and he was eager to comply. He took her head in both his hands, kissed her eyes and the end of her nose, the softness of her cheek, and breathed into her ear. He nibbled at an earlobe, then sought her throat again. When he found her mouth once more, he took it fiercely and held her to him. "I think we should go back, Serenio," he breathed into her ear. "That's what I've been saying." Side by side, his arm over her shoulder and hers around his waist, they walked back around the jutting wall. For once, he didn't step back to allow passage around the outside edge in single file. He did not even notice the precipitous fall-off. It was dark, the deep black of both night and shadow in the open field. The moon's light was stopped by the high side walls. Only a few scattered stars could be seen between clouds above. It was later than they realized when they reached the overhang. No one was out around the fire of the central hearth, though logs still burned with licking flames. They saw Rosario, Dolando, and several others inside their shelter, and as they passed the entrance, they saw Darvo throwing carved pieces of bone with Thonolin. Jondolar smiled. It was a game he and his brother had often played on long winter nights, one that could take half a night to resolve, and it held the attention, making forgetting easier.
The dwelling Jondolar shared with Serenio was dark when they entered. He piled wood in the stone-lined fireplace, then got a piece of burning wood from the main hearth to light it. He leaned 2 planks across each other at the entrance, then stretched the leather drape across, making a warm, private world. He shrugged out of his outer garment, and while Serenio brought out drinking cups, Jondolar got the skin of fermented bilberry juice and poured for both. The immediacy of his ardor had passed, and the walk back had given him time to think. She's as lovely and passionate as any woman I've ever known, he thought, sipping the warming liquid. I should have formalized our union long ago. Perhaps she'd be willing to come back with me, and Darvo, too. But whether we stay here or go back, I want her for my mate. There was relief in the decision, and one less undecided factor to cope with, and it pleased him that he felt so good about it. It was proper, right. Why had he held back so long? Serenio, I've made a decision. I don't know if I've ever told you how much you mean to me. Not now, she said, putting her cup down. She reached her arms around his neck, brought his lips to hers, and pressed close. It was a long, slow, lingering kiss that reminded him quickly of his passion. She's right, he thought. We can talk later. As the intensity of his heat reasserted itself, he led her to the fur-covered sleeping platform. The forgotten fire burned low while he explored and rediscovered her body. Serenio had never been unresponsive, but she opened herself to him as she never had before. She couldn't get enough of him, though she was satisfied and satisfied again. Surge after surge filled them, and when he thought he had reached his limit, she experimented with his techniques and slowly encouraged him again. With a last ecstatic effort, they reached a joyous release and lay together exhausted, finally sated. They slept for a while as they were, naked on top of the furs. When the fire died, the chill of pre-dawn woke them. She started a fresh fire from the last embers while he put on a tunic and slipped out to fill the water bag. The warmth inside the dwelling was welcome when he returned. He had taken a quick dip in the cold pool as well. He felt invigorated, refreshed, and so thoroughly satisfied that he was ready for anything. After Serenio started stones heating, she slipped out to relieve herself and came back as wet as he. "You're shivering," Jondolar said, wrapping her in a fur. "You seem to enjoy your dunking so much, I thought I'd try it. It was cold." She laughed. "The tea is almost ready. I'll bring you a cup. You sit here," he said, urging her back to the sleeping platform and piling more furs around her until only her face could be seen. Spending my life with a woman like Serenio would not be at all bad, he thought. I wonder if I could persuade her to come home with me. An unhappy thought intruded itself. If only I could persuade Thonelin to come home with me. I can't understand why he wants to go east. He took Serenio a cup of hot betony tea and one for himself and settled on the edge of the platform. "Serenio, have you ever thought of making a journey?" "Do you mean travel to some place I've never been before? To meet new people who speak a language I wouldn't understand?" "No, Jondolar, I've never had an urge to make a journey." "But you do understand Zelendanyi very well. When we decided to learn one another's language with Tholi and the rest, I was surprised how quickly you learned. It wouldn't be as though you had to learn a new language." "What are you trying to say, Jondolar?" He smiled. "I'm trying to persuade you to travel with me back to my home after we are mated. You'd like the Zelendanyi." "What do you mean, after we are mated? What makes you think we are going to mate?" He was abashed. Of course, he should have asked her first, not just blurted out questions about journeys. Women like to be asked, not taken for granted. He gave her a sheepish grin. "I've decided it's time to make our arrangement formal. I should have done it long before. You're a beautiful, loving woman, Serenio, and Darvo is a fine boy. To have him as the true child of my hearth would make me very proud. But I was hoping you might consider traveling with me back home, back to the Zelendanyi. Of course, if you don't—" "Jondolar, you can't decide to make our arrangement formal. I'm not going to mate you. I decided that long ago." He flushed, truly embarrassed. It hadn't occurred to him that she wouldn't want to mate him. He'd only thought of himself, the way he felt, not that she might not consider him worthy. I'm sorry, Serenio. I thought you cared about me, too. I shouldn't have presumed. You should have told me to leave. I could have found another place." He got up and started gathering up some of his things. "Jondolar, what are you doing?" "Getting my things together so I can move out." "Why do you want to move out?" "I don't want to, but if you don't want me here—" "After tonight? How can you say I don't want you? What does that have to do with mating you?" He came back, sat down on the edge of the sleeping platform, and looked into her enigmatic eyes. "Why won't you mate me? Am I not man enough for you?" "Not man enough?" Her voice caught in her throat. She closed her eyes, blinked a few times, and took a deep breath. "Oh, Mother Jondolar, not man enough? If you aren't, no man on earth is man enough. That's just the problem. You're too much man, too much everything. I couldn't live with that." "I don't understand. I want to mate you, and you say I'm too good for you?" "You really don't understand, do you? Jondolar, you've given me more than any man. If I were to mate you, I'd have so much. I'd have more than any other woman I know. They'd be envious. They would wish their men would be as generous, as caring, as good as you. They already know a touch from you can make a woman feel more alive, more— Jondolar, you are every woman's desire." "If I'm all you say, why won't you mate me?" "Because you don't love me." "Serenio, I do." "Yes. In your way you love me. You care about me. You would never do anything to hurt me, and you would be so wonderful, so good to me. But I'd always know. Even if I convinced myself otherwise, I'd know. And I'd wonder what was wrong with me, what I lacked, why you couldn't love me." Jondolar looked down. "Serenio, people mate who don't love each other like that." He looked at her earnestly. "If they have other things, if they care about each other, they can have a good life together." "Yes, some people do. I may mate again someday, and if we have other things, it may not be necessary to love each other. But not you, Jondolar." "Why not me?" he asked, and the pain in his eyes was almost enough to make her reconsider. "Because I would love you. I couldn't help it. I would love you and die a little every day, knowing you didn't love me the same way. No woman can keep from loving you, Jondolar. And every time we would make love, like we did tonight, I would wither inside more, wanting you so much, loving you so much, and knowing that as much as you might want to, you didn't love me back. After a while, I'd dry up, be an empty shell, and find ways to make your life as miserable as mine. You'd go on being your wonderful, caring, generous self because you'd know why I had become like that. But you'd hate yourself for it, and everyone would wonder how you could stand such a carping, bitter old woman. I won't do that to you, Jondolar, and I won't do it to me." He got up and paced to the entrance, then turned around and came back. "Serenio, why can't I love? Other men fall in love. What's wrong with me?" He looked at her with such anguish she ached for him, loved him even more, and wished there was some way she could make him love her. "I don't know, Jondolar. Maybe you haven't found the right woman. Maybe the mother has someone special for you. She doesn't make many like you. You are really more than most women could bear. If all your love were concentrated on one, it could overwhelm her if she wasn't one to whom the mother gave equal gifts. Even if you did love me, I'm not sure I could live with it. If you loved a woman as much as you love your brother, she would have to be very strong." "I can't fall in love, but if I could, no woman could bear it," he said, with a laugh of dry irony and bitterness. "Be wary of gifts from the mother." His eyes, deep violet in the red glow of the fire, filled with apprehension. "What did you mean? If I loved a woman as much as I love my brother? If no woman is strong enough to bear my love, are you thinking I need a man?" Serenio smiled, then chuckled. "I don't mean you love your brother like a woman. You are not like Shamoud with the body of one and the inclinations of the other. You would have known it by now and sought your calling, and, like the Shamoud, you would have found a love there. "No," she said, and felt a flush of warmth thinking about it. "You like a woman's body too well. But you love your brother more than you have ever loved any woman. That's why I wanted you so much tonight. You'll be leaving when he goes, and I won't see you again." As soon as she said it, he knew she was right. No matter what he thought he had decided, when the time came, he would have left with Thonolin. "How did you know, Serenio?" "I didn't. I came here thinking I was going to mate you and settle down with a Sharamudoi if I couldn't take you back with me. I think everyone knows you will follow him, wherever he goes. Shamud says it is your destiny." Jondolar's curiosity about Shamud had never been satisfied. On impulse, he asked, "Tell me, is Shamud a man or a woman?" She looked at him a long time. "Do you really want to know?" He reconsidered. "No, I don't suppose it matters. Shamud didn't want to tell me. Maybe the mystery is important to Shamud." In the silence that followed, Jondolar stared at Serenio, wanting to remember her as she was then. Her hair was still damp and in disarray, but she had warmed and pushed most of the furs away. "What about you, Serenio? What will you do?" "I love you, Jondolar." It was a simple declarative statement. "It won't be easy to get over you, but you gave me something. I was afraid to love. I lost so many loves that I pushed all feelings of love away. I knew I would lose you, Jondolar, but I loved you anyway. Now I know I can love again, and if I lose it, it doesn't take away the love that was. You gave that to me, and maybe something more." The mystery of a woman came into her smile. "Soon, perhaps someone will come into my life that I can love. It's a little early to tell for sure, but I think the mother has blessed me. I didn't think it was possible after the last one I lost. I've been many years without her blessing. It may be a child of your spirit. I'll know if the baby has your eyes." The familiar furrows appeared on his forehead. "Serenio, I must stay then. You have no man at your hearth to provide for you and the child," he said. "Jondolar, you don't have to worry. No mother or her children ever lack for care. Mudo has said all those she blesses must be succored. That's why she made men, to bring to mothers the gifts of the great Earth Mother. The cave will provide, as she provides for all her children. You must follow your destiny, and I will follow mine. I won't forget you, and if I have a child of your spirit, I will think of you, just as I remember the man I loved when Darvo was born." Serenio had changed, but she still made no demands, placed no burden of obligation on him. He put his arms around her. She looked into his compelling blue eyes. Her eyes hid nothing, not the love she felt, or her sadness in losing him, and not her joy in the treasure she hoped she carried. Through a crack they could see the faint light that heralded a new day. He got up. "Where are you going, Jondolar?" "Just outside. I've had too much tea." He smiled, and it reached his eyes. "But keep the bed warm. The night isn't over yet." He bent over and kissed her. "Serenio," his voice was husky with feeling, "you mean more to me than any woman I have ever known." It wasn't quite enough. He would leave, though she knew if she asked, he would stay. But she did not ask, and in return he gave her the most he could. And that was more than most women would ever get. Chapter 18. "Mother said you wanted to see me." Jondolar could see tension in the set of Darvo's shoulders and the wary look in his eyes. He knew the boy had been avoiding him, and he suspected the reason. The tall man smiled, trying to seem casual and relaxed, but the hesitancy in his usual warm fondness made Darvo more nervous. He didn't want his fears confirmed. Jondolar had not been looking forward to telling the boy either. He took down a neatly folded garment from a shelf and shook it out. "I think you are almost big enough for this, Darvo. I want to give it to you." For a moment, the boy's eyes lit with pleasure at the Zelendanyi shirt with its intricate and exotic decoration. Then the wariness returned. "You're leaving, aren't you?" he accused. "Thonolin is my brother, Darvo." "And I'm nothing." "That's not true. You must know how much I care about you. But Thonolin is so full of grief he's not reasonable. I fear for him. I can't let him go alone, and if I don't look after him, who will? Please try to understand. I don't want to go farther east." "Will you come back?" Jondolar paused. "I don't know. I can't promise. I don't know where we're going, how long we'll travel." He proffered the shirt. "That's why I want to give you this, so you'll have something to remember the Zelendanyi man. Darvo, listen to me. You will always be the first son of my hearth." The boy looked at the beaded tunic, then tears welled and threatened to break. "I'm not the son of your hearth," he cried, then turned and ran from the dwelling. Jondolar wanted to run after him. Instead, he placed the shirt on Darvo's sleeping platform and walked slowly out. Carlono frowned at the lowering clouds. "I think the weather will hold," he said. "But if she really starts gusting, pull over to the shore, though you won't find many places to land until you are through the gate. The mother will split into channels when you reach the plain on the other side of the gate. Remember, keep to the left bank. She'll swing north before you reach the sea, and then east. Soon after the turn, she is joined by a large river on the left, her last major tributary. A short distance beyond is the beginning of the delta, the outlet to the sea. But you still have a long way to go. The delta is huge and dangerous, marsh and bogs and sandbars. The mother separates again, usually into 4, but sometimes more main channels, and many small ones. Keep to the left channel, the northern one. There's a Mamutoi camp on the north bank, close to the mouth." The experienced riverman had gone over it before. He had even drawn a map in the dirt to help guide them to the end of the Great Mother River. But he believed repetition would reinforce their memory, especially if they had to make quick decisions. He wasn't happy about the 2 young men traveling on the unfamiliar river without an experienced guide. But they insisted, or rather, Thonolin did, and Jondolar wouldn't let him go alone. At least the tall man had gained some skill in handling boats. They were standing on the wooden dock with their gear loaded in a small boat, but their departure lacked the usual excitement of such adventures. Thonolin was leaving only because he could not stay, and Jondolar would much rather have been setting out in the opposite direction. The spark had gone out of Thonolin. His former outgoing friendliness was replaced by moodiness. His generally morose disposition was punctuated by a flaring temper, often leading to increased recklessness and careless disregard. The first real argument between the 2 brothers had not come to blows only because Jondolar had refused to fight. Thonolin had accused his brother of wet-nursing him like an infant, demanding the right to his own life without being followed around. When Thonolin heard of Serenio's possible pregnancy, he was furious that Jondolar would consider leaving a woman who probably carried the child of his spirit to follow a brother to some unknown destination. He insisted that Jondolar stay and provide for her, as any decent man would. In spite of Serenio's refusal to mate, Jondolar couldn't help feeling Thonolin was right. It had been drilled into him since birth that a man's responsibility, his sole purpose, was to provide support for mothers and children, particularly a woman who had been blessed with a child that in some mysterious way might have absorbed his spirit. But Thonolin would not stay, and Jondolar, afraid his brother would do something irrational and dangerous, insisted upon accompanying him. The tension between them was still oppressive. Jondolar didn't quite know how to say goodbye to Serenio. He was almost afraid to look at her. But she had a smile on her face when he bent to kiss her, and though her eyes seemed a little swollen and red, she allowed no emotion to show in them. He searched for Darvo, and was disappointed that the boy was not among those who had come down to the dock. Nearly everyone else was there. Thonolin was already in the small boat when Jondolar climbed in and settled himself in the rear seat. He took up his oar, and while Carlono untied the rope, he looked up one last time at the high terrace. A boy was standing near the edge. The shirt he was wearing would take a few years for him to fill out, but the pattern was distinctly Zelendanyi. Jondolar smiled, then waved with his oar. Darvo waved back as the tall, blond Zelendanyi man dipped the double-ended paddle into the river. The 2 brothers pulled into midstream and looked back at the dock full of people. Friends. As they headed downstream, Jondolar wondered if they would ever see the Sharamudoi again, or anyone he knew. The journey that had begun as an adventure had lost its edge of excitement, Yet he was being drawn almost against his will farther away from home. What could Thonolin hope to find going east? And what could there possibly be for him in that direction? The great river gorge was foreboding under the gray, overcast sky. Naked rock reared out of the water from deep roots and rose in towering bulwarks on both sides. On the left bank, a series of ramparts of sharp, angular rock climbed in rugged relief all the way to the distant glaciered peaks. On the right, weathered and eroded, the rounded mountain tops gave the illusion of mere hills, but their height was daunting from the small boat. Large boulders and pinnacles broke the surface, parting the current into curls of white water. They were a part of the medium in which they traveled, propelled by it like the debris floating on its skin and the silt within its silent depths. They did not control their speed or direction. They only steered a course around obstructions. Where the river stretched out more than a mile in width and swells lifted and dipped the small craft, it seemed more like a sea. When the sides drew together, they could feel the change in energy as the flow was resisted. The current was stronger when the same volume of water surged through the constricted gates. They had traveled more than a quarter of the way through, perhaps 25 miles, when the threatened rain broke forth in a furious squall, whipping up waves they feared would swamp the little wooden boat. But there was no shore, only the steep, wet rock. "I can steer if you bail, Thonolin," Jondolar said. They hadn't talked much, but some of the tension between them had dissipated as they paddled in harmony to keep the craft on course. Thonolin shipped his oar, and with a square wooden scoop-like implement, tried to empty the small vessel. "It's filling as fast as I can bail," he called over his shoulder. "I don't think this will last long. If you can keep up with it, I think we'll make it," Jondolar replied, struggling through the choppy water. The heavy weather lifted, and though clouds still menaced, they made their way through the entire gorge without further incident. Like the relaxation that comes with the removal of a tight belt, the swollen, muddy river spread out when she reached the plains. Channels twined around islands of willow and reed, nesting grounds for cranes and herons, transitory geese and ducks, and innumerable other birds. They camped the first night on the flat, grassy prairie of the left bank. The foot of the alpine peaks was pulling back from the river's edge, but the rounded mountains of the right bank held the great mother river to her eastward course. Jondolar and Thonolin settled into a traveling routine so quickly that it seemed they had not stopped for those years while they were living with the Sharamudoi. Yet it wasn't the same. Gone was the light-hearted sense of adventure, seeking whatever lay around the bend for the simple joy of discovery. Instead, Thonolin's drive to keep moving was tainted with desperation. Jondolar had attempted once more to talk his brother into turning back, but it led to a bitter argument. He didn't bring it up again. They spoke mostly to exchange necessary information. Jondolar could only hope that time would assuage Thonolin's grief, and that someday he would decide to return home and take up his life again. Until then, he was determined to stay with him. The two brothers traveled much faster on the river in the small dugout than they could have walking along the edge. Riding on the current, they sped along with ease. As Carlono had predicted, the river turned north when it reached a barrier of ancient mountain stumps, far older than the raw mountains around which the great river flowed. Though ground down with their hoary age, they intervened between the river and the inland sea she strove to reach. Undeterred, she sought another way. Her northward strategy worked, but not until, when she made her final swing to the east, one more large river brought a contribution of water and silt to the overburdened mother. With her way finally clear, she could not hold herself to one path. Though she had many miles to go, she split up once again into many channels in a fan-shaped delta. The delta was a morass of quicksand, salt marsh, and insecure little islands. Some of the silty islets stayed in place several years, long enough for small trees to send down tenuous roots, only to be washed away at the vicissitude of seasonal flood or eroding seepage. 4 major channels, depending on season and happenstance, cut through to the sea, but their courses were inconstant. For no apparent reason, the water would suddenly switch from a deeply worn bed to a new path, tearing up brush and leaving a sinkhole of soft, wet sand. The great Mother River, 1,800 miles and 2 glacier-covered mountain ranges of water, had nearly reached her destination. But the delta, with its hundreds of square miles of mud, silt, sand, and water, was the most dangerous section of the entire river. By following the deepest of the left channels, the river had not been hard to navigate. The current had taken the small log boat around its sweeping northward turn, and even the final large tributary had only pushed them to midstream. But the brothers didn't anticipate that she would break into channels so soon. Before they realized it, they were swept into a middle channel. Jondolar had gained considerable skill in handling the small craft, and Thonolin could manage one, but they were far from being as capable as the expert boatmen of the Ramudoi. They tried to turn the dugout around, retreat back upstream, and re-enter the proper channel. They would have done better to reverse the direction they were rowing. The shape of the stern was not so different from the shape of the prow, but they didn't think of it. They were crosswise against the current, Jondolar shouting instructions to Thonolin to get the front end turned around, and Thonolin becoming impatient. A large log with an extensive root system, heavy, water-soaked, and lying low in the water, was washing down the river, the sprawling roots raking along everything in their path. The two men saw it, too late. With a splintering crash, the jagged end of the huge log, brittle and blacker where it had once been struck by lightning, rammed broadside into the thin-walled dugout. Water rushed in through a hole punched into the side and quickly swamped the small canoe. As the snag bore down on them, one long root finger just below the water's surface jabbed Jondolar in the ribs and knocked him breathless. Another barely missed Thonolin's eye, leaving a long scratch across his cheek. Suddenly immersed in the cold water, Jondolar and Thonolin clung to the snag and watched with dismay as a few bubbles rose while the little craft, with all their possessions lashed firmly to it, sank to the bottom. Thonolin had heard his brother's grunt of pain. "Are you all right, Jondolar?" "A root jabbed me in the ribs. Hurts a bit, but I don't think it's serious." With Jondolar following slowly, Thonolin started working his way around the snag, but the force of the current as they were swept along kept pushing them back into the log with the rest of the debris. Suddenly, the snag caught on a sandbar under the water. The river, flowing around and through the open network of roots, pushed out objects that had been held under by the force of the current, and a whole bloated reindeer carcass rose to the surface in front of Jondolar. He moved to get out of its way, feeling the pain in his side. Free of the log, they swam to a narrow island in mid-channel. It supported a few young willows, but was not stable and would be washed away before long. The trees near the edge were already partly submerged, drowned, with no green buds of spring leaves on the branches, and with roots losing their hold. Some were leaning over the rushing flow. The ground was a spongy bog. "I think we should keep on going and try to find a drier place," Jondolar said. "You are in a lot of pain. Don't tell me you aren't." Jondolar admitted to some discomfort. "But we can't stay here," he added. They slid into the cold water across the narrow island bar. The current was swifter than they expected, and they were swept much farther downstream before they reached dry land. They were tired, cold, and disappointed when they found themselves to be on still another narrow islet. It was wider, longer, and somewhat higher than the level of the river, but soggy, with no dry wood to be found. "We can't make a fire here," Thonolin said. "We'll have to keep going. Where did Carlono say that Mamutoi camp was?" "At the north end of the delta, close to the sea," Jondolar replied, and he looked with longing in that direction as he spoke. The pain in his side had become more intense, and he wasn't sure if he could swim across another channel. All he could see was surging water, tangled pockets of debris, and a few trees marking an occasional island. "No telling how far that is." They squished through the mud to the north side of the narrow strip of land and plunged into the cold water. Jondolar noted a stand of trees downstream and made for it. They staggered up a beach of gray sand at the far side of the channel, breathing heavily. Rivulets of water ran from their long hair and soaked leather clothing. The late afternoon sun broke through a rift in the overcast sky with a wash of golden brilliance, but little warmth. A sudden gust from the north brought a chill that quickly penetrated wet clothes. They had been warm enough while they were active, but the effort had sapped their reserves. They shivered in the wind, then plodded toward the scant shelter of a sparse stand of alder. "Let's make camp here," Jondolar said. "It's still light. I'd rather keep going. It will be dark by the time we make a shelter and try to get a fire started." If we keep going, we could probably find the Mamutoi camp before dark. Thonolin, I don't think I can. How bad is it? Thonolin asked. Jondolar lifted his tunic. A wound on his rib was discoloring around a gash that had no doubt bled, but had been closed off by water-swelled tissue. He noticed the hole punctured in the leather then, wondering if his rib was broken. I wouldn't mind a rest and a fire. They looked around them at the wild expanse of swirling, muddy water, shifting sandbars, and an unkempt profusion of vegetation. Tangled tree limbs attached to dead trunks were pulled by the current unwillingly toward the sea, digging in wherever they could find purchase in the fluctuating bottom. In the distance, a few stands of greening brush and trees were anchored to some of the more stable islands. Reeds and marsh grasses took hold anywhere they could root. Nearby, 3-foot tussocks of sedge, whose clumps of sprawling grassy leaves looked sturdier than they were, matched in height by the straight sword-shaped leaves of sweet flag, grew between mats of spike rush that was barely an inch tall. In the marsh near the water's edge, 10-foot-tall scouring rushes, cattails, and bulrushes dwarfed the men. Soaring over all, stiff-leafed phragmite reeds with tops of purple plumes reached 13 feet or more. The men had only the clothes on their backs. They had lost everything when the boat went down, even the back frames they had traveled with from the beginning. Thonolin had adopted the dress of the Shamudoi, and Jondolar wore the Ramudoi variation. But after his dunking in the river when he met the Flatheads, he had kept a pouch of tools tied to his belt. He was grateful for it now. I'm going to see if there are some old stalks on those cattails that are dry enough for a fire drill, Jondolar said, trying to ignore the pain in his side. See if you can find some dry wood. The cattails provided more than an old-growth woody stalk for a fire drill. The long leaves woven around an alder-wood frame made a lean-to, which helped contain the heat from the fire. The green tops and young roots baked in the coals along with the sweet rhizomes of the sweet flag and the underwater base of the bulrushes supplied the beginning of a meal. A slender alder sapling, sharpened to a point and hurled with the accuracy of hunger, brought a couple of ducks to the fire as well. The men made flexible mats of the large, soft-stemmed bulrushes, then used them to extend the lean-to and to wrap around themselves while they dried their wet clothes. Later, they slept on the mats. Jondolar did not sleep well. His side was sore and tender, and he knew there was something wrong inside, but he couldn't think of stopping now. They had to find their way to solid ground first. In the morning, they seined fish out of the river with wide mesh baskets made of cattail leaves and alder branches and cords made of stringy bark. They rolled the fire-making materials in flexible baskets inside the sleeping mats, tied them with the cord, and slung them over their backs. Taking their spears, they started out. The spears were only pointed sticks, but they had provided one meal, and the fish baskets had supplied another. Survival depended not so much on equipment as knowledge. The two brothers had a small difference of opinion over which direction to go in. Thonolin thought they were across the delta and wanted to go east toward the sea. Jondolar wanted to go north, sure there was yet another channel of the river to cross. They compromised and headed northeast. Jondolar was proved right, though he would have been much happier if he had been wrong. Near noon, they reached the northernmost channel of the great river. "Time to go swimming again," Thonolin said. "Are you able?" "Do I have any choice?" They started for the water, then Thonolin stopped. "Why don't we tie our clothes to a log the way we used to? Then we won't have to dry clothes." "I don't know," Jondolar said. Clothes, even wet, would keep them warmer, but Thonolin had been trying to be reasonable, though his voice betrayed frustration and exasperation. "But if you want," Jondolar shrugged acquiescence. It was chilly standing naked in the cool, damp air. Jondolar was tempted to retie his tool pouch around his bare waist, but Thonolin had already wrapped it in his tunic and was tying everything to a log he had found. On his bare skin, the water felt colder than he remembered, and he had to grit his teeth to keep from crying out when he plunged in and tried to swim. But water numbed the pain of his wounds somewhat. He favored his side while swimming and lagged behind his brother, though Thonolin was pulling the log. When they crawled out of the water and stood on a sandbar, their original destination, the end of the Great Mother River, was in sight. They could see the water of the inland sea, but the excitement of the moment was lost. The journey had lost its purpose, and the end of the river was no longer their goal. Nor were they yet on solid ground. They were not quite across the delta. The sandbar where they stood had once been in mid-channel, but the channel had shifted. An empty riverbed still had to be crossed. A high wooded bank with exposed roots dangling from the underside, where a swift current had once undercut, beckoned from the other side of the vacated channel. It had not been vacated long. Water still puddled in the middle, and vegetation had barely taken root. But insects had already discovered the stagnant pools, and a swarm of mosquitoes had discovered the two men. Thonelin untied the clothes from the log. "We still have to get through those puddles down there, and the bank looks muddy. Let's wait until we get across before we put these back on." Jondolar nodded agreement, in too much pain to argue. He thought he'd strained something while swimming, and he was having trouble standing up straight. Thonelin slapped a mosquito as he started down the gentle gradient which had once been the slope leading from the bank into the river channel. They'd been told often enough, never turn your back on the river, never underestimate the great Mother River. Though she had left it for a time, the channel was still hers, and even in her absence she left a surprise or two behind. Millions of tons of silt were brought down to the sea and spread over the 1,000 or more square miles of her delta every year. The vacated channel, subject to tidal inundation from the sea, was a soggy salt marsh with poor drainage. The new green grass and reeds had set roots in wet, silty clay. The two men slid and slipped down the slope on the fine-grained, sticky mud, and when they reached level ground, it sucked at their bare feet. Thonelin hurried ahead, forgetting that Jondolar was not quite up to his usual long-strided pace. He could walk, but the slippery descent had hurt. He was picking his way carefully, feeling a bit foolish to be wandering through the marsh naked, making an offering of his tender skin to the hungry insects. Thonelin had gotten so far ahead that Jondolar was about to call out to him, but he looked up just as he heard his brother's cry for help and saw him go down. Pain forgotten, Jondolar ran toward him. Fear clutched when he saw Thonelin floundering in quicksand. "Thonelin, great mother!" Jondolar cried, rushing to him. "Stay back, you'll get caught too." Thonelin, struggling to free himself from the mire, was sinking deeper instead. Jondolar looked around frantically for something to help Thonelin out. His shirt. He could throw him an end, he thought, then remembered that was impossible. The bundle of clothes was gone. He shook his head, then saw the dead stump of an old tree half buried in the muck, and ran to see if he could break off one of the roots. But any roots that might have come free had long since been torn off in the violent journey downstream. "Thonelin, where is the clothes bundle? I need something to pull you out." The desperation in Jondolar's voice had an unwanted effect. It filtered through Thonelin's panic to remind him of his grief. A calm acceptance came over him. "Jondolar, if the mother wants to take me, let her take me." "No, Thonelin, no. You can't give up like that. You can't just die. Oh, Mother, great Mother, don't let him die like that." Jondolar sank to his knees and, stretching out full, reached out his hand. "Take my hand, Thonelin. Please, take my hand," he begged. Thonelin was surprised at the grief and pain on his brother's face, and something more that he'd seen before only in infrequent passing glances. In that instant, he knew. His brother loved him as much as he had loved Jatamio. It was not the same, but as strong. He understood at an instinctive level, by intuition, and he knew as he reached for the hand stretching toward him that even if he couldn't get out of the mire, he had to clasp his brother's hand. Thonelin didn't know it, but when he ceased struggling, he didn't sink as fast. When he stretched out to reach for his brother's hand, he spread out into a more horizontal position, displacing his weight over the water-filled, loose, silty sand, almost as though floating on water. He reached until they touched fingers. Jondolar inched forward until he had a firm grasp. "That's the way! Hold on to him! We're coming!" said a voice, speaking Mamutoi. Jondolar's breath exploded, his tension punctured. He discovered he was shaking, but held Thonelin's hand firmly. In a few moments, a rope was passed to Jondolar to tie around his brother's hands. "Relax now," Thonelin was instructed. "Stretch out, like swimming. You know how to swim?" "Yes." Good. You relax, we will pull." Hands pulled Jondolar back from the edge of the quicksand, and soon had Thonelin out as well. Then they all followed a woman who prodded the ground with a long pole to avoid other sinkholes. Only after they reached solid ground did anyone seem to notice that the two men were entirely naked. The woman who had directed the rescue stood back and scrutinized them. She was a big woman, not so much tall or fat as burly, and she had a bearing that commanded respect. "Why do you have nothing on?" she asked finally. "Why are two men traveling naked?" Jondolar and Thonolin looked down at their nude, mud-caked bodies. "We got in the wrong channel. Then a log hit our boat," Jondolar began. He was feeling uncomfortable, unable to stand straight. "After we had to dry our clothes, I thought we might as well take them off to swim the channel and then to cross the mud. I was carrying them ahead because Jondolar was hurt and—" "Hurt? One of you is hurt?" the woman asked. "My brother," Thonolin said. At the mention of it, Jondolar became acutely aware of the aching, throbbing pain. The woman saw him blanch. "Mamut must see to him," she said to one of the others. "You are not Mamutoi. Where did you learn to speak?" "From a Mamutoi woman living with a Sharamudoi, my kin," Thonolin said. "Tholi?" "Yes, you know her?" "She is my kin, too, the daughter of a cousin. If you are her kin, you are my kin," the woman said. "I am Bresci of the Mamutoi, leader of the Willow Camp. You are both welcome. I am Thonolin of the Sharamudoi. This is my brother Jondolar of the Zelendanyi." "Zelendanyi," Bresci said the unfamiliar word. "I have not heard of those people. If you are brothers, why are you Sharamudoi and he this Zelendanyi?" "He does not look well," she said, briskly dismissing further discussion until a more appropriate time. Then she said to one of the others, "Help him. I'm not sure he can walk." "I think I can walk," Jondolar said, suddenly dizzy with pain, "if it's not too far." Jondolar was grateful when one of the Mamutoi men took an arm, while Thonolin supported the other. "Jondolar, I would have gone long ago if you hadn't made me promise to wait until you were well enough to travel. I'm leaving. I think you should go home, but I won't argue with you." "Why do you want to go east, Thonolin? You've reached the end of the Great Mother River. Barren Sea, it's right there. Why not go home now?" "I'm not going east. I'm going north, more or less. Bresci said they will all be going north to hunt mammoths soon. I'm going ahead to another Mamutoi camp. I'm not going home, Jondolar. I'm going to travel until the mother takes me." "Don't talk like that. You sound like you want to die," Jondolar shouted, sorry the instant he said it for fear the mere suggestion would make it true. "What if I do?" Thonolin shouted. "What do I have to live for?" "Without Jatamio." His breath caught in his throat, and her name came out with a soft sob. "What did you have to live for before you met her? You're young, Thonolin. You have a long life ahead of you, new places to go, new things to see. Give yourself a chance to meet another woman like Jatamio," Jondolar pleaded. "You don't understand. You've never been in love. There is no other woman like Jatamio. So you're going to follow her to the spirit world and drag me along with you." He didn't like saying it, but if the only way to keep his brother alive was to play on his guilt, he'd do it. "No one asked you to follow me. Why don't you go home and leave me alone?" "Thonolin, everyone grieves when they lose people they love, but they don't follow them to the next world. Someday it will happen to you, Jondolar. Someday you'll love a woman so much you'd rather follow her to the world of the spirits than live without her. And if it were me now, would you let me go off alone? If I had lost someone I loved so much I wanted to die, would you abandon me? Tell me you would, brother. Tell me you'd go home if I was sick to death with grief." Thonolin looked down, then into the troubled blue eyes of his brother. "No, I guess I wouldn't leave you if I thought you were sick to death with grief. But you know, big brother," he tried to grin, but it was a contortion on his pain-ravaged face, "if I decide to travel for the rest of my life, you don't have to follow me forever. You are sick to death of traveling. Sometime you have to go home. Tell me, if I wanted to go home, and you didn't, you'd want me to go, wouldn't you?" "Yes, I'd want you to go. I'd want you to go home now. Not because you want to, or even because I do. You need your own cave, Thonolin. Your family, people you've known all your life who love you.
You don't understand. That's one way we're different. The 9th cave of the Zelendanyi is your home. It always will be. My home is wherever I want to make it. I am just as much Sharamudoi as I ever was Zelendanyi. I just left my cave, and people I loved as much as my Zelendanyi family. That doesn't mean I don't wonder if Joharan has any children at his hearth yet, or if Falara has grown up to be as beautiful as I know she will be. I'd like to tell Willamar about our journey and find out where he plans to go next. I still remember how excited I was when he returned from a trip. I'd listen to his stories and dream about traveling. Remember how he always brought something back for everyone? Me and Falara, and you too. And always something beautiful for Mother. When you go back, Jondolar, take her something beautiful. The mention of familiar names filled Jondolar with poignant memories. Why don't you take her something beautiful, Thonolin? Don't you think Mother wants to see you again? Mother knew I wasn't coming back. She said good journey when we left, not until you return. It's you who must have upset her, perhaps more than you upset Morona. Why would she be more upset about me than you? I'm the son of Willamar's hearth. I think she knew I'd be a traveler. She might not have liked it, but she understood. She understands all her sons. That's why she made Joharan leader after her. She knows Jondolar is a Zelendanyi. If you made a journey alone, she'd know you would return. But you left with me, and I wasn't going back. I didn't know it when I left, but I think she did. She would want you to return. You're the son of Dalinar's hearth. What difference does that make? They severed the knot long ago. They're friends when they see each other at summer meetings. They may be just friends now, but people still talk about Marthona and Dalinar. Their love must have been very special to be so long remembered. And you are all she has to remind her, the son born to his hearth. His spirit, too. Everyone knows that. You look so much like him. You have to go back. You belong there. She knew it, and so do you. Promise you'll go back someday, brother. Jondolar was uneasy about such a promise. Whether he continued to travel with his brother or decided to return without him, he would be giving up more than he wanted to lose. As long as he made no commitment either way, he felt he could still have both. A promise to return implied that his brother would not be with him. Promise me, Jondolar. What reasonable objection could he make? I promise, he acquiesced. I will go home, someday. After all, big brother, Thonolin said with a smile, someone has to tell them we made it to the end of the Great Mother River. I won't be there, so you'll have to. Why won't you be there? You could come with me. I think the mother would have taken me at the river if you hadn't begged her. I know I can't make you understand, but I know she will come for me soon, and I want to go. You are going to try to get yourself killed, aren't you? No, big brother, Thonolin smiled. I don't have to try. I just know the mother will come. I want you to know I'm ready. Jondolar felt a knot tightening inside him. Ever since the quicksand accident, Thonolin had had a fatalistic certainty he was going to die soon. He smiled, but it wasn't his old grin. Jondolar preferred the anger to this calm acceptance. There was no fight in him, no will to live. Don't you think we owe something to Bresci and the Willow Camp? They've given us food, clothing, weapons, everything. Are you willing to take it all and not offer anything in return? Jondolar wanted to make his brother angry, to know there was something left. He felt he'd been tricked into a promise that relieved his brother of his final obligation. You are so sure the mother has some destiny for you that you have stopped thinking of anyone but yourself. Just Thonolin, right? No one else matters. Thonolin smiled. He understood Jondolar's anger and could not blame him. How would he have felt if Chatamio had known she was going to die and had told him? Jondolar, I want to tell you something. We were close, aren't we still? Of course, because you can relax with me. You don't have to be so perfect all the time, always so considerate. Yes, I'm so good, Serenio wouldn't even be my mate, he said, with bitter sarcasm. She knew you were leaving and didn't want to get hurt any worse. If you had asked her sooner, she would have mated you. If you had even pushed her a little when you did ask, she would have, even knowing you didn't love her. You didn't want her, Jondolar.
So how can you say I'm so perfect? Great Donny Thonolin, I wanted to love her.
I know you did. I learned something from Jatamio, and I want you to know it. If you want to fall in love, you can't hold everything in. You have to open up, take that risk. You'll be hurt sometimes, but if you don't, you'll never be happy. The one you find may not be the kind of woman you expected to fall in love with, but it won't matter. You'll love her for exactly what she is.
I wondered where you were, Bresci said, approaching the two brothers. I've planned a little farewell feast for you since you're determined to leave. I feel an obligation, Bresci, Jondolar said. You've taken care of me, given us everything. I don't think it's right to leave without making some repayment. Your brother has done more than enough. He hunted every day while you were recovering. He takes a few too many chances, but he's a lucky hunter. You leave with no obligation.
Jondolar looked at his brother, who was smiling at him.
Chapter 19.
Spring in the valley was a flamboyant outbreak of color dominated by vernal green, but an earlier break had been frightening and had subdued Ayla's usual enthusiasm for the new season. After its late start, the winter was hard with heavier than normal snow. The early spring flooding carried off the melt with raging violence. Surging through the narrow upstream gorge, the torrent crashed into the jutting wall with such force it shook the cave. The water level nearly reached the ledge. Ayla was concerned for Winnie. She could scramble up to the steps if necessary, but it was too steep a climb for the horse, especially one so pregnant. The young woman spent several anxious days watching the seething stream creep higher as it surged against the wall, then eddied back and swirled around the outer edge. Downstream, half the valley was submerged, and the brush along the small river's usual course was completely inundated. During the worst of the rampaging flood, Ayla sprang up with a jolt in the middle of the night, awakened by a muffled crack like thunder coming from beneath her. She was petrified. She didn't know the cause until the flood subsided. The concussion of a large boulder colliding with the wall had sent shock waves through the stone of the cave. A piece of the rock barrier had broken under the impact, and a large section of the wall lay across the stream. Forced to find a new way around the obstruction, the course of the stream changed. The breach in the wall became a convenient bypass, but it narrowed the beach. A large portion of the accumulated bones, driftwood, and beach stones had been washed away. The boulder itself, which seemed to be made of the same rock as the gorge, had lodged not far beyond the wall. Yet for all the rearranging of rock and uprooting of trees and brush, only the weakest had succumbed. Most perennial growth burst forth from established roots, and new sproutings filled every vacant niche. Vegetation quickly covered the raw scars of freshly exposed rock and soil, giving them the illusion of permanence. Soon the recently altered landscape seemed as though it had always been that way. Ayla adjusted to the changes. For every boulder or piece of driftwood used for a special purpose, she found a replacement. But the event left its mark on her. Her cave and the valley lost a measure of security. Each spring she went through a period of indecision, for if she was going to leave the valley and continue her search for the others, it would have to be in spring. She needed to allow herself time to travel and to look for some other place to settle for the winter if she did not find anyone. This spring, the decision was more difficult than ever. After her illness, she was afraid to get caught in late fall or early winter, but her cave didn't seem as safe as it once had. Her illness had not only sharpened her perceptions of the danger of living alone, it had made her conscious of her lack of human companionship. Even after her animal friends had returned, they hadn't filled the void in the same way. They were warm and responsive, but she could communicate with them only in simple terms. She could not share ideas or relate an experience. She could not tell a story or express wonder at a new discovery or a new accomplishment and receive an answering look of recognition. She had no one to allay her fears or console her griefs. But how much of her independence and freedom was she willing to exchange for security and companionship? She hadn't fully realized how constrained her life had been until she tasted freedom. She liked making her own decisions, and she knew nothing of the people she had been born to, nothing before she was adopted by the clan.
She didn't know how much the others would want. She only knew there were some things she was not willing to give up. Whinny was one of them. She was not going to give up the horse again. She didn't know if she would be willing to give up hunting. But what if they wouldn't let her laugh? There was a bigger question, and though she tried not to recognize it, it made all the others insignificant. What if she did find some others, and they didn't want her at all? A clan of others might not be willing to take in a woman who insisted upon a horse for companionship, or who wanted to hunt or to laugh. But what if they rejected her, even if she was willing to give up everything? Until she found them, she could hope. But what if she had to live alone all her life? Such thoughts preyed on her mind from the time the first snows started to melt, and she was relieved that circumstances delayed a decision. She would not take Whinny away from the familiar valley until after she gave birth. She knew horses usually gave birth sometime in spring. The medicine woman in her, who had assisted with enough human deliveries to know it could be any time, kept a watchful eye on the mare. She didn't attempt any hunting forays, but she went riding frequently for exercise. "I think we've missed that Mamutoy camp, Thonolin. We seem to be too far east," Jondolar said. They were following the trail of a herd of giant deer to replenish supplies that were running low. "I don't. Look!" They had suddenly come upon a stag with an 11-foot rack of palmate antlers. Thonolin pointed to the skittish animal. Wondering if the stag sensed danger, Jondolar expected to hear the deep belling of an alarm. But before the buck could sound a warning, a doe broke and ran right to them. Thonolin hurled the flint-tipped spear the way he had learned from the Mamutoy, so the wide, flat blade would slide in between the ribs. His aim was true. The doe fell almost at their feet. But before they could claim their kill, they discovered why the buck had been so nervous and why the doe had all but run into the spear. Tensing, they watched a cave lioness loping toward them. The predator seemed confused by the fallen doe for a moment. She wasn't accustomed to her prey dropping dead before she attacked. She didn't hesitate for long. Nosing the deer to make sure it was dead, the lioness got a good hold of the neck with her teeth, and trailing the doe underneath her body, she started dragging it away. Thonolin was indignant. "That lioness stole our kill." "That lioness was stalking the deer, too, and if she thinks it's her kill, I'm not going to argue with her." "Well, I am." "Don't be ridiculous," Jondolar snorted. "You're not going to take a deer away from a cave lioness." "I'm not going to give up without trying." "Let her have it, Thonolin. We can find another deer," Jondolar said, following his brother, who had started after the lioness. "I just want to see where she takes it. I don't think she's a pride lioness. The rest would be here on top of that deer by now. I think she's a nomad, and she's hauling it off to hide it from other lions. We can see where she takes it. She'll leave sooner or later, and then we can get some fresh meat for ourselves." "I don't want fresh meat from a cave lion's kill." "It's not her kill. It's my kill. That doe still has my spear in her." It was useless to argue. They followed the lioness to a blind canyon littered with rock from the walls. They waited and watched, and as Thonolin predicted, the lioness left shortly after. He started for the canyon. "Thonolin, don't go down there. You don't know when that lioness will come back." "I just want to get my spear and maybe a little of the meat." Thonolin made his way over the edge and scrambled down loose rubble into the canyon. Jondolar followed him, reluctantly. Ayla had become so familiar with the territory east of the valley that she was bored with it, particularly since she wasn't hunting. It had been gray and rainy for days, and when a warm sun burned off morning clouds by the time she was ready to ride, she couldn't stand the thought of covering the same ground again. After she fastened on traveling baskets and travois poles, she led the horse down the steep path and around the shorter wall. She decided to head down the long valley rather than out on the steppes. At the end, where the stream turned south, she noticed the steep, gravelly slope she had climbed before to look toward the west, but she thought the footing was too unsure for the horse. It did encourage her, however, to ride farther to see if she could find a more accessible exit to the west. As she continued south, she looked around with eager curiosity. She was in new territory, and she wondered why she hadn't ridden this way before. The high wall was easing into a gentler slope. When she saw a shallow crossing, she turned Whinny and urged her across. The landscape was the same kind of open grasslands. Only the detail was different, but that made it interesting. She rode until she found herself in somewhat rougher country, with rugged canyons and abruptly sheared mesas. She was farther than she had planned to go, and as she approached a canyon, she was thinking she ought to turn back. Then she heard something that chilled her blood and set her heart racing. The thundering roar of a cave lion and a human scream. Ayla stopped, hearing the blood pounding in her ears. It had been so long since she had heard a human sound, yet she knew it was human and something else. She knew it was her kind of human. She was so stunned that she couldn't think. The scream pulled at her. It was a cry for help. But she couldn't face a cave lion, nor expose Winnie to one. The horse sensed her acute distress and turned toward the canyon, though Ayla's body contact signal had been tentative at best. Ayla approached the canyon slowly, then dismounted and looked in. It was blind, only a wall of rubble at the other end. She heard the growling of the cave lion and saw its reddish mane. Then she realized Winnie had not been nervous, and she knew why. "That's Baby! Winnie, that's Baby!" She ran into the canyon, forgetting there might be other cave lions around, and not even considering that Baby was no longer her young companion, but a full-grown lion. He was Baby. That was all that mattered. She had no fear of this cave lion. She climbed up some jagged rocks toward him. He turned and snarled at her. "Stop it, Baby," she commanded with signal and sound. He paused only a moment, but by then she was beside him and pushing him out of the way so she could see his prey. The woman was too familiar, her attitude too certain for him to resist. He moved aside as he had always done before when she came upon him with a kill and wanted to save the skin or take a piece of meat for herself. And he wasn't hungry. He had fed on the giant deer brought by his lioness. He had only attacked to defend his territory, and then he had hesitated. Humans were not prey to him. Their scent was too much like that of the woman who had raised him, a scent of both mother and hunting companion. There were two of them, Ayla saw. She knelt to examine them. Her main concern was as a medicine woman, but she was astonished and curious as well. She knew they were men, though they were the first men of the others she could remember seeing. She had not been able to visualize a man, but the moment she saw these two, she recognized why Oda had said men of the others looked like her. She knew immediately that the man with the darker hair was beyond hope. He lay in an unnatural position, his neck broken. The tooth marks on his throat proclaimed the cause. Though she had never seen him before, his death upset her. Tears of grief welled in her eyes. It wasn't that she loved him, but that she felt she had lost something beyond value before she ever had a chance to appreciate it. She was devastated that the first time she saw someone of her own kind, he was dead. She wanted to acknowledge his humanity, to honor him with a burial, but a close look at the other man made her realize that it would be impossible. The man with the yellow hair still breathed, but his life was pumping out of him through a gash in his leg. His only hope was to get him back to the cave as quickly as possible so she could treat him. There was no time for a burial. Baby sniffed the darker-haired man while she worked to staunch the flow of blood out of the other man's leg with a tourniquet made of her sling and a smooth stone for pressure. She pushed the lion away from the body. "I know he's dead, Baby, but he's not for you," she thought. The cave lion jumped down from the ledge and went to make sure his deer was still in the cleft in the rock where he had left it. Familiar growls told Ayla he was preparing to feed. When the pumping blood slowed to a seepage, she whistled for Winnie, and then jumped down to set up the travois. Winnie was more nervous now, and Ayla remembered that Baby had a mate. She patted and hugged the horse for reassurance. She examined the sturdy woven mat between the two poles that dragged the ground behind the horse, and decided it would hold the man with the yellow hair. But she didn't know what to do about the other one. She didn't want to leave him there for the lions. When she climbed back up, she noticed that the loose rock at the back of the blind canyon looked very unstable. Much of it had piled up behind a larger boulder that was none too stable itself. Suddenly, she remembered Issa's burial. The old medicine woman had been carefully laid in a shallow depression in the floor of the cave. Then rocks and boulders had been piled over her. It gave Ayla an idea. She dragged the dead man to the back of the blind canyon near the slide of loose rock. Baby came back to see what she was doing, his muzzle bloody from the deer. He followed her back to the other man and sniffed at him while Ayla dragged him to the edge of the rock, below which waited the skittish mare and the travois. "Move out of the way now, baby." As she tried to ease the man down to the travois, his eyelids fluttered, and he moaned with pain, then closed his eyes again. She was just as glad he was unconscious. He was heavy, and the struggle to move him would be painful to him. When she finally got him wrapped into the travois, she returned to the stone ledge with a long, sturdy spear and went to the rear. She looked down at the dead man and felt sorrow for the fact of his death. Then she leaned the spear against the rock and, with the formal, silent motions of the clan, addressed the world of the spirits. She had watched Kreb, the old Mogur, consign the spirit of Issa to the next world with his eloquent, flowing movements. She had repeated the same gestures when she found Kreb's body in the cave after the earthquake, though she had never known the full meaning of the holy gestures. That wasn't important. She knew the intent. Memories rushed back, and tears came to her eyes as she moved through the beautiful silent ritual for the unknown stranger, and sent him on his way to the spirit world. Then, using the spear as a lever, in much the same way as she would have used a digging stick to turn over a log or pry out a root, she prized free the large stone and jumped back out of the way as a cascade of loose rock covered the dead man. Before the dust settled, she had led Whinny out of the canyon. Ayla got on the horse's back and began the long return trip to the cave. She stopped a few times to tend to the man, and once to dig fresh comfrey roots, although she was torn between hurrying to get him back and taking it a little easy for Whinny's sake. She breathed easier when she got the injured man across the stream and around the bend, and saw the jutting rock wall far ahead. But not until she stopped to change the position of the travois poles just before starting up the narrow path did she let herself believe she had reached the cave with the man still alive. She led Whinny into the cave with the travois, then got a fire going to heat water before she untied the unconscious man and dragged him to her sleeping place. She unharnessed the horse, hugged her with gratitude, then looked over her store of medicinal herbs and selected those she wanted. Before beginning the preparations, she took a deep breath and reached for her amulet. She couldn't clarify her thoughts enough to address her totem with a particular plea. She was too filled with inexplicable anxieties and confusing hopes, but she wanted help. She wanted to bring the force of her powerful totem to bear on her efforts to treat this man. She had to save him. She wasn't exactly sure why, but nothing had ever been more important. Whatever she had to do, this man must not die. She added wood and checked the temperature of the water in the leather pot, which was slung directly over the fire. When she saw steam rise, she added marigold petals to the pot. Then finally, she turned to the unconscious man. From the tears in the leather he wore, she knew he had other gashes besides the wound on his right thigh. She needed to take his clothes off, but he was not wearing a wrap tied on with thongs. When she looked closely to find out how to remove them, she saw that leather and fur had been cut, shaped into pieces, and joined together with cords to encase his arms and legs and body. She examined the joinings carefully. She had cut through his trousers to treat his leg, and she decided that was still the best way. She was more surprised when she cut through his outer garment and found another, unlike anything she had ever seen. Bits of shell, bone, animal teeth, and colorful bird feathers had been attached to it in some orderly fashion. Was it a kind of amulet, she wondered? She hated to cut it, but there was no other way to get it off. She did it carefully, trying to follow the pattern, to disturb it as little as possible. Under the decorated garment was another one that covered the lower part of his body. It wrapped around each leg individually and was joined with cord, then came together and tied around his waist like a drawstring pouch overlapping in the front. She cut that off as well and noted in passing that he was most definitely male. She removed the tourniquet and gently eased the stiff, blood-soaked leather away from the lacerated leg. She had loosened the tourniquet a few times en route while manually applying pressure to both control the bleeding and allow some circulation in the leg. The use of a tourniquet could mean the loss of the limb if proper measures were not understood and applied. She stopped again when she came to the footwear, which was also shaped and joined to conform to the shape of his foot. Then she slashed through the laces and wrapped thongs and pulled them off. His leg wound was seeping again, but not pumping, and she examined him quickly to learn the extent of his injuries. The other lacerations and scratches were superficial, but there could be danger from infection. Cuts from lion's claws had a nasty tendency to fester. Even the minor scratches Baby had inflicted on her often did. But infection was not her immediate concern. His leg was. And she almost overlooked another injury, a large swelling on the side of his head, probably from the fall when he was attacked. She wasn't sure how serious it was, but she couldn't take the time to find out. Blood had started coming from the gash again. She applied pressure to the groin while she washed the wound using the cured skin of a rabbit, scraped and stretched until it was soft and absorbent, dipped in the warm infusion of marigold petals. The liquid was astringent as well as antiseptic, and she would later use it to check the minor bleeding of the other wounds as well. She cleaned thoroughly, flushing the injury inside and out. Under the deep external gash, a section of his thigh muscle was ripped. She sprinkled geranium root powder liberally onto the wound and noticed the immediate coagulating effect. Holding the pressure point with one hand, Ayla dipped comfrey root in water to rinse it. Then she chewed it to a pulp and spit it into the hot marigold petal solution to use for a wet poultice directly on the open wound. She held the gash closed and repositioned the torn muscle. But when she took her hands away, the wound gaped open and the muscle slipped out of place. She held it closed again, but knew it wouldn't stay. She didn't think wrapping it firmly would hold it together properly, and she didn't want the man's leg to heal badly and cause a permanent weakness. If only she could sit there and hold it together while it healed, she thought, feeling helpless and wishing Isa were there. She was sure the old medicine woman would have known what to do, though Ayla could not remember any instructions ever given to her about how to treat a situation like this. But then she remembered something else, something Isa had told her about herself when she had asked how she could be a medicine woman of Isa's line. "I'm not really your daughter," she had said. "I don't have your memories. I don't really understand what your memories are." Isa had explained then that her line had the highest status because they were the best. Each mother had passed on to her daughter what she knew and learned, and she had been trained by Isa. Isa had given her all the knowledge she could, perhaps not all she knew, but enough, because Ayla had something else. A gift, Isa had said. "You don't have the memories, child, but you have a way of thinking, a way of understanding, and a way of knowing how to help." If only I could think of a way to help this man now, Ayla thought. Then she noticed the pile of clothing she had cut off the man, and something occurred to her. She let go of his leg and picked up the garment that had covered the lower part of his body. Pieces had been cut and then joined together with fine cord, a cord made of sinew. She examined the way they were attached, pulling them apart. The cord was put through a hole on one side and then through a hole on the other and pulled together. She did something similar to shape dishes of birch bark, piercing holes and tying the ends together with a knot. Could she do something like that to hold the man's leg closed? To hold the gash until it healed together? Quickly she got up and brought back what appeared to be a brown stick. It was a long section of deer tendon, dried and hard. With a round, smooth rock, Ayla rapidly pounded the dried tendon, breaking it down to long strands of white collagen fibers. She pulled it apart, then worked out a fine strand of the tough connective tissue and dipped it in the marigold solution. Like leather, sinew was flexible when wet, and if untreated, it stiffened as it dried. When she had several pieces ready, she looked over her knives and borers, trying to find the best one with which to cut small holes in the man's flesh. Then she remembered the packet of slivers she had gotten from the tree struck by lightning. Isa had used such slivers to pierce boils, blisters, and swellings that needed to be drained. They would work for her purpose. She washed away seeping blood, but wasn't quite sure how to begin. When she jabbed a hole with one of the slivers, the man moved and mumbled. She was going to have to do this quickly. She threaded the stiffened piece of sinew through the hole made with the sliver, then through the hole opposite, then carefully pulled them together and tied a knot. She decided not to make too many knots since she wasn't sure about pulling them out later. She finished 4 knots along the gash and added 3 more to hold the torn muscle in place. When she was through, she smiled at the knots of sinew holding a man's flesh together. But it had worked. The gash no longer gaped. The muscle stayed in place. If the injury healed clean without festering, he might have good use of his leg. At least the chances of it were much better. She made a poultice of the comfrey root and wrapped the leg in soft leather. Then she carefully washed the rest of the scratches and gashes, mostly around his right shoulder and chest. The lump on his head bothered her, but the skin was not broken. It was just swollen. In fresh water, she made an infusion of arnica flowers, then made a wet compress for the swelling and tied it on with a leather strip. Only then did she sit back on her heels. When he woke, there were medicines she could give him, but for now she had treated everything she could treat. She straightened a minute wrinkle in the leather wrappings on his leg, and then, for the first time, Ayla really looked at him. He was not as robust as men of the clan, but muscular, and his legs were incredibly long. The golden hair, curled on his chest, became a downy halo on his arms. His skin was pale. His body hair was lighter and finer than that of men she had known. He was longer and leaner, but not much different. His flaccid maleness rested on soft golden curls. She reached out to feel the texture, then held back. She noticed a fresh scar and not quite faded bruise on his ribs. He must have recovered from a previous injury only recently. Who had taken care of him, and where had he come from? She leaned closer to see his face. It was flat in comparison with the faces of clan men. His mouth, relaxed, was full-lipped, but his jaws did not protrude as much. He had a strong chin with a cleft. She touched hers and remembered that her son had one, but no one else in the clan did. The shape of this man's nose was not much different from clan noses, high-bridged, narrow, but it was smaller. His closed eyes were wide-spaced and seemed prominent. Then she realized he had no heavy brow ridges to shadow them. His forehead, creased with a slight indentation of worry wrinkles, was straight and high. To her eyes, conditioned to seeing only people of the clan, his forehead seemed to bulge. She laid her hand on his brow, then felt her own. They were the same. How strange she must have looked to the clan. His hair was long and straight, part of it still held by a thong in back, but most a tangled mass, and yellow. Like hers, she thought, but lighter, familiar somehow. Then, with a shock of recognition, she remembered. Her dream about a man of the others. She couldn't see his face, but his hair had been yellow. She covered the man, then quickly walked out to the ledge, surprised that it was still daytime, early afternoon by the sun. So much had happened, and so much concentrated mental, physical, and emotional energy had been expended with such intensity that it seemed it should have been much later. She tried to sort out her thoughts, put them in some kind of order, but they caromed in confusion. Why had she decided to ride west that day? Why should she have been right there just when he screamed? And of all the cave lions on the steppes, how did it happen that the one she found in the canyon was Baby? Her totem must have led her there. What about her dream of the man with yellow hair? Was this the man? Why was he brought here? She wasn't sure what significance he would have in her life, but she knew it would never be the same. She had seen the face of the others. She felt Winnie nuzzle her hand from behind, and she turned. The horse put her head over the woman's shoulder, and Ayla reached up and put both arms around Winnie's neck, then laid her head on it. She stood there, clinging to the animal, hanging on to her familiar, comfortable way of life, a bit fearful of the future. Then she stroked the mare, patting and caressing, and felt the movement of the young she was carrying. "It can't be much longer, Winnie. I'm glad you helped me bring the man back, though. I would never have been able to carry him here alone. I'd better go back in and make sure he's all right," she thought, nervous that something might happen to him if she left him alone for even a moment. He hadn't moved, but she stayed beside him, watching him breathe, unable to take her eyes away. Then she noticed an anomaly. He had no beard. All the men of the clan had beards, bushy brown beards. Did men of the others have no beards? She touched his jaw and felt the rough stubble of new growth. He had some beard, but it was so short. She shook her head, perplexed. He looked so young. For all that he was big and muscular, he suddenly seemed more boy than man. He turned his head, moaned, and muttered something. His words were unintelligible, yet there was a quality to them that made her feel she ought to be able to understand them. She put her hand on his forehead and then his cheek, and she felt the growing warmth of fever. "I'd better see if I can get him to take some willow bark," she thought, getting up again. She looked over her stock of medicinal herbs while she was getting the willow bark. She hadn't stopped to question why she maintained a complete pharmacopoeia when she had no one to treat but herself. It had just been habit. Now she was glad. There were many plants she had not found in the valley or on the steppes that had been readily available near the cave, but what she had was sufficient, and she was adding some that were unfamiliar farther south. Isa had taught her how to test unknown vegetation on herself for food and medicine, but she wasn't completely satisfied with any new additions yet, not enough to use them on the man. Besides the willow bark, she took down a plant whose uses she knew well. The hairy stem, rather than having leaves attached to it, seemed to be growing out of the middle of wide, double-pointed leaves. When she picked it, there were clusters of white flowers that were now a withered brown. It was so similar to agrimony that she thought of it as a variation of that herb. But one of the other medicine women at the clan gathering had called it bone set and used it for that purpose. Ayla used it to reduce fever, but it had to be boiled down to a thick syrup, which took time. It brought on a profuse sweat, but it was strong, and she didn't want to use it on the man, weakened by loss of blood, unless she had to. It was best to be prepared, though. Alfalfa leaves came to mind, fresh alfalfa leaves steeped in hot water to help the blood clot. She had seen some in the field, and a good meaty broth to give him strength. The medicine woman in her was thinking again, pushing back the confusion she had felt earlier. From the beginning, she had held on to one thought, and it was growing stronger. This man must live. She managed to get him to swallow some willow bark tea, cradling his head in her lap. His eyes fluttered, and he mumbled but remained unconscious. His scratches and gashes had developed a warmth and a redness, and his leg was visibly swelling. She replaced the poultice and made a new compress for his head injury. At least there the swelling was down. As evening came on, her worry grew, and she wished Kreb were there to call upon the spirits to help her as he used to do for Isa. By the time it was dark, the man was tossing and thrashing, calling out words. One in particular he used over and over again, mixed in with sounds that had the urgency of warning. She thought it might be a name, perhaps the name of the other man. With a deer rib bone, whose end she had hollowed out to make a small depression, she fed him the agrimony concentration in small sips sometime near midnight. While fighting the bitter taste, his eyes flew open, but there was no recognition within their dark depths. It was easier to get him to take the datura tea afterward, as though he wanted to wash his mouth of the other bitter taste. She was glad she had found the pain-relieving and sleep-inducing datura near the valley. She kept a vigil all night, hoping the fever would break, but it was near morning before the peak was reached. After she washed his perspiration-soaked body with cool water and changed his bed coverings and dressings, he slept more quietly. She dozed then on a fur beside him. Suddenly she was staring toward the bright sunlight coming in through the opening, wondering why she was wide awake. She rolled over, saw the man, and the entire previous day flashed in her mind. The man seemed relaxed and sleeping normally. She lay still and listened, then heard Whinny's heavy breathing. She got up quickly and went to the other side of the cave. "Whinny," she said with excitement, "is it time?" The mare didn't have to answer. Ayla had helped deliver babies before, had given birth to one of her own, but it was a new experience to help the horse. Whinny knew what to do, but she seemed to welcome Ayla's comforting presence. It was only toward the end, with the foal partially delivered, that Ayla helped pull him out the rest of the way. She smiled with pleasure when Whinny started licking the brown fuzzy fur of her newborn colt. "That's the first time I've ever seen anyone midwife a horse," Jondolar said. Ayla spun around at the sound and looked at the man, propped up on one elbow, watching her. Chapter 20. Ayla stared at the man. She couldn't help herself, though she knew it was discourteous. It was one thing to observe him while he was unconscious or sleeping, but to see him wide awake made an altogether unexpected difference. He had blue eyes. She knew her eyes were blue. It was one of the differences she had been reminded of often enough, and she had seen them in the reflection of the pool. But the eyes of the people of the clan were brown. She had never seen another person with blue eyes, particularly blue of such a vivid shade that she could hardly believe it was real. She was held by those blue eyes. She could not seem to move until she discovered she was shaking. Then she realized she had been looking directly at the man, and she felt the blood rise to her face as she tore her eyes away in embarrassment. It was not only impolite to stare. A woman was never supposed to look directly at a man, especially a stranger. Ayla looked down at the ground, struggling to regain her composure. What must he think of me? But it had been so long since she had been around anyone, and this was the first time she could remember seeing one of the others. She wanted to look at him. She wanted to fill her eyes, to drink in the sight of another human being, and one so unusual. But it was also important to her that he think well of her. She did not want to start out wrong because of her improper, curious actions. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to embarrass you," he said, wondering if he had offended her or if she was just shy. When she didn't respond, he smiled wryly and realized he had been talking Zelendanyi. He switched to Mamutoi, and when that elicited no answer, he tried Sharamudoi. She had been watching him with furtive glances, the way women did when they were waiting for a man's signal to approach. But he made no gestures, at least none she could understand. He just made words. Only none of the words were anything like the sounds people of the clan made. They weren't guttural and distinct syllables. They flowed together. She couldn't even tell where one stopped and the other started. His voice made a pleasant, deep rumbling tone, but it frustrated her. She felt at some basic level that she ought to understand him, and she could not. She kept waiting for him to signal until the waiting became embarrassing. Then she recalled from her early days with the clan that Kreb had had to teach her to talk properly. He had told her she only knew how to make sounds, and he had wondered if the others communicated that way. But didn't this man know any signs? Finally, when she realized he wasn't going to signal, she knew she had to find some other way to communicate with him, if only to make sure he took the medicine she had prepared for him. Jondolar was at a loss. Nothing he had said evoked any response from her at all. He wondered if she was unable to hear, then remembered how quickly she had turned to look at him the first time he spoke. What a strange woman, he thought, feeling uncomfortable. I wonder where the rest of her people are. He glanced around the small cave, saw the hay-colored foal and her bay colt, and was struck by another thought. What was that horse doing in a cave? And why did it allow a woman to midwife? He'd never seen a horse give birth before, not even out on the plains. Did the woman have some kind of special powers? This whole thing was beginning to have the unreal quality of a dream, yet he didn't think he was sleeping. Maybe it's worse. Maybe she's a Danyi who's come for you, Jondolar, he thought with a shudder, not at all sure she was a benevolent spirit, if she was a spirit. He was relieved when she moved, if rather hesitantly, toward the fire. Her manner was diffident. She moved as though she did not want him to see her. She reminded him of something. Her clothing was rather odd, too. It seemed to be nothing more than a leather hide wrapped around her and tied with a thong. Where had he seen something like that before? He couldn't recall. She had done something interesting with her hair. It was separated into orderly sections all over her head and braided. He had seen braided hair before, though never worn in a style quite like hers. It was not unattractive, but unusual. He had thought she was rather pretty the first time he looked at her. She seemed young. There was an innocence in her eyes, but as closely as he could tell with such a shapeless wrap, she had a mature woman's body. She seemed to be avoiding his inquiring gaze. Why, he wondered. He was beginning to be intrigued. She was a strange enigma. He didn't notice he was hungry until he smelled the rich broth she brought him. He tried to sit up, and the deep pain in his right leg made him aware that he had other injuries as well. He hurt all over. Then, for the first time, he wondered where he was and how he had gotten there. Suddenly he remembered Thonolin going into the canyon, the roar, and the most gigantic cave lion he had ever seen. "Thonolin!" he cried, looking around the cave in panic. "Where's Thonolin?" There was no one else in the cave except the woman. His stomach churned. He knew, but he did not want to believe. Maybe Thonolin was in some other cave nearby. Maybe someone else was taking care of him. "Where's my brother? Where's Thonolin?" That word sounded familiar to Ayla. It was the one he had repeated so often when he called out with alarm from the depths of his dreams. She guessed he was asking for his companion, and she put her head down to show respect for the young man who was dead.
"Where's my brother, woman?"
Jondolar shouted, grabbing her arms and shaking her.
"Where is Thonolin?"
Ayla was shocked by his outburst, the loudness of his voice, the anger, the frustration, the uncontrolled emotion she could hear in his tone and see in his actions, all disturbed her. Men of the clan would never have displayed their emotions so openly. They might feel as strongly, but manliness was measured by self-control. There was grief in his eyes, though, and she could read from the tension in his shoulders and the tightening of his jaw that he was fighting the truth he knew but did not want to accept. The people she had grown up among communicated by more than simple hand signs and gestures. Stance, posture, expression, all gave shades of meaning that were part of the vocabulary. The flexion of a muscle could reveal a nuance. Ayla was accustomed to reading the language of the body, and the loss of a loved one was a universal affliction. Her eyes, too, conveyed her feelings, told of her sorrow, her sympathy. She shook her head and bowed it again. He could no longer deny to himself what he knew. He let go of her, and his shoulders slumped with acquiescence.
"Thonolin, Thonolin, why did you have to keep on going? Oh, Donnie, why? Why did you take my brother?"
he called out, his voice tight and strained. He tried to resist the crush of desolation, giving in to his pain, but he had never known such profound despair.
"Why did you have to take him and leave me with no one? You knew he was the only person I ever loved. Great Mother, he was my brother. Thonolin, Thonolin."
Ayla understood grief. She had not been spared its ravages, and she ached for him with empathy, wanting to comfort him. Without knowing how it happened, she found herself holding the man, rocking with him as he cried out the name in anguish. He didn't know this woman, but she was human and compassionate. She saw his need and responded to it. As he clung to her, he felt an overpowering force well up inside him, and like the forces contained within a volcano, once released there was no holding back. He heaved a powerful sob, and his body shook with convulsive spasms. Great deep cries were torn from his throat, and each ragged breath caused him an agony of effort. Not since he was a child had he let go so completely. It was not his nature to reveal his innermost feelings. They were too overpowering, and he had learned early to keep them in check. But the outflowing, brought on by Thonolin's death, exposed the raw edges of memories buried deep. Serenio had been right. His love was too much for most people to bear. His anger let loose could not be contained until it had run its course either. Growing up, he had once wreaked such havoc with righteous anger that he had caused someone serious injury. All his emotions were too powerful. Even his mother had felt forced to put a distance between them, and she had watched with silent sympathy when friends backed off because he clung too fiercely, loved too hard, demanded too much of them. She had seen similar traits in the man to whom she had once been mated, and to whose hearth Jondolar was born. Only his younger brother seemed able to handle his love, to accept with ease and deflect with laughter the tensions it caused. When he became too much for her to handle and the whole cave was in an uproar, his mother had sent him to live with Dalinar. It had been a wise move. By the time Jondolar returned, he had not only learned his craft, he had learned to keep his emotions under control, and he had grown into a tall, muscular, remarkably handsome man, with extraordinary eyes and an unconscious charisma that was a reflection of his depth. Women in particular sensed there was more to him than he was willing to show. He became an irresistible challenge, but no one could win him. As deep as they could go, they could not touch his deepest feelings. As much as they could take, he had more to give. He learned quickly how far to go with each, but to him the relationships were superficial and unsatisfactory. The one woman in his life able to meet him on his terms had made her commitment to another calling. They would have been a mismatch in any case. His grief was as intense as the rest of his nature, but the young woman who held him had known grief as great. She had lost everything. More than once she had felt the cold breath of the spirit world. More than once, yet she persevered. She sensed that his passionate outpouring was more than the keening of ordinary sorrow, and from her own loss gave him surcease. When his raking sobs slackened, She discovered she was crooning under her breath as she held him. She had soothed Uba, Isa's daughter, to sleep with her crooning. She had watched her son close his eyes to the sound, and she had nursed her own grief and loneliness with the same tuneless, lulling tone. It was appropriate. Finally, drained and exhausted, he released his hold. He lay back with his head to the side, staring at the stone walls of the cave. When she turned his face to wipe away the tears with cool water, he closed his eyes. He would not, or could not, look at her. Soon, his body relaxed, and she knew he slept. She went to see how Winnie was doing with her new foal, then walked outside. She felt drained as well, yet relieved. At the far end of the ledge, she looked down the valley and remembered her anxious ride with the man on the travois, her fervent hope that he would not die. The thought made her nervous. More than ever, she felt the man must live. She hurried back into the cave and reassured herself that he still breathed. She brought the cold soup back to the fire. He had needed other sustenance more. Made sure the medicinal preparations were ready for him when he woke, and then sat quietly beside him on the fur. She could not get enough of looking at him, and she studied his face as though she were trying to satisfy all at one time her years of yearning for the sight of another human. Now that some of the strangeness was wearing off, she saw his face as more of a whole, not just as the individual features. She wanted to touch it, to run her finger along his jaw and chin, to feel his light, smooth eyebrows. Then it struck her. His eyes had watered. She had wiped wetness from his face. Her shoulder was still damp from it. It's not just me, she thought. Kreb could never understand why my eyes watered when I was sad. No one else's did. He thought my eyes were weak. But the man's eyes watered when he grieved. The eyes of all the others must water. Ayla's all-night vigil and intense emotional reactions finally caught up with her. She fell asleep on the fur beside him, though it was still afternoon. Jondolar woke up toward dusk. He was thirsty and looked for something to drink, unwilling to wake the woman. He heard the sounds of the horse and her newborn, but could only make out the yellow coat of the mare who was lying down near the wall on the other side of the cave entrance. He looked at the woman then. She was on her back, facing the other way. He could see only the line of her neck and jaw and the shape of her nose. He remembered his emotional outbreak and felt a little embarrassed, then remembered the reason for it. His pain drove out all other feelings. He could feel his eyes filling and closed them tightly. He tried not to think about Thonolin. He tried not to think about anything. Soon he succeeded, and didn't wake again until the middle of the night, and then his moans woke Ayla as well. It was dark. The fire was out. Ayla felt her way to the fireplace, got tinder and kindling from the place she kept her supply, then the firestone and flint. Jondolar's fever was up again, but he was awake. He thought he must have dozed off, though. He couldn't believe the woman had made a fire so fast. He hadn't even seen the glow of coals when he awakened. She brought the man cold willow bark tea she had made earlier. He raised himself on one elbow to reach for the cup, and though it was bitter, he drank for his thirst. He recognized the taste. Everyone seemed to know the use of willow bark, but he wished for a drink of plain water. He was feeling an urge to urinate as well, but he didn't know how to communicate either need. He picked up the cup which had held the willow bark tea, turned it over to show it was empty, then brought it to his lips. She understood immediately, brought a water bag, filled his cup, and then left it beside him. The water assuaged his thirst, but it added to his other problem, and he began to squirm uncomfortably. His actions made the young woman aware of his need. She picked a stick of wood out of the fire for a torch and went to the storage section of the cave. She wanted a container of some sort, but once there, found some other useful items. She had made stone lamps, nicking a shallow well into a stone that would hold melted fat and a moss wick, though she hadn't used them much. Her fire usually provided sufficient light. She picked up a lamp, found the moss wicks, then looked for the bladders of congealed fat. When she saw the empty bladder beside them, she took that, too. She put the full one near the fire to soften and took the empty one to Jondolar, but she could not explain what it was for. She unfolded the pouring end, showed him the opening. He looked puzzled. There was no other way. She pulled back the cover, but when she reached between his legs with the open water bag, he quickly got the idea and took it from her. He felt ridiculous lying flat on his back rather than standing up to let his stream flow. Ayla could see his discomfort and went to the fire to fill the lamp, smiling to herself. He's not been hurt before, she thought. At least not so badly that he couldn't walk. He smiled a little sheepishly when she took the water bag and went out to empty it. She returned it to him to use when he needed, then finished putting oil in the lamp and lit the moss wick. She carried it to the bed and pulled the cover back from his leg. He tried to sit up to see, though it hurt. She propped him up. When he saw the lacerations on his chest and arms, he understood why it hurt more to use his right side. But it was the deep pain in his leg that concerned him more. He wondered how skilled the woman was. Willow bark tea did not make a healer. When she removed the bloody root poultice, he worried even more. The lamp did not illuminate the way sunlight did, but it left no doubt as to the seriousness of his injury. His leg was swollen, bruised, and raw. He looked closer and thought he saw knots holding his flesh together. He wasn't versed in the healing arts. Until recently, he hadn't been any more interested than most healthy young men. But had any Zelandani ever tied and knotted someone together? He watched carefully while she prepared a new poultice, this time of leaves. He wanted to ask her what the leaves were, talk to her, try to get a measure of her skill. But she didn't know any of the languages he knew. In fact, now that he thought of it, he hadn't heard her talk at all. How could she be a healer if she didn't talk? But she did seem to know what she was doing, and whatever it was she put on his leg, it did ease the pain. He let himself relax. What else could he do? And watched her sponge a soothing wash onto his chest and arms. It wasn't until she untied the strip of soft leather holding the compress that he knew his head had been injured. He reached up and felt a swelling and a sore spot before she bound on a fresh compress. She returned to the fireplace to heat the soup. He watched her, still trying to fathom who she was. "That smells good," he said, when the meaty aroma wafted toward him. The sound of his voice seemed out of place. He wasn't sure why, but it was something more than knowing he would not be understood. When he had first met the Sharamudoi, neither he nor they understood a word of each other's language, yet there had been speech, immediate and voluble speech, as each strove to exchange words that would begin the process of communication. This woman made no attempt to begin a mutual exchange of words, and she responded to his efforts with only puzzled looks. She seemed not only to lack an understanding of the languages he knew, but to have no desire to communicate. No, he thought, that wasn't quite true. They had communicated. She had given him water when he wanted it, and she had given him a container to make his stream, though he wasn't sure how she knew he needed one. He didn't form a specific thought for the communication they had shared when he gave vent to his grief. The pain was still too fresh. But he had felt it, and included it in his wonderings about her. "I know you can't understand me," he said rather tentatively. He didn't know quite what to say to her, but he felt a need to say something. Once he started, words came easier. "Who are you? Where are the rest of your people?" He could not see much beyond the circle of light shed by the fire and the lamp, but he had not seen any other people nor any evidence of them. "Why don't you want to talk?" She looked at him, but said nothing. A strange thought then began to insinuate itself into his mind. He recalled sitting near a fire in the dark before with a healer, and he remembered the Shamud talking about certain tests those who serve the mother had to put themselves through. Wasn't there something about spending periods of time alone? Periods of silence when they could not speak to anyone. Periods of abstinence and fasting. "You live here alone, don't you?" Ayla glanced at him again, surprised to see a look of wonder on his face, as though he were seeing her for the first time. For some reason, it made her conscious of her discourtesy again, and she quickly looked down at the broth. Yet he had seemed unaware of her indiscretion. He was looking around at her cave and making his mouth sounds. She filled a bowl, then sat down in front of him with it and bowed her head, trying to give him the opportunity to tap her shoulder and acknowledge her presence. She felt no tap, and when she looked up, he was gazing at her questioningly and speaking his words. "He doesn't know. He doesn't see what I'm asking. I don't think he knows any signals at all." With sudden insight, a thought occurred to her. How are we going to communicate if he doesn't see my signals and I don't know his words? She was jarred by a memory of when Kreb had been trying to teach her to talk, but she didn't know he was talking with his hands. She didn't know people could talk with their hands. She had only spoken with sounds. She had spoken the language of the clan for so long that she could not remember the meaning of words. But I am not a woman of the clan anymore. I am dead. I was cursed. I can never go back. I must live with the others now, and I must speak the way they speak. I must learn to understand words again, and I must learn to speak them, or I will never be understood. Even if I had found a clan of others, I would not have been able to talk to them, and they would not have known what I was saying. Is that why my totem made me stay? Until this man could be brought? So he could teach me to speak again? She shuddered, feeling a sudden cold, but there had been no draught. Jondolar had been rambling on, asking questions for which he didn't expect answers, just to hear himself talk. There had been no response from the woman, and he thought he knew the reason. He felt sure she was either training to be or in the service of the mother. It answered so many questions: her healing skills, her power over the horse, why she was living alone and would not speak to him, perhaps even how she had found him and brought him to this cave. He wondered where he was, but for the moment it didn't matter. He was lucky to be alive. He was troubled, though, by something else the Shamood had said. He realized now that if he had paid attention to the old white-haired healer, he would have known Thonolin was going to die. But hadn't he also been told that he followed his brother because Thonolin would lead him where he would not otherwise go? Why had he been led here? Ayla had been trying to think of some way to begin to learn his words, and then she remembered how Kreb had begun, with the name sounds. Steeling herself, she looked directly in his eyes, tapped her chest, and said, "Ayla." Jondolar's eyes opened wide. "So you have decided to talk after all. Was that your name?" He pointed at her. "Say it again." "Ayla." She had a strange accent. The two parts of the word were clipped, and insides pronounced back in her throat as though she were swallowing them. He had heard many languages, but none had the quality of the sound she made. He couldn't quite say them, but tried for the closest approximation. "Ayla." She almost couldn't recognize the sounds he made as her name. Some people in the clan had had great difficulty, but none said it the way he did. He strung the sounds together, altered the pitch so that the first syllable rose and the second dropped. She couldn't ever remember hearing her name said that way, yet it seemed so right. She pointed at him and leaned forward expectantly. "Jondolar," he said. "My name is Jondolar of the Zelendanyi." It was too much. She couldn't get it at all. She shook her head and pointed again. He could see she was confused. "Jondolar," he said, then slower. "Jondolar." Ayla strained to make her mouth work the same way. "Da-da," was as close as she could come. He could tell she was having trouble making the right sounds, but she was trying so hard. He wondered if she had some deformity in her mouth that kept her from speaking. Is that why she hadn't been talking? Because she couldn't? He said his name again, slowly, making each sound as clear as he could, as though he were speaking to a child or someone lacking adequate intelligence. Jondolar. Jon-da-lar. Don-da-la. She tried again. "Much better," he said, nodding approvingly and smiling. She had really made an effort that time. He wasn't so sure if his analysis of her as someone who was studying to serve the mother was correct. She didn't seem bright enough. He kept smiling and nodding. He was making the happy face. No one else in the clan ever smiled like that except Dirk. Yet it had come so naturally to her, and now he was doing it. Her look of surprise was so funny that Jondolar had to suppress a chuckle, but his smile deepened, and his eyes sparkled with amusement. The feeling was contagious. Ayla's mouth turned up at the corners, and when his answering grin encouraged her, she responded with a full, wide, delighted smile. "Oh, woman," Jondolar said, "you may not talk much, but you are lovely when you smile." The maleness in him began to see her as a woman, as a very attractive woman, and he looked at her that way. Something was different. The smile was still there, but his eyes— Ayla noticed that his eyes in the firelight were deep violet, and they held more than amusement. She didn't know what it was about his look, but her body did. It recognized the invitation and responded with the same drawing, tingling sensations deep inside that she had felt when she was watching Whinny and the bay stallion. His eyes were so compelling that she had to force herself to look away with a jerk of her head. She fumbled around, straightening his bed coverings, then picked up the bowl and stood up, avoiding his eyes. "I believe you're shy," Jondolar said, softening the intensity of his gaze. She reminded him of a young woman before her first rites. He felt the gentle but urgent desire he always had for a young woman during that ceremony, and the eager pull in his loins. And then the pain in his right thigh. "It's just as well," he said with a wry grin. "I'm in no shape for it anyway." He eased himself back down on the bed, pushing aside and smoothing out the fur she had used to prop him up, feeling drained. His body hurt, and when he remembered why, he hurt deeper. He didn't want to remember or think. He wanted to close his eyes and forget, sink into the oblivion that would end all his pain. He felt a touch on his arm and opened his eyes to see Ayla holding a cup of liquid. He swallowed it, and before long he felt the pain ease and a drowsiness overcome him. She had given him something that had caused it. He knew, and was grateful, but he wondered how she had known what he needed without his saying a word. Ayla had seen his grimace of pain and knew the extent of his injuries. She was an experienced medicine woman. She had prepared the datura before he even woke up. She watched the wrinkles on his forehead smooth out and his body relax, then put out the lamp and banked the fire. She arranged the fur she was using beside the man, but she was far from sleepy. By the glow of the banked coals, she made her way toward the mouth of the cave. Then, hearing Whinny nicker softly, she crossed over to her. She was pleased to see the mare lying down. The strange scent of the man in the cave had made her nervous after she foaled. She was accepting the man's presence if she felt relaxed enough to lie down. Ayla sat down below Whinny's neck and in front of her chest so she could stroke her face and scratch around her ears. The foal, who had been lying near his dam's teats, got curious. He nuzzled between them. Ayla patted and scratched him, too, then extended her fingers. She felt the suction, but he let go when he discovered she had nothing for him. His need to suck was satisfied by his mother. "He's a wonderful baby, Whinny, and he'll grow up strong and healthy, just as you did. You have someone now like you, and so do I. It's hard to believe. After all this time, I'm not alone anymore." Unexpected tears came to her eyes. "How many, many moons have passed since I was cursed, since I've seen anyone. And now someone is here. A man, Whinny, a man of the others, and I think he's going to live." She wiped her tears with the back of her hand. His eyes made water like this, too. And he smiled at me, and I smiled back. I am one of the others, just as Krebs said. Isa told me to find my own kind, to find my mate. Whinny, is he my mate? Was he brought here for me? Did my totem bring him? Baby gave him to me. He was chosen just as I was chosen, tested and marked by Baby, by the cave lion cub my totem gave me. And now his totem is the cave lion, too. It means he could be my mate. A man with a cave lion totem would be powerful enough for a woman with a cave lion totem. I could even have more babies. Ayla frowned. But babies aren't really made by totems. I know Braud started Dirk when he put his organ inside me. Men start babies, not totems. Jondolar is a man. Suddenly Ayla thought of his organ, stiffened with the need to lose his water, and she remembered his disconcerting blue eyes. She felt a strange pulsing inside that made her feel restless. Why did she have these strange feelings? They had started when she watched Whinny and the dark brown horse. A dark brown horse! And now she has a dark brown foal. That stallion did start a baby in her. Jondolar could start a baby in me. He could be my mate. What if he doesn't want me? Isa said men do that if they like a woman. Most men. Braud didn't like me. I wouldn't hate it if Jondolar... Suddenly she flushed. I'm so big and ugly. Why should he want to do that to me? Why should he want me for a mate? He might have a mate. What if he wants to leave? He can't leave. He has to teach me to make words again. Would he stay if I could understand his words?
I'll learn them. I'll learn all his words. Then maybe he'll stay, even if I am big and ugly. He can't go now. I've been alone too long." Ayla jumped up, almost in a panic, and went out of the cave. Black was shading into deep velvet blue. Night was nearly over. She watched shapes of trees and familiar landmarks take on definition. She wanted to go in and look at the man again, and fought the urge. Then she thought about getting him something fresh for breakfast and started in for her sling. "Maybe he won't like it if I hunt. I already decided I wasn't going to let anyone stop me," she remembered, but did not go in to get her sling. Instead, she walked down to the beach, doffed her wrap, and took a morning swim. It felt especially good and seemed to wash away her emotional turmoil. Her favorite fishing place no longer existed after the spring flood, but she had discovered another place downstream a short ways and headed in that direction. Jondolar woke up to the smell of food cooking, which made him know he was famished. He used the water bag to empty his bladder and managed to prop himself up so he could look around. The woman was gone, and so were the horse and her foal, but the place they had occupied was the only other place in the cave that looked remotely like a sleeping place, and there was only one hearth. The woman did live here alone, except for the horses, and they could not be considered people. But then, where were her people? Were there other caves nearby? Were they on an extended hunting trip? In the storage area were cave furnishings, furs and leathers, plants hanging from racks, meat and food storage enough for a large cave. Was it just for her? If she lived alone, why did she need so much? And who had carried him here? Perhaps her people had brought him and left him with her. That must be it. She's their Zelendani, and they brought me here for her to take care of. She's young for it. At least she seems young, but she is competent, no doubt of that. She probably came here to impose some test on herself, to develop some special skill, maybe with animals, and her people found me, and there wasn't anyone else, so she let them leave me here. She must be a very powerful Zelendani to have such control over animals. Ayla came into the cave, carrying a dried and bleached pelvic bone platter with a large, freshly baked trout on it. She smiled at him, surprised to find him awake. She put the fish down, then rearranged the furs and straw-stuffed leather pads so that he could sit more comfortably. She gave him a willow bark tea to start with, to keep down the fever and alleviate pain. She put the platter across his lap, then went out and returned with a bowl of cooked grain, fresh peeled thistle stalks and cow parsley, and the first wild strawberries. Jondolar was hungry enough to eat anything, but after the first few bites, he slowed down to appreciate the taste. Ayla had learned Issa's way with herbs, not only as medicines, but as seasonings. Both trout and grain were enhanced by her deft hand. The fresh stalks were crisp and at the right stage of tenderness, and the wild strawberries, though few, brought their own reward of sweetness with no assistance from anyone but the sun. He was impressed. His mother was acknowledged as a fine cook, and though the flavors were not the same, he understood the subtleties of food well prepared. It pleased Ayla that he took time to savor the meal. When he was through, she brought him a cup of mint tea and prepared to change his dressings. She left the head compress off. The swelling was down, and only a little soreness remained. The slashes on his chest and arms were healing. He might carry some slight scarring, but no impairment. It was the leg. Would it heal properly? Would he regain full use? Some use? Or would he be a cripple? She removed the poultice, relieved to see that the wild cabbage leaves had reduced the festering as she had hoped. There was definite improvement, though no way to tell yet how much use he would have of it. Tying the wounds together with sinew seemed to be working. Considering the damage, the leg was close to its original shape, though there would be extensive scarring and perhaps some deformation. She was quite pleased. It was the first time Jondolar really had a look at his leg, and he was not pleased. It looked much more seriously damaged than he had imagined. He blanched at the sight and swallowed hard a few times. He could see what she had attempted to do with the knots. It might make a difference, but he wondered if he would ever walk again. He talked to her and asked her where she had learned healing, not expecting an answer. She recognized her name, but nothing else. She wanted to ask him to teach her the meaning of his words, but she didn't know how.
She went out to get wood for the fireplace in the cave, feeling frustrated. She was hungry to learn to talk, but how could they even begin? He thought about the meal he had just eaten. Whoever supplied her, she was well provisioned, but she obviously knew how to take care of herself. The berries, stalks, and trout had been fresh. The grains, though, must have been harvested the previous fall, which meant surplus from winter storage. That spoke well for planning. No late winter or early spring famine. It also meant the area was probably well known, and therefore settled for some duration. There were some other indications that the cave had been used for some time. The black soot around the smoke hole, and the well-tramped floor in particular. While she was well supplied with cave furnishings and implements, close inspection revealed they were totally lacking in carvings or decoration, and rather primitive. He looked at the wooden cup out of which he had been drinking tea. But not crude, he thought. In fact, very well made. The cup had been carved out of a gnarl, judging from the pattern of the wood grain. As Jondolar examined it closely, it seemed to him that the cup had been formed to take advantage of a shape suggested by the grain. It would not be hard to imagine the face of a small animal in the knots and curves. Had she done that on purpose? It was subtle. He liked it better than some implements he had seen with more blatant carvings. The cup itself was deep, with a flaring lip, symmetrical, and finished to a fine smoothness. Even the inside showed no gouging ridges. A gnarled piece of wood was hard to work. This cup must have taken many days to make. The closer he looked, the more he realized the cup was unquestionably a fine piece of workmanship, deceiving in its simplicity. Marthona would like this, he thought, remembering his mother's ability to arrange even the most utilitarian implements and storage containers in a pleasing way. She had a knack for seeing beauty in simple objects. He looked up when Ayla brought in a load of wood and shook his head at her primitive leather wrap. Then he noticed the pad on which he was lying. Like her wrap, it was just the hide, not cut to shape, wrapped around fresh hay and tucked under in a shallow trench. He pulled out an end to examine it closer. The very outside edge was a bit stiff, and a few deer hairs still clung, but it was very pliable and velvety soft. Both the inner grain and the tough outer grain, along with the fur, had been scraped off, which helped to account for the supple texture. But her furs impressed him more. It was one thing to stretch and pull a skin with the grain removed to make it flexible. It was far more difficult with furs, since only the inner grain was removed. Furs usually tended to be stiffer, yet the ones on the bed were as pliant as the skins. There was a familiarity to the feel of them, but he could not think why. No carvings or decorations on implements, he was thinking, but made with the finest workmanship. Skins and furs cured with great skill and care. Yet no clothing was cut or shaped to fit, sewn or laced together, and no item was beaded or quilled or dyed or decorated in any way. Yet she had fitted and sewn his leg together. They were peculiar inconsistencies, and the woman was a mystery. Jondolar had been watching Ayla as she prepared to make a fire, but he really had not been paying attention. He'd seen fire made many times. He had wondered in passing why she didn't just bring in a coal from the fire she used to cook his meal, and then he supposed it had gone out. He saw, without seeing, the woman gather together quick-starting tinder, pick up a couple of stones, strike them together, and blow a flame to life. It was done so quickly that the fire was burning well before it occurred to him what she had done. Great Mother! How did you get that fire started so fast? He vaguely recalled thinking she had made a very quick fire in the middle of the night, but he had passed that off as a misimpression. Ayla turned at his outburst with a quizzical look. "How did you start that fire?" he asked again, sitting forward. "Oh, Donnie, she doesn't understand a word I'm saying." He threw his hands up in exasperation. "Do you even know what you've done? Come here, Ayla," he said, beckoning to her. She went to him immediately. It was the first time she had seen him use a hand motion in any purposeful way. He was greatly concerned about something, and she frowned, concentrating on his words, wishing she could understand. "How did you make that fire?" he asked again, saying the words slowly and carefully, as though somehow that would enable her to understand, and flung his arm toward the fire. She made a tentative attempt to repeat his last word. Something was important. She was shaking with concentration, trying to will herself to understand him. "Fire! Fire! Yes, fire!" he shouted, gesticulating toward the flames. Do you have any idea what it could mean to make a fire that fast?"
"Fire?"
"Yes, like that over there," he said, jabbing his finger in the air at the fireplace. "How did you make it?"
She got up, went to the fireplace, and pointed to it. "Fire?" she said.
He heaved a sigh and leaned back on the furs, suddenly realizing he had been trying to force her to understand words she didn't know. "I'm sorry, Ayla. That was stupid of me. How can you tell me what you did when you don't know what I'm asking?" The tension was gone. Jondolar closed his eyes, feeling drained and frustrated. But Ayla was excited. She had a word. Only one, but it was a beginning. Now, how could she keep it going? How could she tell him to teach her more, that she had to learn more?
"Jondolar."
He opened his eyes. She pointed to the fireplace again.
"Fire?"
"Fire. Yes, that's fire," he said, nodding affirmatively. Then he closed his eyes again, feeling tired, a little silly for getting so excited and in pain, physically and emotionally. He wasn't interested. What could she do to make him understand? She felt so thwarted, so angry that she couldn't think of some way to communicate her need to him. She tried one more time.
"Jondolar."
She waited until he opened his eyes again.
"Fire?"
she said, with hopeful appeal in her eyes. What does she want? Jondolar thought, his curiosity aroused. What about that fire, Ayla? She could sense he was asking a question in the set of his shoulders and the expression on his face. He was paying attention. She looked around, trying to think of some way to tell him, and she saw the wood beside the fire. She picked up a stick, brought it to him, and held it up with the same hopeful look. His forehead nodded in puzzlement, then smoothed as he thought he was beginning to understand. "Do you want the word for that?" he asked, wondering at her sudden interest in learning his language, when she seemed not to have any interest in speaking before. Speaking. She wasn't exchanging a language with him. She was trying to speak. Could that be why she was so silent? Because she didn't know how to speak? He touched the stick in her hand. "Wood," he said. Her breath exploded out. She didn't know she had been holding it. "Ood," she tried. "Wood," he said slowly, exaggerating his mouth to enunciate clearly. "Ood," she said, trying to make her mouth mimic his. "That's better," he said, nodding. Her heart was pounding. Did he understand? She searched again frantically for something to keep it going. Her eyes fell on the cup. She picked it up and held it out. "Are you trying to get me to teach you to talk?" She didn't understand, shook her head, and held the cup up again. "Who are you, Ayla? Where do you come from? How can you do everything you do and not know how to talk? You are an enigma, but if I'm ever going to learn about you, I think I'm going to have to teach you to talk." She sat on her fur beside him, waiting anxiously, still holding the cup. She was afraid that with all the words he was saying, he would forget the one she asked for. She held the cup out to him once again. "What do you want, drink or cup? I don't suppose it matters." He touched the vessel she was holding. "Cup," he said.
"Gah,"
she responded, then smiled with relief. Jondolar followed through on the idea. He reached for the water bag of fresh water she had left for him and poured some into the cup. "Water," he said.
"Ada."
"Try it again. Water," he encouraged.
"Wada."
Jondolar nodded, then held the cup to his lips and took a sip. "Drink," he said. "Drink water."
"Dring,"
she replied, quite clearly except for rolling the R and swallowing the word somewhat.
"Dring. Wada."
Chapter 21. "Ayla, I can't stand it in this cave anymore. Look at that sunshine. I know I'm healed enough to move a little, at least outside the cave." Ayla didn't understand everything Jondolar said, but she knew enough to understand his complaint and sympathize with it. "Knots," she said, touching one of the stitches. "Cut knots. Morning see leg." He smiled as though he had won a victory. "You're going to take out the knots, and then tomorrow morning I can go out of the cave." Language problems or not, Ayla was not going to be committed to more than she intended. "See," she repeated emphatically. "Ayla, look." She struggled to express herself with her limited ability. "Leg no heel, Jondolar no out." Jondolar smiled again. He knew he had overstated her meaning, hoping she would go along with him, but he was rather pleased that she was not taken in by his ploy and insisted on making herself understood. He might not get out of the cave tomorrow, but it meant that ultimately she would learn faster. Teaching her to speak had become a challenge, and her progress pleased him, though it was uneven. He was intrigued by the way she learned. The extent of her vocabulary was already astounding. She seemed able to memorize words as fast as he could give them to her. He had spent the better part of one afternoon telling her the names of everything she and he could think of, and when they were through, she had repeated every word back to him with its correct association. But pronunciation was difficult for her. She could not produce some sounds right, no matter how hard she tried. And she did try hard. He liked the way she spoke, though. Her voice was low-pitched and pleasing, and her strange accent made her sound exotic. He decided not to bother yet about correcting the way she put the words together. Proper speech could come later. Her real struggle became more apparent once they progressed beyond words that named specific things and actions. Even the simplest abstract concepts were a problem. She wanted a separate word for every shade of color and found it hard to understand that the deep green of pine and the pale green of willow were both described by the general word green. When she did grasp an abstraction, it seemed to come as a revelation or a memory long forgotten. He commented favorably on her phenomenal memory once, but she found it difficult to understand or believe him. "No, Jondolar. Ayla not good remember. Ayla try. Little girl, Ayla want good memory. Not good. Try. Try. All time try." Jondolar shook his head, wishing his memory were as good as hers, or his desire to learn as strong and relentless. He could see improvement every day, though she was never satisfied. But as their ability to communicate expanded, the mystery of her deepened. The more he learned about her, the more questions he was burning to have answered. She was incredibly skilled and knowledgeable in some ways, and totally naive